Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another episode of Super Old Games Saturday. I am Crochet Nerd 64,
And I'm Captain D-Treg.
and we are playing another episode of Shadow Hearts. We are on part 6. If all goes the way I plan tonight, we may be finishing this game tonight.
Alright, we'll see what's going on. Also, since I heard right before we unmuted the mic, my phone going off, as far as that, I gotta silence that. I'll be right back. Just, vamp.
I mean, if you hear Sonic rings, you'll know what it is. So, the last part we left off, the float was raised from Nemeton Monastery. We found out a huge reveal that Kudelka is actually in this game, and who we thought was Roger Bacon, big plot twist, turned out to be a man named Albert Simon. He was using her for his dark deeds and summoning a god from space.
Space. Did you say space?
Space.
Yes, indeed.
Space. He is, I believe, the real Roger Bacon made the analogy that it is as if he was looking down on the human race as if they were ants.
Pretty much. Yeah, they're like ants down there. It is actual Shadow Hearts time. Hi, Chasm22. So good to see you tonight. We are at part 6.
Actual
maybe
Shadow
finale
Hearts.
Maybe the finale of Shadow Hearts.
Could
We'll see.
be. We shall see.
Also, yeah, what you gonna go on?
Yeah, so that's
Lots of stuff happened last time, and my jaw was on the floor more.
for real. Yeah, right? How about that reveal that Kudelka's in the game?
I know. Well, what? I guess I was gonna say what reveal because there's like so many. They're like
There were like 8.
They're like 8, and you'll have to see the edit of last part because I know you said like there's parts you wanted to see. There's certain line. There was one line you said was the best line of the last part. There's a net you're gonna love on that. But anyway, so good to see you tonight, Chasm22. Feel free to let it flow on Shadow Hearts as we continue on. I guess mostly gonna be side quest stuff, but based on what you're saying, we might be finishing with this.
Mostly side quests, and the last dungeon is not all that long. So, a lot of what I'm going to have to do tonight for side quests is going to have to be switching out party members a ton.
Okay.
Because certain side quests only trigger with certain party members. For example, this first one is going to be require us to have Zhu Zhen in the party.
And it's good to see Mei Wan because we haven't seen him in forever. It feels like.
Yeah. So we're going to put Zhu Zhen in here, then we're going to go back to the Nemeton Monastery, and we're going to go get another one of those forbidden books. So if you remember from last time, we got the Codex of Lurie, and we were able to pick up the Emigre manuscript.
Yeah.
Which they actually write correctly here and call it a manuscript rather than the document.
And also when you picked it up, it called it right, but the other characters in the game did not call it that way,
Yeah, they
right?
kept calling it a document. And it's called manuscript throughout the entire series, so it really pisses me off that they messed it up a couple times there.
Which is weird.
We are going to have a lot of voice cutscenes in this part, which is so exciting to me because it really shows off all the voice actors we've been introducing, like in the first couple of parts. Now you finally get to hear them in full.
Okay.
So this is actually going to be one coming up, but we have a bunch of dialogue ahead of time.
Yeah.
So Zhu Zhen runs off.
So you basically come to certain areas with certain characters in your party to make these happen.
Exactly. It's all triggered by that.
So what's going on here?
Excuse me. So Alice is addressing Zhu Zhen. He just wants to check out James O'Flaherty's grave.
I was going to say, this must have a significance to what Zhu Zhen is, because he ran right over there.
Yeah, he said it's been bothering him.
Okay.
So I don't know if necessarily he really wanted to check it out or if he just wanted to give Alice and Yuri some private time.
Yeah, your curiosity is way out of control.
Yeah.
Okay.
Come on, let's go over there.
Over where?
Over into the ruins.
Okay.
So they're gonna have like a private moment.
And we'll be right back.
They're gonna talk a little bit.
Yeah, because remember, as there's one in this program, when there's any game we play that does not have voiced, or that has voiced cutscenes but there's no subtitles, we will mute the mic. You didn't off-screen level the other 3 characters? Question mark?
No.
Well,
I did for Keith a little bit just because I actually need him to be a certain level.
Okay.
But Zhu Zhen and Marguerite are not going to be in my party for the rest of the game fighting.
Okay. So, I mean, because I guess there's a distinction. You want to go into that? Because you said you did some stuff off-screen for this, yes?
I did do a little bit off-screen just because there is one side quest that is specific for Keith to get his ultimate weapon, which even if I'm not using all the characters, I am still getting their ultimate weapons and armors because why not?
100% run.
Yeah, why not? So for Keith, his ultimate weapon is actually battle-based.
Really?
He has to win a battle in order to get it, and you'll see. not a traditional like what you would think.
All right.
But
Which has been the whole game to me. It's not traditional, not what you think.
True.
It's the whole thing. So fitting.
true. So we have a very sweet moment. Alice is actually reflecting on how far they've come.
And what you and I were talking about off screen before we
Mm-hmm.
started tonight, that how far we've come in 6 months with this game.
Yeah, she asked Yuri if he regrets it.
I don't know why he would,
Yeah.
but yeah, no, he wouldn't. I wouldn't think. I mean, I know Alice said that last time with you queuing up the good ending for this. I met you as leading the life of a loser. As we mentioned, Yuri is very self-effacing in some ways, where he's become maybe more self-reflective this whole game.
Well, yeah. Now he's more, like you said, he's more confident in what he's doing. You know, before he was just kind of going here and there wherever Kudelka was telling him to go. Because now we know that voice in his head was Kudelka.
Right.
But he was so afraid of his fusion, and Alice has like helped him kind of come to terms with what it is, that it's not something to be feared.
Right. Which is lovely.
Yeah.
And he's kind of questioning, is this the idea of happiness? He sounds stupid. This is the Yuri we know, but it's also the idea that
He's mature.
he's definitely matured, and I love that growth. You were right. You've said this since part one, the idea that you're going to get story development, you're going to get character growth that you wouldn't necessarily think you would get.
Don't you love him?
I do.
Like,
I
he
do.
he just kind of has a special place in my heart as a main character.
Yeah, and as I said, to go back to this, I've said this I think every part, I'll say it once more at least, which is, I've never played this game until actually before we were going to start, I wanted to queue up a check for something specific, and I flubbed the Judgment Rings enough, like I was glad you were completely in the room on that. That being said, it's something that,
Editing fodder.
yes.
I'll see it eventually.
Well, actually, I was not recording.
Oh,
for that.
damn.
It was the other thing we were, for the issues with the controller. But we'll get to that, or I'll put an edit here.
Okay, something's up with the controller, because I'm not pressing that.
Okay, well, that'll be good editing fodder then. I guess so. Alright, in that case, we can probably take a listen and reset the console to make sure it's good.
Yeah, I don't know if it's just that the controller actually unplugged and plugged back in.
Either way, I can just reset the console, we'll probably do it. Alright, we'll stop and take a listen in just a second. But, yeah, that being said, you're right, this has been such a growth. You really did a great job, I think, of selling this game. I just want to go to this
Thank you.
for it. And I think the idea that it just show that this game is really something special. And I get why you, Kazum22, other people mentioned this game to me, why they hold on to this in such a high regard, and you should. You
Why we
absolutely
want it
should.
remade.
Yeah, and why Penny Blood is something that I dumped into specific.
You see why we jumped all over that as soon as it got announced.
And I jumped on it because
Yeah.
I didn't want you to be denied that. But as I said, I'd like to see a remake of this to a re-release. Hopefully they can do it really well. But as I said, we're putting the ideas out there. And you said, like, hey, we're going to go with the rest of
Yeah.
this franchise. So
I love
we got
that at
time.
least you'll get to experience Penny Blood, so you'll at least get to experience that sort of, that spiritual essence of what this is. Aside from like going through the playthroughs here and going through, what we're experiencing on screen, at least you'll get to see what the creator is still bringing to us, however many years later.
Sure.
So, now, this line is fucking ridiculous, because if you didn't do the good ending, okay, so you know how we set up for the good ending last time, right?
Right.
And you know how Alice had that agreement with the 4 masks, and it was her curse and whatever, that she was going to sacrifice her soul to give it up for Yuri, so
But
he could live.
he also broke it off pretty
He
much.
did.
Right?
He did. So now that's it. No curse.
But this
If-
line.
If you do not do that, and you don't break off the curse in the version, and you get the bad ending like we're setting up for, that line is so fucking sad.
Yeah.
Because she's gonna die. And you
he-
know she's gonna die.
And he apparently knows that too, because I guess
He doesn't realize it.
Wait, hold on.
He doesn't know the deal that was made.
Right. Oh, you're right.
He
because-
was never made aware of that deal. Alice has been keeping this to herself.
But how does she? Then this idea is that
He just said it as part of it, like his dialogue. He's not saying it because he knows anything.
he's saying it probably because of the thought that, hey, when she's gone, he's not going to have anything left to live for.
Exactly. It's because he loves her so much. And at
And-
this point, it truly is love.
It is. No, I agree with that. You said at the start, you said we might have some romance. This is exactly what you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And it is beautiful. It is uniquely handled, too. It's not just the fact that, they're doing a romance that way. You were saying that we're talking about Lunar, which we're starting in a month.
I said I like romance if it's not forced. This is not in any way forced.
And you're going to see that with Lunar when we start that in a month, too. So I'm loving seeing this. But what's going on? She's kind of noticing that. That storm, I was just a kid. I couldn't protect my mother from the monsters.
We get some backstory on Yuri now.
I remember asking this as far as stuff with his mother. But all right. So I survived thanks to my power.
I curse my own existence constantly.
Okay.
I ask myself, why do I have to be all alone? What could I have done differently that night? Why didn't I die?
Which we sort of got in that way when Foxface was manipulating him when he was doing the tilling of the fields.
Yeah, we're about to get a flashback, which is not voiced until later in. Here it is.
We'll be right back.
Gave her life protecting me from the monsters. But when I looked into her eyes a moment before she died, it awakened in me the blood of my father that had been lying dormant. A fire ignited within me, and my emotions exploded like a hurricane. I don't really remember anything after that. The next thing I knew, the room was littered with the torn-up body parts of the monsters that had killed my mother. I was the only one left alive in a house covered with blood. I clung to my mother's cold corpse all night long, weeping and begging her to forgive me for failing to keep my promise to my father, for failing to protect her. I could never stand to feel that way again. So the day that I failed to protect you is the day that I too will die.
Yeah, we're back. Oh, so yeah, we did have a lot of a setup there and a lot of deeper perspectives on Yuri, and actually some of the stuff we've seen going backwards as far as his connection with his mother, the idea of what he did, where did his powers come out of, and as you said, you probably should indicate this, who those men were and who they were connected with.
So they mentioned the Earth Sage sending them, if you remember way back, to Quihai Tower in Shanghai. Earth Sage is Dei Huai, who we killed. when he kidnapped Alice and was trying to use her for the reverse Demon's Gate invocation.
Yep.
So Alice is here professing her love now.
Yeah.
And they're interrupted by Shushan.
Yeah, look what I found. Well,
look what I can do.
He probably knows. Well, no, he does know, I think, based upon that. He knows he's interrupting this, I think.
Absolutely.
Yeah, no, not at all.
Not at all. It's fine.
But soon enough, I think. And that's unique, too, because sometimes you get this idea of, the will they, won't they thing in any kind of meeting. We've talked, I think, a couple of parts on this, honestly. Even this way, it's kind of unique, because we've spent so much time with these characters. We've seen such a growth, which I think goes to some of those things we've said, like, when does it not work? We were talking about young adult novels in one of the parts. When does it not work? In this case, it's that, no, we've been on such a journey. We feel it just like they do.
It works.
Absolutely. It's wonderful.
Yeah. It was stupid we were having a special moment.
But, of course, that's something we haven't been missing, the idea that Zhuzhen and Yuri have been at their heavy at each other's throats.
They have a great relationship.
Yes, they do. I think all the characters really have that great bond, and that's what I've loved.
I don't know what this weird translation thing is.
Oh, Yuri?
Yeah, it's kind of weird placement, and I don't understand, like...
The thought of, like, this is what he is.
I don't know what she means.
Maybe the thought of, like, he's like, did he do something wrong? It's like, oh, that's just what he's like.
I don't know.
Just to tell him of this amazing secret. The Book of Rituals, who got it? He got it, yes?
He got it from a compartment in James O'Flaherty's grave.
I was going to say one thing, is that the only time we had a character who's not the main character playing, who picks up an item and they give the you got an item thing?
Say that again? Sorry. What?
Is that the only case where you have a character we're not controlling? Because the only characters you control on field are Yuri and Alice, where it says you've gotten an item when it's not one of those two characters.
No, because now with all the side quests and shit, it's really going to open up that kind of stuff.
Okay, so this is our first indication, I think, of that, though.
Yeah, so we ended up getting, like I said, the Emigre manuscript already. We got the Codex of Lurie already, and we got the Book of Rituals now. So the reason why you want the Book of Rituals is you go into the valuables, you go down to the Book of Rituals, you search for it on the information. Old book engraved from an image from Mount Olympus. It says the Memory Palace. Cross the rainbow, then follow the drops of blood to the royal garden.
Okay.
It's a riddle.
Is a hint to get through that area that just opened?
Not that one. It is. Is it that one?
Well, they opened the Cave Temple there. I don't know if that connects.
No. Hold on. It's that one.
The Ancient Ruins.
Ancient Ruins. Yeah. So this book, the Book of Rituals, opens up the Ancient Ruins, and then the Emigre manuscript opens up the Cave Temple.
Gotcha.
And you have to look at them in your valuables, otherwise they don't open up. Is there an indication in the game as to to do that? No.
Okay, because
you just have to know.
Because I was gonna say that when before we went to the Remington Monastery, is that?
Nemeton.
Oh, Nemeton Monastery. Mm-hmm. Before we went there, it didn't show that cave temple on that.
No.
So I was like, okay, but you're right. That makes a lot of sense now.
I looked at the Emigre manuscripts in the valuables just to kind of when I was showing it.
For that reason, though.
No, I actually didn't do it for that reason. It just happened to work out.
Okay.
I was just showing it to be like, oh yeah, look, we picked this up.
All right. So back to Mei Yuan.
Yep. And now I need Marguerite.
All right.
And we're gonna go do some stuff with Marguerite.
Okay, let's do that. Actually, one thing.
Do we have her?
Yeah, you got that nice leather suit last time. Yeah, no rubber suit
her
for
fancy
me.
bondage.
It is pretty fancy, but honestly, looking at it, I don't necessarily get a sense of... Because, when you say that, you said that specifically last time, remember that, but it's not one of those things that I get the sense... You sometimes do play games with RPG or anything where you get the sense that an outfit is designed specifically for a titillation element. I don't know if you've ever seen the Venus bathing suit from Dead or Alive Extreme Beach Volleyball.
No.
There'll be a picture in the edit of the bathing suit itself.
Okay.
Not of anybody in
Not
it.
somebody wearing it.
It doesn't show anything even if they are wearing it, but it's this kind of thing you're like, yeah, that is a weird one as far as how it looks. It's basically, I don't know, it's almost like dental floss with like marbles on the seat.
Okay, I can already see it in my head.
Yeah, that'll be gonna be a fun edit that way. But looking at that, I don't necessarily get that that's an idea. This seems like it's something that fits for, well, the character number one, but also just for the idea of this world.
She is supposed to be like the, ooh, how do I put this? I guess she's supposed to be like the sexualized female in a way in the game. She's not normally, like throughout the game, she really hasn't been, but she's supposed to be like the adult woman.
Yes, although, see, it's funny you said that, because, yeah, sexualized woman, it plays differently than you would think saying that sentence, you
It's
know?
still more innocent in this game than any other that I've seen.
But that's unique, because sometimes the thought is like, and actually with RPGs, that's happened a lot, I've noticed. Especially this era, where you have cases where they're leaning more into the adult element to it, but sometimes it feels like maybe it's too much. I mentioned Artanelico before on the PlayStation 2. They did the idea of like going into the mind thing. They basically turned into like a virginity parallel. It's kind of weird, honestly. But something like this, it doesn't really make that weird element, but it feels very natural. But all right, what's going on here at the
So
place we're at?
do you remember when Yuri played Priest the last time?
Oh yeah, she's making him do it again.
Well, she says go in there like that other time. If you didn't do that yet, she won't make that comment.
Oh, so wait, she wants to go to confession.
She wants to go confession.
Okay, so bless me, Father, for I have sinned. It's been
It's gonna be another voice cutscene though, so that's why I said we're gonna have a lot this part.
awesome. Okay,
So you
get
get to hear Marguerite's voice acting.
Yeah, who is Veronica Taylor from Pokemon, and who was also Alice, which was last month. All right, so we're gonna see it now. We'll be right back. Enjoy the confessional.
Father, would you listen to me for just a few minutes? The world today seems to be heading toward disaster. No, I'm not talking about Albert. The countries known as the Powers are pouring massive sums of money into building up their militaries. Like children vying for the biggest collection of toys. And you know, at first I thought I would just use Yuri and the others. I thought I could use their remarkable powers to benefit our nation. Yes, just like the Japanese army was trying to do. But the more I watched that reckless Yuri in action, the more ashamed I started to feel. I mean, Yuri really isn't thinking about anything. He's not thinking of a national interest, or of politics, or of money, or of anything he has to gain or lose. He just sees that girl, and he sees all the forces lined up against her. And so, he protects her. Nothing more. Just like some comic book hero, you know. But I'm a little jealous. I mean, the really important things in life aren't about profit and gain, right? I think maybe I'll start searching for those things too. The truth is, I'd really like to search for them together with him, but... Oh, forget I said that. Thanks for listening to all my silly talk.
Okay, and for that, you'll do 3 Hail Marys and 3 Our Fathers.
So we now have another female party member confessing her love to Yuri.
But see, it's one thing about that. I want to go into something about that, because that was a great cutscene. You're absolutely right about that. And he said, I haven't changed that. He's like, Yuri should be saying that, but I don't know if he knows what Hail Marys and Our Fathers are.
I started tearing up a little bit, I'm not gonna lie, because her whole cutscene and like voice acting on the part,
They set it up, don't they?
it's
Very well.
so melancholy, and I feel so bad for her.
It also shows the growth of characters. Remember, what happened when we saw Marguerite the very first part of this game?
She was reckless as fuck.
She's reckless. She blew up the. She wanted to like blow
train
up stuff.
depot.
She blew up the train depot.
She's like,
who
oh,
cares?
there's the other bomb.
Yeah, who cares? And it's funny, even the idea of like when she's talking about this, the thought that is she even confessing? Number one, but then it kind of has a turn. The idea of how she's almost thinking that it is because she said, you know, I feel differently as far as this than I did before. This idea of this growth. Specifically to myself, which is really unique. You're right as far as the idea of the elements of that. I guess, I don't know, Alice is picking up on something.
Yeah, he came out and his face was all red because she confessed his love, her love to him.
Uh-huh.
So she's like, what happened? Let's go.
Yeah, we'll pretend this didn't happen, but it's like...
The next line is so fucking funny.
A bit too spicy.
Oh well. That's why I
Marguerite.
always loved Marguerite as a character, because she was like the adult of the group.
Mm-hmm.
Like one, you know, I guess in a way that's kind of how I always split the characters in this game, because you have Yuri, Alice, and Hallie, who are more on like the younger side, and then you have Marguerite, who I believe you confirmed in part 1 was like meant to be in like her 30s, like her early 30s.
And then we have Zhuzhen, who's on the other end.
In his 60s, and then Keith is 400 years old.
Right.
So
it's an interesting balance, though. You're
Yeah,
right.
it's like
ages.
two completely different age brackets that you're
Three,
dealing
technically,
with.
right?
Yeah, if you want to count Keith as like way out there.
Well, I don't know. That technically well, in that case, it'd be 4, right? Because you have. Well, okay, fine. Where do you count age brackets, really?
I'm grouping Marguerite in with the more mature of them, so that's why I kind of split her, Zhuzhen, and Keith into
Gotcha.
one group.
Fair enough. Makes sense.
Just because she, she's a fucking spy.
Pretty much, yeah.
I mean, she has to take her job very seriously, regardless of the fact that she's blowing up train depots.
Right, but as you said, also the idea of her thinking that, maybe there's something more to this, and the idea of, you said the idea that it's a confession of love, and I see that for sure, but also the idea that, she's saying that I kind of starting to understand what's important, and the idea that Yuri's so pure in the idea of, like, what is he really focused on? He doesn't have a focus on politics.
Alice.
He doesn't have a focus on politics. Yeah. He doesn't have a focus on personal gain or anything, and it's also the idea that, I don't even know if necessarily Yuri's even thinking that far to it, but that actually, I guess...
No, it's Alice. He wants to protect her, that's it.
But it's also a good thing, and it shows that idea of, like, the tunnel vision of his that is admirable, why you like him so much. Mm-hmm. Oh, we have a fake nose, man.
Do you remember this guy?
He was the lottery member here, yes. Didn't we...
He's another lottery member, so he changes from lottery member 6 to 2. If Marguerite has done that confession...
Oh, really?
And you have her in your party, and there's a reason why, you will find out as soon as we win his lottery, which is not easy to do.
And you saved beforehand, right?
Yes. Oh, yes.
Alrighty.
This is how you get Marguerite's best weapon, the 10 gauge. It's a shotgun.
Awesome. Let's play.
Yeah.
Yo, the space in front of it.
All right.
The 10. Oh, yeah, right there, the red.
All right, so let me see how many, just out of...
How many of those lottery tickets you have? You have 8.
8. All right, so I have a good chance to get it.
How many of those do you have to keep running for the rest of the game?
Well, he's lottery member 2, so after him, there's only 2 more lottery members because they count 0 as one of them.
Oh, so they're going backwards. Actually, I didn't know.
Yeah, it's always gone up. It's gone from a higher number, and you work your way to the number 1 chairman.
I'm really curious to go back on the other parts just to watch that, because I never actually noticed that until you said that now.
Oh, yeah.
Awesome. Great.
That's why I said he went from lottery member 6 to 2.
Okay. So let's try it again.
That's the way to do it. Oh, bitch. That's the way to do it. You have to hit it right when it starts, though.
Okay.
So I don't like giving it more than 2 tries.
Fair enough.
I don't like wasting those tickets, even though we are gonna get some more.
Okay.
But I just,
I mean, it's quick, and that's the other thing as we mentioned. It is a really, really quick.
It's a fast load.
Load of that, which sometimes on this system you don't have.
No, it's a fast load. The longest load up time, honestly, is in the very, very, very beginning of the game where you first pop it in. It says now loading.
Even then, it's not much.
It's not It's not slow at all.
I mean, remember what else came out at around the same time as this?
Final Fantasy X.
Well, did that have better or worse loading than this?
I would say it was comparable, to be honest.
Okay, the other game I was going for was Crash Bandicoot: Wrath of Cortex.
Yeah, you did say that had terrible loading.
I think you got it.
Boom, baby.
Good job. Well, it did, and also the greatest hits version cut it down.
Okay.
So it's one of those cases. Don't go Black Label.
So the reason why I said you have to have Marguerite in your party is because it triggers this scene. Sometimes I forget who I am and stuff. Tee. Glad to see you're doing so well, Marguerite.
Oh, he knows who she is. Wait.
Hold on. Oh crap, he's always spoiling his kid.
He is?
Yeah, that's her dad.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah, that's her dad.
Wow.
Cute, isn't he? Thinks he's in disguise wearing that thing.
Okay.
So the whole incognito thing runs in the family.
Yeah, true enough. I'll tell you that as far as the bingo card for this part, I didn't have that on it.
It's a cute, sweet scene though, right?
Yeah.
Like that's why I wanted to show you because I was like, oh, it's so cute.
But it's also one of those things that when you said, I was like, really?
Yeah, that's her dad.
But I like the idea that there's still twists going on, even though we only have one thing. And yeah, there is our boomstick.
That's her 10 gauge. Many brave warriors know their survival of this weapon. It excels both in firepower and special attack. Its previous owners' names are inscribed on its stock.
I think they are Smith and Wesson.
Yes. So I know I haven't been great about doing this and like showing off like the actual information. But
that's fine.
I got so caught up in the game.
No, hey, I did too. And actually,
can't help it.
Remember, we said we might be finishing this game today. If we don't, we could feasibly just have the last part be a showcase of that stuff. Or hey, if you want to toss in something else as a preview to something else we want to do going forward, we can do that too.
I mean, listen,
your choice.
We got. All right, so this one big scene. This is what I mean. There's a ton of huge shit at the end in the side quest stuff.
And maybe
you
one.
can miss all this. You can miss all of this. So if you don't, like, know about any of this stuff, you're missing so much story.
Here's my question. How did you know to find this?
A guide.
Well, when you first played this, as you said, you probably missed this.
I missed everything.
And then when did you learn later that, hey, there was stuff in here?
I used a guide.
You looked at the guide and it said there, wait, and you said, wait, there's stuff
It said,
here?
oh, there's all these side quests. I was like, oh, fuck, okay.
But did you know they were story-tied when you read them?
No, absolutely not.
And then you did them. So that's a great thing when you think about it. The idea of
It opened up the game.
it opens up the game massively, and I love that.
So you have Maywan. This is my dressing room. I'd appreciate if you didn't come barging in like that.
We haven't seen him enough, honestly. So this is good. He gets his moments more.
He does get a story part, yeah.
All right.
Nurture and all the rest of you. This is perfect. I was just on my way to find you.
Okay.
How serendipitous. You were? What did I do to deserve that?
We haven't talked to him in a while. That's why.
I know, but just Yuri always making cracks about why you? Why? Relax, I just wanted to deliver a letter I have for you, meanie.
A letter.
Yeah, this is a very important letter, and it may upset you.
Agent Kuihua in Shang. Oh.
You remember Kuihua?
Oh no.
It's Mr. Zhen's daughter?
Oh no, I know where this is going.
Do you?
I think.
Do you?
Unfortunately, I think so.
We'll see. I'm gonna let you just chill and find out.
Is this voiced?
No. Actually, it's not.
Years passed the Shanghai earthquake, which was when the
Earthquake?
Well, this might explain. I was saying, how did they get out of that?
Maybe.
Okay,
So it had been 6 months that that Alice and Zhugen were in Prague after the events at Kuihai Tower.
Sure.
So now it's been another 6 months since that time that we've been going through all this.
Okay.
Just for timeline purposes.
My father and I are doing well. Okay, that's not what I was expecting, so you're right. I didn't know. Kato visited.
Mm-hmm.
He's on his way to find you, I guess.
Realized we didn't know, so we made small talk and then he left. It was a tragic story, one I didn't want to write, but I feel I must let everyone know.
Okay.
You're not gonna like this.
Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima, haven't seen her in a while.
You had asked where she went, right?
Yeah, you did say there was going to be an answer. I guess I'm just not going to like the answer.
You're not gonna like the answer.
You probably didn't like the answer when you found out on this.
No, it's very upsetting, and it's still upsetting to this day.
What
You
would
puzzle me, ignoring your orders to return to Tokyo so you can remain in this type of place.
This is now, or is this...
This is flashback.
Oh, I was going to say, because, yeah, this is still in...
No, I'm interested in the forbidden magic that the adept Daywife read. Keep that in mind for games going forward.
So he's going to come back.
I did tell you he was going to make an appearance in another game. I just didn't tell you in what capacity.
Or what one.
Right. So
Okay.
just keep this little fact in mind.
Captain D-Trag will remember that.
There you go. I've been doing some research. Research? All you do is hang around me all the time running errands.
I guess that's the idea of Kawashima being very self-aware of what her duties are.
I just,
Yeah, didn't he have the hots for her, sort of, yes?
You're protecting me, right? I appreciate it. Now that Shanghai is under our control, so the Japanese army took over Shanghai.
That was before the invocation, right? When that happened?
I believe so, because if you remember Meiji Kutsugi, who was that asshole that I hated, that we never saw again, and won't see again, I believe he had taken control in the name of the Japanese army.
Right. No, I think so.
I'm just allowed whimsical hound dogs at higher ups. A replacement dog will be sent. Commander, what are you talking about? You're still a hero of the Japanese people. I'm not sure how she ended up getting the credit, but it's neither here nor there.
Alright, there's no explanation that goes to that.
I don't believe so.
Okay.
I can't remember one, and I don't believe
Chad, if you know, and if there is one, we're all ears to hear it.
Yeah.
Or any theories you might have as to what it might be. But alright, what are Yuri and everybody doing? So this was after the earthquake. Okay,
This was
so
after the earthquake.
okay, so it wasn't totally leveled then. So that's probably how they got out.
No, and I was actually watching that scene last night because I was rewatching the parts, and it just looked like it affected a few buildings, but it didn't look like it leveled anything.
I mean, maybe it just leveled that area.
The tower, yeah, like the direct diameter, like around the tower.
My thought was maybe it just like initially just looking at that, maybe because I never saw it, I thought that it nuked the place. but apparently
You would
not.
think based on the reaction that everyone had, but no, I really don't think that it like leveled anything. It was treated as if it were an earthquake.
Probably the tower didn't go down. That's probably how they got out then.
Well, the tower did go down because if you remember, the Seraphic Radiance took off and the whole thing crumbled.
Then what you're saying is that how did they get out of the tower before it collapsed?
I have no clue, man.
They probably must have then. They had to have.
Nobody
otherwise.
knows warp magic.
Yeah, you're right.
No one to answer to, just following their instincts. She's got that wanderlust.
Indeed, she kind of wants to just go a bunch of places. It seems like.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but Lieutenant Colonel.
Why are you shouting all of a sudden? Even you could do it. Anyone could do it, as long as they truly desire it. There are no rules in life, only the ones you make for yourself. I want to live a life of no regrets.
Okay.
It may be difficult, but only you can change the way you lead your life. He's actually really making a good point here.
Yeah.
It's advice that still holds true today.
No question. Alright, so.
Lieutenant Colonel, I love you.
Okay, so he's confessing his love to her.
A lot of love confessions in this part.
This is the third one.
Yes,
Already.
the third one in succession.
Probably more to come, I would think. I don't know. We'll find out.
I don't know. I think this might be it, but I'm not sure.
Oh, fine. Matsuro Kato will not leave anything to regret. So, yeah, we didn't get his first name. Or last name.
Finally, yeah.
Or his last name, depending on how
Kato is his last name.
Okay, because I know in Japan, sometimes they'll do the first name, or the last name first and the first name last.
Yeah, in this case, Kato's his last name.
And he's banging his head against the wall.
Yeah.
I think you're right. Okay. You're a wire from Tokyo. Come to headquarters immediately.
Now, if you remember, her father is in Tokyo.
Oh no.
And Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima was always in the position where she wanted to try and impress him and gain his favor and his attention and all that. But if you remember, he had adopted a Chinese girl from the Qing Dynasty.
Right.
So Major Kasugi was using that information to kind of fuck with her head.
Right.
And now they're getting an urgent wire from Tokyo. Is it from my father?
Uh-huh.
So that's a surefire way to, like, get her to go with them.
Alright.
Kato's a little suspicious.
We'll be right back, then we continue the conversation. But why are you shaking? Oh. They shoot her for treason, right?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
Yeah. I fucking hate this part.
And we can talk why specifically.
It's just based knowing what I know.
Is it about, you know, the other games or about this one?
No, it's about the other games.
Alright. I like how he just runs through them like, boom, you're going to the ground.
Yeah. I hate to leave you hanging on that.
That's fine.
But
That's fine. We're gonna
understand why it's so powerful when we get further in the series.
Well, as I said, you said off screen, we're doing all these. Oh, fine. I said at the beginning we're doing all these. I said we're never going to not do all these. Eventually,
You
for
certainly
sure.
did say that.
Absolutely.
It appears my father has deserted me.
Yeah. Oh boy.
Now, again, what we said back when Lieutenant Tsukitani got shot.
Yes.
I remember. See, I love that I just recently watched these parts because I now have these references from previous months.
Also, you probably have a lot of this game memorized as far as a lot of events.
But based on what we said.
Right.
So we were talking about how he got shot in the office and how they had those old like bullet muskets.
Right.
And those bullets like ripped through them. So in 1913, finding medical help
Not happening.
quickly, good luck. So she's gone.
And she thinks that she deserved it. Oh boy. Well, that goes the thing with her father, right? The idea that, you know, they guess that regret and that kind of aspect of the daughter that was adopted.
I don't really know what's going through her head, but she does feel like it was, you know, gonna happen eventually.
Yeah.
I think she anticipated it at some point.
And the more I think about it, the more I think about just how her reality was as far as how she plays as a character. Almost you got the sense that she knew something was going to fall eventually. Mm-hmm. I get what you're saying. The idea of what this is just on the level of this, because she was someone who, we said her name, always the same team, Lieutenant Colonel Kawashima. Mm-hmm. Rest in peace, our friend. But also, since you're saying that the later games of the franchise, A, have Kato in it, and B, go deeper into this, that makes it even more.
Yeah, and I know that you you grew to like her as a side character, too.
Here's the thing, I grew to get interested in every character. You said
Yeah.
that specifically from the start. You said every character has
An
depth, and I'm not gonna say I didn't believe you, but I was also gonna say that it's kind of a tough thing. You don't get that all the time, but I really was getting that element.
When do you see a side character come back to finish their arc late game?
Not often.
Right, it doesn't happen all that much.
So basically he's getting, what, invited to the funeral? Or what?
No, Kuiha just wanted to let him know.
Hope nothing happens. Hope that you come back to Shanghai soon. P.S. I've enclosed a scarf. Pass along to Zhuzhen. Code of the Adept, or the Adept.
Yep.
Kaoshima's dead. It's me just seeing how Yuri's taking this. Life's ironic and don't turn out like that, okay? That'd really make me cry. Well, it would make us cry too, say that ever happens.
I'm not gonna. So obviously, like, you know, anyone in the chat couldn't see this, but I was tearing up when she got shot.
Really?
Yeah,
See,
I don't like that.
That's interesting to think though, because you're saying that you knew that was coming.
I do, but it gets me every time because I know the relationship that Kato and Kawashima had.
Sure.
Especially him just professing his love to her.
Absolutely.
So it sucks and it hurts.
And it feels real. That's the other thing, because there's something about this game, I will tell you. The way this game is handled is emotional events all throughout it that I've seen so far. Chad, if you want to go on this too and give your thoughts, go ahead about this or anything else. As we're seeing,
Isn't that pretty?
it looks almost like something like the code of Ryo's and Shenmue, if it was a little more, I guess, colorful with like the dragon portrait on it.
What's funny is she says, it's a scarf I knitted. That's not a scarf.
That's a coat.
That's a fucking coat. There's no way in hell she knit that.
Cuts fire and water damage in half.
Yeah. So essentially, all of their ultimate armors will cut their element and their opposing element in half.
That's nice.
So because he's a fire element, he also gets water cut in half as well.
Awesome.
Same thing with like Alice, Yuri, they'll get light and dark cut in half.
Okay.
So
To go back to the emotion thing with this, it seems very honestly earned, and that's not always an easy thing. Because look, we sometimes will see things in any mediums, books, movies, games, anything where characters die, and then the question of, when do you not feel something? Well, fine, go back to part 4. You're saying that, hey, there are a lot of these young adult novels, young adult adaptations that I hated and I don't have any attachment to whatsoever. I don't care about any of them. So if something bad happens, you're not tearing up. You're not getting a sense of having that attachment. This game, you get that. And
Yeah.
it shows the idea of just what this game is doing very special. I'll tell you, I didn't expect that really either. The idea that I feel like I've been on a journey of this game with you for sure, and chat as well, but also just of these characters, this experience. I really feel like there's a growth, there's a depth that I get why people love this game, just on the back of that, and I'm kind of loving it by a vicarious view of it more just from what I'm seeing. I agree with you. I agree that it's very touching. And I get why it would still get you, when I say get you, I mean just, as you said, just have that emotional hit, because it feels so real, it feels so authentic.
absolutely.
Which you don't always get, and it's that when it's done really well, it's something that I've championed this a lot. We did this with Majora's Mask, same case, when it came to Pamela and her father. You kind of cherish it. And you especially cherish it when it's something that maybe people have not played, like myself, I have not played this either, but just also the thought that they do it at a time in gaming when there's a question of, can gaming do stuff like this? And the answer is absolutely it can.
Yeah. All right, so what we're gonna do, actually what I want to see, and I don't believe you did. Oh,
Right, you want to explain that?
yeah, because I did some off-screen leveling with Keith, I did actually build up enough water energy to get the ultimate level 3 fusion for Yuri for water.
Awesome.
So the only thing we're missing at that point is fire, and I believe...
Just fire looked like, right?
Well, no.
Oh, right, you
What
said
I
you
wanna
have to
see-
use...
We're missing the Earth Gravestone, which we're actually about to go get.
Okay.
So we'll be able to get the... You know what? So actually, I'm going to do that first, because I can kill 2 fusions with 1 stone.
Indeed.
So we're done number 1. But yeah, I definitely wanted to show off that, because that was... It's a very emotional scene, and
Well, no,
even though it's not voiced, that's the one thing I love. Like, even though they don't voice certain things, like, they still really know how to, like, tug at your heart and stomp on it.
But also do it in a way that feels authentic and feels like... Because look, it is maybe going to be an idea of, like, getting the player to have a feeling specific, but they're making it so you look at it and saying, like, I feel this authentic. I'll say this, I don't know, even though you're saying, like, hey, you were tearing up on this, and I get it completely. And I kind of am honestly tearing up more in retrospect just talking about this. But I get the idea of why you'd say, I want to go through this. He was like, it's a horrible thing to have to experience this and feel this. As we get from, what's the name of the daughter? Nina, thank you.
Yeah, so if you remember, she sowed those wheat seeds. She said that something sprouted, but then it died, and the roots were wrapped around this strange green stone. So now you see we have the earth lit up.
Awesome.
Yeah, so...
So earth and water we're going to take care of.
Earth and water, and then all we have left is fire, and we'll be able to get that real quick.
Awesome.
So I am going to do a quick save.
Alrighty.
This is why I said we might finish it tonight, because the side quests really don't take terribly long.
See, I thought they took the whole part, but you said
I
you
thought
did.
so, but after playing through them in the other save file, I was like, oh wait, they don't actually take that long.
Well, that's fine. I mean, I had that last week with the finale of Mystical Ninja Star and Goemon. I thought,
We'll see.
this is going to be a full 5 hours. Like, no, it was only a little under 4 hours because I was showing off the extra mode you get for 100%ing it, and then just going into chat discussions, really.
Yeah. And
So, but sometimes that's been the case, so fair enough.
the reason why I'm getting all the level 3 summons, not only for completion, but it also actually is the way to unlock the ultimate summon in the game, or fusion in the game.
Okay,
So you actually do need to get them.
cool.
And wait until you see what that is.
I mean, I'm loving already what we've been seeing about how this is, and talk about how expertly you've been handling the idea of revealing plot and revealing everything to this, or laying it out enough to get a sense of when it gets there. Yeah, we're excited to see it.
Hey, I told you, I've been holding my cards close to my chest the entire time.
Yep. So you did a great job. You're doing a great job, because I think you were saying, like, how do I do this? How do I get an element to this? But I think I was telling Nocturne this as well when it came to Final Fantasy VII Remake, because she's usually the one like, I usually don't care about spoilers, but for the case of this, I don't want to spoil it for you at all. So, and I said, she's like, I usually can't do that, but I've been able to do it really well. I mean, hey, you love something well enough, you want someone to have that first experience for it, I guess the way you had.
Yeah, well, like,
A lot of
that's
this.
the whole thing. It's more, I think it's, first of all, I mean, not to put words in your mouth, but I think it's fun for you to kind of see it from a, first time, not
It is.
really knowing anything going in.
It absolutely is.
But
I
it's also fun
agree.
for me, because then I get to, like, see genuine reactions of all the stuff that's going on. Because for a game that's relatively short, speaking about RPGs, it's got so much packed into it.
It does. It really does.
So it's just nice to kind of see you experience all that from for the first time, and we just kind of go from there.
Yeah, I mean, and I think maybe it goes to the idea that maybe there's a fascination we sometimes have of something we love that maybe not everybody knows.
Yeah.
Whatever it might be. And then seeing what people's reactions are. Hey, you go on YouTube or anywhere, you'll see tons of, like, person reacts to insert anything here.
Right.
But then sometimes that thought of what is, maybe it takes you back, as you said, when you first saw this. Like, when you first saw it happen to Kawashima, what your thought was, and then thinking that, okay, contrast that with what's my thought seeing this for the first time. I mean, it's been interesting also when I've been getting set for all these parts, saying that, okay, if I'm doing the description of these as far as the video and Twitch is showing that, and my socials and all that, but also the thought that I kind of don't know where this is going to go. I said, okay, we're going to have story stuff for side quests. We're going to do the side quests and story bits. None of the things that have happened I predicted whatsoever. And I think there's something fascinating with that from what this game is doing, as well as, I guess, you as well, specific. Now there's like, hey, I got any indication off you. Well, fine. Any hints you've given me, it's always been the thought that I've been thinking another way. You sometimes said, hey, I misdirected you intentionally, but even then,
Yeah,
even when it was cases I was looking back as far as we've done with play on this, it's not something that I necessarily even would have picked up when you were kind of saying, like, oh, this is going to be important later. I was like, okay, how is it going to be important later? Just on the face of that.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, oh, what's something like this for something else? So in some ways, I was maybe misdirecting myself because of the thought that all these little intricacies, kind of like, where are they connecting? Like, all the little pieces come together. Me thinking that, well, how is this going to connect? But also being absolutely surprised while we're, I guess he's going to taste the rainbow, motherfucker.
Well, that's why I'm using magic on him, because he has that move that can up his physical evasion.
Right.
So at least with magic, I know I can hit him.
So it's like the, I guess since we mentioned this almost every card, Pokemon, it's like the equivalent of double team.
Exactly.
Oh,
That's exactly
oh,
what it
you in
is.
trouble?
What?
Oh, you kill him, or oh, you hit him? Okay.
Yeah, I hit him for 414.
I don't know. It looked like Yuri was kind of stumbling.
Oh no, with Amon, that's just his standard kind of. He's always hunched over.
Okay, good.
That's
All
a
right.
standard animation.
Okay, fair enough. I just want to make sure that. Wait, were you well, fine? You would give a sense of, like, if you're getting nervous on something as far as dying or something.
I'm very unbothered. No, but that's what I've been trying to do is just kind of drop little nuggets here and there where like you can kind of follow the breadcrumbs to a point. But I'm still keeping you guessing.
Right, and the game is doing that too. So I think it kind of works hand in hand.
Well, like I said, if we didn't do the side quest, you wouldn't have even gotten that closure with Kawashima.
No, I was asking where is she. I wasn't necessarily asking where she was. I said we haven't seen her in a while.
Yeah.
And he's like,
there she is.
yeah,
Dead.
unfortunately, yeah, you're right. So yeah, it's one of those cases like be careful what you wish for. But then again, like, hey, Yuri wouldn't know that.
But it's exactly that though, and that's what's nice about it. They actually did provide literally closure.
Right. And sometimes you talk about the idea that when do you have a case of something where there's a thread they weave, and when is that a problem necessarily, but there's something to be said about something like this where you would think that, fine, we'll just focus on Yuri. But no, we've been focusing on a lot of the people we've met. It really gives it this real element of a living, breathing world that's in this game. And it's fascinating.
Absolutely.
It's something that, as I said, I would have loved this game if I'd played it when I did. It's one of those things that, yeah, I got to figure getting a copy of this myself, because this game is really good of what I've been seeing of it, and even what little I played, I said, yeah, you're right, I would love this game.
Worth it.
Absolutely. And yeah, Rizzy, please, we're begging for the re-release. We've been pushing this the whole damn time.
Do something with the source code.
I don't know. Yeah, that's the question, because, well, I said this last week. I guess I can get your thought of this now. I linked to an article that Nintendo Life put out. It was a brilliant article by, I don't remember who it was, but I linked last time. I linked to it again this time. They were reacting to two things, actually RPG-based, which were the Tales of Symphonia Remastered that came out 2 weeks ago.
I'm so disappointed.
The Switch version in particular, I don't know how it runs on the other systems, but on Switch saying that the frame rate is a big problem. And then the Chrono Cross Remastered, where they patched that a week or so ago, after it'd been out for almost a year, to get the frame rate in line with the PS1 game that came out 23 years ago. But it also got this question of, you know, I think their perspective is, why do remasters go? And some is the idea that, hey, source code being lost. I know Chrono Crosses is gone. I guess...
they had to rebuild that for the Switch and PlayStation versions?
It's something from Square of PlayStation. I'm pretty sure everything that they had is gone. In fact, actually, I know... No, it was, because I think they confirmed that. They said... I know Square specifically has been in cases where they didn't hold on to it, and I think with... Even with Kingdom Hearts 1, the idea that when they did the 1.5... Kingdom Hearts HD 1.5... I always said that wrong when we played it, but they rebuilt that from the PlayStation 2 version, and then that was that PS3 edition, and they used that as the basis for everything else. Tales of Symphonia, they did the same thing, sort of, in the sense they took the PS2 version, they based that off, or they based the PS3 version off of that, and then the PC version off of that, and then the new versions off of that, and they didn't base it off the GameCube version where it ran 60. So, but they were saying the thought that, hey, when we have stuff going on here with a remaster, why are they falling down on it? And sometimes they don't have a source code, or like, how did they rebuild it? Or maybe the idea, like, oh, with Square, like, they totally remade Front Mission, for example, as like a top bottom up, you know, rebuild of that.
They should have just done what they did for Metroid Prime Remastered.
Well, that was another thing, because there was like 20 companies that were involved with that process of remaking that game.
Oh, it wasn't just Retro Studios?
I don't even know if Retro Studios is technically involved in it, because remember, there was the controversy, the fact that, hey, the people who made it did not get credited in the credits. And they patched that, I think. But I think there are a lot of companies that were doing little things for stuff with the engine, but that's exactly what they're saying. They said the Metroid Prime Remastered case, that's great. That's absolutely... I don't know if they don't have the GameCube source code anymore, or the Wii source code, because remember the Metroid Prime Trilogy was on the Wii. But that's one where they totally remastered that, and it's great.
Yeah, I know that they said... So I know that, you know, when it came out, I was a little bummed that they didn't just do the trilogy, because that kind of makes more sense to me.
I was surprised they didn't do the trilogy, but then the rumor now is that they're
coming out with the other two.
The other two.
Which, fine. Okay, cool. You want me to spend, you know, $40 3 times? Cool, I'll do it.
Well, if they're gonna make it like Metroid Prime Remastered, yes.
Yeah.
Because that's clearly a case where they said, we're gonna go all the way on this.
Perfectly fine. I will do what you need me to do.
Right.
but you know, if I'm gonna do that, you better damn well make sure that it's done correctly.
And from what I understood, you played the Metroid Prime?
I have played the first. No, I played the original GameCube. And then I have the trilogy on the Wii. My friend was actually lucky enough to get one of the steelbook copies before they went out of print.
Right.
And unfortunately did not get a copy for himself, realizing that it costs a good bit of money nowadays.
Right.
So I have not played the remastered version yet, but I know from what I've heard and what I've seen, I'm very impressed, and I cannot wait to get my hands on it.
And they also did the thing that, I'll tell you one thing I think that probably rationalizes it right away, is that, as we're getting, I guess, something for, Keith, right?
We have encountered a golden bat.
Alright, this looks like Zubat. Is it shiny Zubat? No, it's not.
No.
Okay, yeah.
No shiny Zubat.
I would say that's for Chasm 22.
No,
but anyway.
it's Keith's brother.
It is?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
It's Keith's brother. Remember I told you that Keith is not going to be the last Valentine that we ever encounter in Shadow Hearts?
Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, meet his brother.
Or to quote Metal Gear Solid 2, it's been a while, brother.
Yeah, no, this is Keith's brother.
Okay.
He is referred to as the Golden Bat. I am going to give you a little... It's not a spoiler, because it's whatever.
To this game or to something else?
The Golden Bat is a playable character in Covenant.
Really?
Yeah, he's one of your party members in Covenant.
Wow, that's cool.
But he's characterized completely differently in that game than he is in this one.
So in that case, you're right. It's not a case. I know who that is, so,
Who is that, Chasm?
22,
Yeah,
yes.
of course he knows who it is.
Because he's played all the... Yeah, Chasm 22, do you want to jump in and talk about your experiences with the other ones, since we'll get to those, but what those might be? Because, like, the idea of, you know, you and Christian 64 in particular being in the case of knowing this franchise specifically, and also looking at the fascination of, you know, me coming in new.
I love it.
You bet I'm a bat. Something wrong with that?
He's so in your face in this, and that's why I said they characterize him differently in Covenant. He is nothing like this in Covenant. He's kind of an asshole in this game.
Okay.
And I think it's just funny how they change him up. But I honestly like his personality in the second one so much better.
Okay.
They fleshed him out a lot more, which is good. And he's more comic relief, which is great.
Well, I mean, I could get the idea of him being that way with this one, of what I'm seeing, but it's different probably with how Covenant operates.
Well, so it's funny because throughout all of Shadow Hearts, not so much this one, but kind of, but with Covenant and From the New World, the Valentines are kind of treated as the comic relief of the group.
Okay.
Which is just great. From the New World, you have a bit more comic relief with other characters as well.
Yeah, you showed me that.
But it's mostly the Valentines.
Gotcha.
And I just think it's so great that they do that because they're fucking vampires. You'd think they'd be all serious and stuck up, but the humor is just priceless.
That's a great twist, though.
Yeah.
I think that's something unique with these games, it seems like.
That's right, buddy. My colors are bright, shiny gold. Trying to make something how I look? Huh? Do ya?
He's like, yeah, is that really your brother looks like my brother? Wait.
I don't know.
What brother?
I don't know. I actually don't know who he's referring to. I know at some point in the series you do meet one of Yuri's family members.
Okay.
I'm not telling you which one.
That's fine. We'll get to that. Well,
you might forget all this by the time we get there, to be honest.
I'll watch the parts specifically to get an idea. Okay, Kevin Switch, you're saying this. I probably have more experience with Shadow Hearts Covenant because I actually owned it whilst I only played the original one time. That's this game.
He did always say that I had more experience with the first one than he did. So.
But it is, as I said, it's one of those things that also may be going back to the thing with remake or remaster, which is that, especially with Pennyblood coming, so I think that might be the thought of getting this back. Like, look, everything can come back, really, so I think... Yeah, please. We're begging. I think, and look, I'd buy it. I think there's a rational. I think they rationalize with the money.
Imagine these games with like up-res graphics.
I mean, we're getting a little bit of preview with our show. But
fully up-res graphics.
Right, but then the question is like, they do it the Metroid Prime Remastered way. They don't do it necessarily the. Well, okay, Tales of Symphonia is a frame rate problem, from what I understand.
Which is ridiculous. There's no reason in the world why it should have a frame rate problem.
Right, I mean, fine, we have that with the Pokemon Gen 9 stuff, but then that's built for the system at least. You don't yes brother me, you're getting something free for your gift.
Now,
as a flashing light, maybe? Well, whatever.
This is Keith's ultimate weapon. The Demon Sword Turving. You do not just get this for free. Unfortunately, there is a caveat attached to this
Let's see, Legendary Demon Sword, you got it. Or forbear
since the world may be destroyed, they came to me. So Keith is their warrior. I don't know what to say. It is an unimaginable honor I humbly accept.
That's the catch.
Wait!
I was like, no, that's not the catch.
Wait a second.
It's not mine. Okay.
It's not yours for the taking. You have to earn it.
Wait to fight him.
Uh-huh. Remember I told you Keith's ultimate weapon is battle-based?
And you have to fight him one-on-one?
Uh-huh. So that's why I was spending time putting stuff on Keith that boosted his attack.
And what happens if you die? Do you actually lose him for good?
No.
Okay.
No, it's a game over.
Oh, it's just game over. Okay.
Is it a game over?
Chat, do you know?
I can't remember. It's been a while since I've actually lost. Now, there's a catch to this. That's the gold bat, first of all.
Look at him.
You only get 6 turns to do this.
Oh. Because this is a preview to something we're going to do with Rhapsody Musical Adventure when we play that. And also when you play it.
Yeah.
Because you have it now.
Yeah, so he says he'll wait 5 turns. I said 6.
He has a one-hit kill move.
He has a one-hit kill move. He waits 5 turns, but then he gives you a freebie.
Okay.
So you better be able to fucking cause massive amounts of damage in a short amount of time.
So-
and you have to attack.
So what do we do?
I put a Mind's Eye on.
All right. So this is the Crusader 64 strategy on this boss. What is it?
Crochet 64 strategy. My fucking trademark is that Mind's Eye.
Well, it's either that or just wail on him, but it's, that's
Yeah.
been also the other thing is like, hey, since I haven't played this game,
I mean,
you're
I have
showing
to wail on him.
people-
I can only attack.
Right.
Now, the thing with the Mind's Eye and the Demon Sword, the hit areas are really tiny.
Okay.
So, hope for me.
Okay.
I already forgot what they were.
But they do a lot of damage. How much does he take?
It doesn't take a ton. I'm trying to remember. Is it?
Number below, if nothing else.
No, I don't remember. Damn it. I don't remember his actual HP. I'm just trying to remember where the hit areas are.
Am I stopping your concentration?
No, I just don't know where the hit areas are. So if I lose this, I think what I'm going to do is look at his equipped weapon, because it'll give me an idea of where they are.
Okay.
Because remember I told you everyone's weapon, they're in the same general area, but they might be bigger or smaller depending on the weapon.
Okay.
Fuck, too early.
You just count as your turns when you miss.
Oh, yeah? Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, I'm wasting turns right now.
Oh, shit.
I'm up to turn 4. Fuck. I might lose this one. I have to wait until it goes further in. Fuck.
5 turns.
Get out
Okay,
of
so
here.
he's giving you one last one.
Yep, and I'm not gonna win this, just so you know.
Okay, are you upset about the idea of no game over?
Ah! Okay.
Unless this might do it.
So it's 1, 6, 9. Roughly. Alright. I almost got him.
Time's up. Oh, boy.
Well, at least you could see me losing this. You could see what happens. Yeah, he just does 999.
I literally just touches him like boom, he
Yep.
falls. Oh, we can see the game over screen.
Hey, there you go!
I don't know. You're upset about that?
No.
Okay, it's like, but I never saw that. That's what it looks like. Basically, just go back and load your save.
Yeah, okay, so that's your answer. You do get an actual game over.
Okay.
I can't remember the last time I saw the game over screen.
I was gonna say, it's like, I don't know if like, hey, well, whatever that way,
So.
but okay.
So, yeah, it's roughly 1 o'clock, 6 o'clock, 9 o'clock.
Okay. There you go.
That's it. I've always looked at the Judgment Ring as a clock. So that's
Yeah.
how I remember like hit areas and where they are.
That makes sense.
It just makes the most sense in my brain.
Alrighty.
All right, so I will fly through that dialogue because there's no reason to sit through it again.
Okay.
I just couldn't remember the hit areas. That's all.
No, hey, look. As I said, we're not exactly in the room when I tried to get quickly to take a look at, because that's the other thing we're gonna do. We're gonna do 2 other things. So we're gonna finish this tonight. We're also gonna take a look at the bestiary and the opening cutscene, or find the opening cutscene from the title screen. But yeah, I was gonna say, yeah, I'm glad you were not seeing how I was handling Judgment Ring my first time on this game. Specific, but all right, fine. So we know what we gotta do to kill this thing feasibly.
Okay.
And then we can go into more stuff as far as what we got.
I mean, we're making excellent time, so.
Are we?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I think I'm maybe half-ish way through already.
Oh.
I told you, when I got to do some of the side quests early, so it helped.
Gotcha.
Okay, so 1, 6, 9, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. Off to a better start.
Is it really dependent on you making sure you hit everyone to beat this?
No, I've missed like 1 or 2, but it definitely doesn't hurt to hit everything.
Okay.
especially if it hit nice and cool.
There you go.
Now I'm doing over 300, so definitely helps. Alright, I got him this time. I can see he's already starting to waver a little bit.
Okay, so he doesn't take that much damage the way you're running it. It's just that...
I just kept fucking up.
Yeah. Well, it
He's
doesn't look
done.
like it's
He's
easy. It doesn't look like it's easy anyway, so there you go.
Yeah, he's done. If you hit the hit areas correctly, he's not hard. It's just that I fucked up the first time, and you get a shit ton of XP.
That's good.
And we are gonna get a voice cutscene. You finally get to hear Keith's voice.
Yeah, we haven't.
No. I forget. Who was Keith's voice?
Let's look.
It was somebody like a bigger name, right?
Let's look in the book because look. By the way, I don't know if I've actually explicitly indicated this. He gave me a book specifically to go through all the notes I have. I actually have the notes for next week's game because it's not gonna be Parasite Eve. I will go into that probably after we went through this. You know what? Fine. Okay, so
somewhere in there.
Sonic Mania,
6 months back.
Tetris Attack, House of the Dead remake. We're getting close because it's October. Castlevania Rebirth, Majora's Mask, finale. Here we go.
As I said, it's right after that.
Oh yeah, Keith Valentine. It is actually the same person who is Albert Simon, Scott Rayo.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I hope you like Shredder from the 4Kids version of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, because that's what it's probably going to sound like. Maybe.
You might be surprised. I don't know.
Yeah, then again, to be fair, on a lot of the voices in this game, they're not cases where I necessarily hear everybody, but I guess we're going to hear this right now.
We're going to hear it, yeah.
It feels so wonderful. I feel so truly alive at this moment. I've never felt such a rapturous feeling of bliss. To live, to peer into tomorrow's tomorrow, that is my deepest desire. You, my friends, have liberated me from the prison of endless tedium. And no matter what may await me in the days and months ahead, I shall never regret it. With this sword in my hand, I shall travel with you all to the very end, to be witness to the tomorrow that we create with our very own hands.
And we're back. Yeah, that was pretty damn glorious, I'm not gonna lie.
He's so fabulous.
But he's great, you
Yeah.
know? I kind of like the idea of how excited he sounds. Yeah, what's with these brothers? Is it power up? This made a power up possible? Yeah, Yuri's questioning the logic of the vampirism world.
So what I love about that whole thing is that in the guide that I'm following,
Yes.
after you beat him, it says afterwards, Keith overflows with joy in the form of a cinematic.
Understatement maybe, but
Yeah.
I like it.
He's all roaring to go.
Well, hey, the idea is like, remember, we did say a couple parts ago the idea that Keith wanted to come with us. He wanted some more excitement, so this puts that into context, and there you go.
Okay, so this is the Demon Sword Turving. Legendary demon sword that can only be wielded by the highest ranking member of the Darkness Clan. It is rumored to have the power to even slay the undead. Now, since I had the mind's eye on, you can see now from here how tiny those fucking hit areas were.
Right.
So,
Okay.
proud of myself for that.
No, good job. Absolutely.
Okay, so we will take the mind's eye off. We will take the small jug off. We can keep those on him, but whatever. I'm not using them, so.
Okay.
The only other reason I'll have him on my party is just to equip his final armor, which we won't get until a little bit.
Okay.
Okay.
So where to next?
Well, yeah, actually, this is fucking redundant. We have to leave here, go to Maywan, take Keith out of the party, come back here, and then there's another lottery member in this castle.
Okay.
But Keith cannot be in your party to get it.
Okay. There's probably a reason for that, right?
I don't know. I have no idea what the fucking reason is.
Well, Chad, if you know, or Chasm22, if you know.
It could be that it's another vampire, and that's why. I don't know.
Okay.
But, because it's, so, you'll see when we get to it, but it's another see-through man, as they refer to them.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, in the meantime, I was on the walk back. Is there anything else you want to go into? Actually, I will go to one thing. We'll talk about this more on schedule, but I want to talk this now because I put edits on last week's show. Well, actually, Actually, I uploaded 2 shows this past week because I uploaded the preview part of Game Dev Tycoon for Switch that Protorova and Blood Spice Moon and I are going to do at the end of the month, which is definitely worth a watch. It's definitely going to get us ready for how it was, and talk about a blind case of a game for me with that. What we got anyway. But in the Mystical Ninja Starring Goemon finale, I put edits as far as perspectives that some of the shows might change, including potentially this one, which didn't. But for next week's show, Emetics is not going to be able to make it because something came up with him. So what we're going to have to do is we're going to have to push, Parasite Eve back. The earliest we can feasibly do that is actually going to be in June. So yeah, we're not going to have the finale of that game next week, I'm sorry to say. But what we will have instead is we are going to have me doing a game that actually is also going to prep us for another show we got in May. Actually, Chasm22 in the chat is going to be involved with the show in May, which is for Guardian Heroes, which is by Treasure. So what we're going to do next week is we're going to play Dynamite Heady for the Sega Genesis, the Japanese version. I have the notes down for the game. I have the 7 pages of dialogue because that version for Japan had full story. And the only way that there's a translation is on PC, and we're going to use the Switch Online expansion pack to play it. Which means we'll also be able to look at, and I'll have this before the show, showing off where is the Switch Online services come recently, including the Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance stuff. Nice. If there's stuff you want to go into that, including the fact that next week...
Metroid Fusion!
Metroid Fusion is next week.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited to see that, as well as other stuff, and the Mario Kart 8 DLC is out next week, the next form.
So they refer to him as a Keith-like Invisible Man.
Yeah.
Why they don't capitalize Invisible Man kind of bugs me.
Okay.
But I feel like there's a lot of stuff like that in this game. That
Well, I get the idea of them saying Keith-like man because they probably use the same models, Keith, except probably silhouetted it.
That's exactly what they did. They used the same exact model.
I like the idea that it's almost like they know. It's like, okay, this is Vice Chairman Lottery member number 1.
All right, his ring is fast as fuck. And equipping a pocket watch does nothing.
Really?
Yeah, it does nothing.
This is the first time that's not affected?
One of the first time. Well, no. The first time I think was that Mind's Eye at the Kowloon Fortress.
Okay.
That it wasn't like super fast, but this one is super duper fast. And I want what he has. They're thief earrings.
Already.
If for no other reason than to just say that I did it. Even though I've done it so many times before.
Life Joyous Entertainment with the lottery.
Where is the map? Right at the beginning. You fucking bitch.
And the prize for that was...
Fruit of Yggdrasil.
Have we seen that before?
I have a few, but I haven't used it. It heals all HP and MP.
Okay. Well, didn't we use that when Yuri... No, didn't we use that... No, we used like a revival thing when Yuri dropped dead last time during the battle with Albert Simon.
Yeah. It was more than 200 years ago that I became a member. The chairman was already an old man. Come here, you.
All right.
I'm not done with you. I have 8 lottery tickets. I could spare them.
Oh, Jesus. I didn't know it was that fast.
No, now you get to see how fast it is.
Okay, I didn't know it was that fast. Christ. That was close, but...
Kinda.
So I guess what? You're going to be running all your lottery tickets?
Not all of them, because I still got one more lottery member after this.
He probably also has a really fast spin, yes.
No.
So this is the hardest one?
I mean, the next one's not easy, but it's not fast.
Alrighty.
So that's why I hit it at the beginning like that.
Okay, and that did it.
Yes. That's why I hit those at the beginning, because I know they're going to get fast to the point where I can't pinpoint it.
Okay.
So that wasn't bad. I actually got Fruit of Yggdrasil, which is a good thing for me to have. A little bit of a stock of.
Okay. And you have enough lottery tickets, you're not concerned that we're going to...
No, I still have
handle the next one.
5. Yep.
There you go.
And I'm going to pick up more, so I'm not...
Okay.
There's still more in the game.
What do those thief earrings do?
Thief earrings. Okay, so the thief earrings are great because they raise your trophy money and your chances of winning an item after battle by 20%.
Okay.
I'm running away. I just don't feel like fighting them.
You want to put that on somebody specific, or you just want to...
No, I just wanted to have them for bragging rights.
Is there cases where you would want to use that to get stuff off of battle?
I mean, at this point, look how much money I have.
I was going to say.
So I'm really not concerned about money.
What about the items, maybe?
Nah, not even that. Alright, next place that we're going, probably my least favorite, just in terms of creep factor.
Okay.
There are no spiders.
I was just say that we were talking about that
There
off
are no
screen,
spiders, no.
But
Yeah. Just for context, I was telling Captain G-Track how I started playing Hogwarts Legacy, and I was playing through some of the missions, and it seems like one of the most common enemies in that game are fucking spiders. Mm-hmm. I hate spiders.
Well, fine.
I'm terrified.
You hate the realistic spiders.
I am terrified of that shit. So these spiders come right up in your face, and I'm just like, can we not, please? So I end up spamming the fucking magic whenever I can. I light them on fire whenever possible.
Smart.
It's terrible, because when you light them on fire, they scamper around. It's disgusting.
So that's scarier than even the fact that they're there. So yeah, that's such a scary thing. It earned the Mario Golf. We gotta come up with a name for what that is.
That's my general
Fine, the Mario Golf.
Yeah.
I guess.
So,
Fine, it's not just for Mario Golf. It's for that too.
Yeah. So this is Runaway Ewan.
Okay.
I don't know how you normally pronounce that name.
Ewan.
Ewan?
Like Ewan McGregor.
Yeah. Okay, help me, please. Forgive me, Laura. Well, you're an exorcist? If so, please help. Just a little ways from here, there's a house cursed by a terrible poltergeist. Can you suppress the spirit? I'll do anything. I have lots of money.
So basically, after Alice and Eugene said, yeah, we're leaving Prague, they started up the exorcism here.
Well, this actually opens up another side quest.
Okay.
Which
It
is
opens
the
up the dollhouse. Yeah, so welcome to the dollhouse, indeed. Yeah, that's a reference you're never going to hear on any other show. We probably don't. Do you know what that is?
No.
Yeah, I don't know if you'd like that. It's a movie by Todd Solondz from the 1990s with I'm trying to remember who's the lead in that. Oh, it was a very young Heather Matarazzo. It is.
Why do I recognize that name?
Because she was in The Princess Diaries.
Lily?
I think so.
Yes, I know who she is. I was like, I recognize the name. I was like, I can't place the face.
See, I also knew. I'll have a picture, I guess, of her from Welcome to the Dollhouse and from The Princess Diaries. I knew you'd know that one specific, at least. Like,
yeah, you know I'm a Disney kid.
I also know not to say what happens to her in Hostel Part 2.
Oh no! I don't talk about the Hostel movies. I can't watch that shit.
I don't.
Torture movies are not my.
Well, let me also put it this way: if this was a show that I was not doing for money, I would be demonetized instantly from even describing what happens there.
I can only imagine, and even then, I'm sure it's much worse than what I'm imagining. So.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're absolutely right.
All right, so into the dollhouse.
Yeah. Let's put it this way: it makes the stuff we'd seen like some of these horror games and things like something
Looks like Child's Play.
Yeah. Well, fine. Silent Hill 2 is nothing compared to that.
Oof. Alright, so that's the dollhouse.
Also, gonna remember Silent Hill 2 is also more suggested, so that's gonna be the question when we get to Silent Hill 2.
It was more psychological.
Yeah, we gotta do Silent Hill 2 for the show at some point. I promise we'll make that happen. I guess the remake too, eventually, when that comes out. But anyway, we're at the dollhouse, so what's going on here?
Alright, so what you'll see in I don't know if you necessarily see it so much in this game, but in Covenant and From the New World, when you get to the side quest portion of the game, you kind of see that there's like specific side quests for each party member.
Right. I mean, I'm sort of seeing with this one.
Kinda, because you do see like little vignettes of like story that are voiced by that character. So it kind of happens, but it's actually more prominent in the other games. So like the dollhouse is considered to be like quote unquote Alice's side quest.
Well, I mean, I guess like you could, now that you're saying it, sort of get the sense because she's like, hey, well, first off, we're playing as her.
Yes, you control her.
And also, she's saying, hey, I get some energy, some evil energy coming out of this place.
Yep.
So that's unique right there, the idea that it's probably one of the only cases where we have, actually, I think it's the only case we have where Yuri's with us and Alice is playable. Mm-hmm. But not counting when we went to Roa and back again when she's like, fine, I'm going on my own. But now we have here, it's like, yeah, no, she's doing this. So what are we doing here?
All right, so as you walked in, the grandfather clock chimed, and then you go over, you collect the crank.
Okay.
Now, I'm just saving first, just because I want to. Not that I'm afraid anything's gonna happen, but
also you got that thing with the lottery members, so may as well hold on to that.
True. All right, so I want to go out here.
Okay. I like the look of this place as far as just the atmosphere it's setting.
It gives me Resident Evil vibes, like
Yeah.
Arclay Mansion.
Yeah, no, I'll also mention this next week for the thing we do with the looking over the Switch Online stuff. Did you play Alone in the Dark: The New Nightmare off of that?
Is that the one for the Game Boy, whatever, that they released?
Yeah, the Game Boy Color.
No.
It has the look of the way that. And I remember that's the Game Boy Color version of that, as opposed to it on the PlayStation.
Yeah, the one
and
that the Japanese one didn't get.
Yeah, they got Yakuman for Japan in the case of that. But that game, that you got to put that in just to take a look at that. It's almost what because I talked to so many people they didn't know about this, but did you know they were trying to do a version of Resident Evil 1 on the Game Boy Color?
Yeah, isn't that what Dead Aim turned into?
Dead Aim was on the PS2. That was Gaiden turned into that.
Gaiden. I meant Gaiden.
But it was basically a total remake of it. It got canceled, but Alone in the Dark New Nightmare basically was them bringing to market, or Atari bringing to market what that feasibly was. Oh, it's one of those rings.
This is the fucking worst one in the game.
Is it?
Yeah, because I always go past it, so you have to kind of let it sit in this area. Come on.
Yeah, I think you got it.
I have to pay attention to that one just because I end up going over or under sometimes. Okay. Sorry, you were saying?
I was saying that what Alone in the Dark New Nightmare on Game Boy Color is that it kind of plays like old school Resident Evil, and then you're kind of moving around, doing like shifting areas until you get into battles where it's a bit different as far as how that looks, but something that if that Resident Evil Game Boy Color game had come out, not Gaiden, the one they were planning initially, it probably would have looked like that, and the color palette of it here reminds me of that, and reminds me of the idea that, man, that is quite an accomplishment, technologically speaking, for what Game Boy Color was capable of.
True. There's a reason I did that.
Did you ever play any of the One in the Dark games, now that I'm on that?
No, that I just heard scary shit about that.
Yeah, well, one of the scariest...
You know I'm a chicken.
Well, no, one of the scariest is the 2008 one, because it's totally broken, unless you get it on the PS3, which that's how we'd show it. It's fascinating, though. There's a lot of stuff about the game I admire so much, but it's also something that the game is so insanely broken, especially if you get the Wii version. It's even worse on that, but I played on the 360. You're doing the driving, and you literally like jump off of a bump wrong, you'll launch into the sky. You'll fall through stuff, like walking through the area. The game's crashed on me multiple times for it, and then the year after they said, fine, here's a version on PS3, Alone in the Dark Inferno, where they cleaned it up significantly. So as I said, I think I want to show that game to some degree, just because it's fascinating, a lot of the stuff it's trying, and sort of succeeding with in some ways, but yeah, it was broken before, but that PS3 version now makes it way better. It's a fascinating one, actually. That's a different case, honestly, than even some of the earliest of the Alone in the Dark games. Although, that Game Boy Color game, honestly, I think that one might be a different case. It's like, hey, I don't know necessarily how I'd be running with a horror game, because remember, you're taking Game Boy Color horror that way. So it'll look a little different that way. It almost looks like something out of a Commodore 64. People said that with what Resident Evil was looking like before they canceled that. And even Resident Evil Gaiden, how that came out, or how that was, it definitely looked a little more, kind of like NES-ish a little bit. Or if you were familiar with Sweet Home, which is the game that Resident Evil was predecessor to Resident Evil.
Isn't it the one where you're like in the car and you crash, and if you don't get out in time, the fire actually kills you because the car blows up?
I don't know.
Or am I thinking of a different game?
You might be. I don't know a whole lot about Sweet Home. I know Sweet Home, it's Shinji Mikami, who made Resident Evil, made it in the Famicom, for the Famicom. We never got it, and it's this idea that you're kind of managing a bunch of characters and they can all die, but maybe there is a part of that happens.
Interesting.
Or, I mean, I guess it's the only other case of something like that is the NES game based on Friday the 13th, where you have to manage the camp counselors.
Fuck that. I hate that game.
You played it?
Yeah, I hate that game.
Oh, you've actually played it. I have not played it.
Yeah, I hate it. It's terrible.
I've heard
and it makes no fucking sense.
I've heard it's not good.
None of it makes sense.
And I guess you're the fan of Friday the 13th, so you're like, hey, if there's anybody who's gonna maybe defend this, it might be that. I don't know.
It makes no fucking sense.
Okay, yeah, play the newer Friday the 13th game, I guess, the online one.
I don't.
Nope.
I don't like PvP.
Okay. Have you played that one though?
No, I just don't like PvP.
Okay.
I also didn't know that you can be inflicted with multiple status effects at once.
Oh, so he's paralyzed and stoned.
Yeah, he's petrified at the same time. I didn't know that could happen. So what I'm gonna do is actually heal him because why not?
All right.
Because I don't know if he gets XP after being inflicted.
I think you said for the petrification it doesn't.
Yeah, so that's why I'm like, let me just heal him.
Does that heal everything? Yeah, it does. Okay.
Yep, everything except unconscious and berserk.
So that's unique, the idea that actually, I don't know, can you think of another RPG where status effects like that stack? Like that, exactly? Because I know we've had cases like with Pokemon. Well, Pokemon is a case of, okay, it stacks one way, it stacks the way you said, which is that, Hallie's not having a good time here. Clearly.
Hallie's the only one who doesn't have a crucifix equipped yet.
I guess.
That's why he's getting inflicted with all this shit.
Keyword yet, I guess.
Yeah, no, we get another crucifix here.
Okay.
But it's not until
way later.
No, I mean right before the boss.
Yeah, I guess what I was gonna say as far as the thing with Pokemon, I mean, I guess okay, what I'm fascinated with this one is that you get petrified and you get paralyzed there, or he was able to have that happen. But with Pokemon, I mean, because you can be confused, you can be and paralyzed, but you can't be paralyzed and frozen, say.
You can't do that. You can't be paralyzed and sleep. You can't be poisoned and sleep, poisoned and paralyzed. You can have confusion on while
That's
you have
true, yeah.
sleep.
That's true. I'm trying to remember, does that actually, you still hit yourself in the head while you're sleeping?
No, because you're sleeping.
Right.
So that one doesn't make a whole lot of sense to do.
Oh,
But
actually,
like, I remember back in the day, when I had Bulbasaur, I used to run poison powder and what the hell?
which is the paralyzing one?
No. My bad. No. I used to do like a confuse ray and then like a poison powder or something.
Okay.
Something like that. And it used to just knock down health like crazy.
Right. Actually, no. I did think of one case where, if you're confused in sleep, it would probably you could get hurt, which is if you're running sleep talk or snore.
Yes.
I think.
Yeah. Well,
I've never actually run into a case like that though. All my years of playing Pokemon.
because you're still
so-
able to use your actions with those moves.
Right. Although, in all honesty, I've never run that ever when I've played. I mean, even when I run stuff with rest, which is the only reason I would usually use something like that, I've never run sleep talk. Because in some ways, sleep talk is kind of a little bit of a gamble, but just the idea that I never thought that, hey, let me do a build of something like that.
I have a build where I run sleep talk, but it makes a lot of sense.
What's it for?
It's when we were doing the Pokemon battles, and I had my Malamar.
Oh, right.
Because I think the only other move I had that he could potentially use was an offensive move.
Gotcha.
So it worked out for the best.
Which is fascinating. He said, we'll get to our stuff with Pokemon. I mean, we'll get to the one at the end of the month. Or no, at the beginning of next month, I should say, with the Pokemon Violet thing, which they did patch this week. Although they introduced another bug into it, which was something that actually Edwack almost ran into, because they give you those special Terra battle raids for the
The Paradox Pokemon?
the two Paradox Pokemon, right? Apparently they didn't put a check correctly to give a sense of checking version when you go into those dens. And actually, Edwack almost got in that case because he said, I didn't know the patch came out. They did the Pokemon Presents where they announced the DLC that's coming out for that end of the year to start. But apparently it doesn't do a check on that. And if you run into a case where you go in there, you just see an egg. If you don't have the right version. And in that case, you can't actually get either one of those at all. So they're going to fix it. So they said, like, we're going to fix it. So, I said, look, I'll go into that in a few weeks, so I'm not going to, bash it into the ground anymore. But everybody knows, I've been saying it since the damn game came out. But point is that, yeah, just the thought of, I guess, different stuff with Pokemon. And I guess, as far as what they announced, really, most of what they announced was about, really about the DLC of, Scarlet and Violet, really.
Yeah.
And Pokemon Sleep.
Yeah.
Which I think I said at one point, is like, so I have more fun when we were sleeping. It's like, I thought that it was called sex.
So, one thing I did want to point out, that antelope head above the fireplace, you notice that it was...
Yeah, his eye lies.
Yeah, now they're glowing in battle.
Oh, that's cool.
When he's out of battle, it's not like that.
That's neat.
Alright, so...
So we're fighting these dudes specifically for...
I'm just trying to get the third move unlocked, just to show it off at least. I have a build on Yuri where he loses SP quicker than
Oh, right,
usual.
right, that's what happened. Okay, never mind. Okay,
That's
sorry.
why he went berserk. But at the same time, I also am trying to get that fire energy built up. Because we don't need much more, and then we can get a third level fire.
And this is probably the place to do it.
There's a couple places where I can get it, but I don't need much.
Yeah,
I
Alice.
forgot how much damage lightning did.
Yeah, Alice is not having a good time. Hello, everyone. Hello, Jolly Finn. So good to see you tonight. We are back to Shadow Hearts for part 6.
In the creepy dollhouse.
Yeah, there you go. Perfect. Hope you're doing well. Feel free to go into anything you're seeing, any thoughts on what you're seeing, anything you got on gaming, or whatever you got on your mind. Basically, we're doing side quests, and might finish this game tonight, perhaps? We'll see. Perfect. Thank you. Appreciate that. Oh, right. I think she was reacting to, you probably got perfect on the Cheshire Ring.
Oh.
There. Probably.
Well,
We've seen a couple of those. And hey, you have the experience that way, unlike me.
well, Ark's nice because you don't actually you just have a green section, so it's impossible not to get it perfect. But I will take credit. Thank you.
Oh, there you go. Hey, it's also, well, we were talking about this earlier before you jumped on. We were talking about the idea that we've been playing this game for 6 months now, or he's been playing this game for 6 months for us now. And it's something that you really get the sense of the growth we've had with the game, with story and stuff. And we still have story going on, still stuff I'm surprised by.
Even in side quests.
Even in side quests. But also the fact that you kind of see this growth of, I guess, all your years of playing. Yeah, as I said, also the other thing was that a lot of ways what you're seeing on the screen there, even though it's just our voices as far as this, that's the Crusader 64 up there on the screen you're watching as far as the game for it. Because in a lot of ways, this game is a reflection of him the same way that the games that other people are in when they come in or when Chad asks for stuff, it's them on screen. Actually, to think back to that, I was watching a couple of the old shows we did because I've had to do memory space to get the archives of everything around. I was looking at the Luigi's Mansion play we did. Actually, that was Finn wanted to see that and let us through that very nicely. That was a great play we had running that game. At some point, I would like to go back to that. I can't show the 3DS version, or find the 2 on 3DS to say yet, but there is 3, which at some point I gotta play that. Actually, not played 3 and show it.
Adorable. I love it.
Did you play? You played the other ones, yes? Well,
no.
I thought you played the first one.
No. I played a little bit of Dark Moon.
I love Dark Moon. That game's awesome.
And
I loved the first one.
I never beat it. And it's funny because as I was playing 3, I actually played it for the first time on Halloween when it released.
Yeah, which is a great release.
It was
of
perfect Halloween game because it actually did make me jump.
But it jumps in a different way because you're talking about the idea of horror games.
I didn't think that I was gonna have jump scares in a fucking Luigi-based game. I was like, that's really clever that they did that.
Yeah, that's the thing, and that's the other thing about the. I also love those colors. Yeah, talk about the colors here. This is, yeah, as far as the attacks. Also, I guess the flashing light warnings I'll put up anytime there's lightning. Although I love the movements, the reaction of the characters. Looks like they're having something going on with them, with the lights. Like they don't know how to react. But yeah, it goes to what we're saying as far as just the look of this game. It is looking really nice, and also very artistic, as you said the whole time.
By the way, I did unlock Alex's ultimate move, but I'm not showing it all yet.
You're gonna wait till later.
I'm waiting until the final dungeon.
Alrighty, which we might see tonight specifically.
Sure.
We said if we don't, we'll also, if we don't finish this game tonight, we'll finish it on April 15th, and also if there's going to be a case where we think that there's not going to be as much of a longer show, it's going to be like an hour, you want to add something else to show along with this, as far as like maybe preview something, or whatever you're thinking, feel free to do. I mean, we ran into that when we did Aladdin, where Doctor finished that in an hour and 15 minutes. She said, yeah, I didn't necessarily want to finish the show after that, so I said, let me pull out my copy of Mega Man The Wily Wars to give a little bit of a preview to this. And I then, when we did Ocarina of Time, I said, we finished the game in like, for the last part after an hour. I said, Protorov is here, I want to show him Virtual Chess on Nintendo 64 to react to that. And that was an interesting experience too. So yeah, same idea there.
Yeah.
And we're going to do that a little differently with next week's show too, for Give an Extra.
I'm going to see where we went up to. I think right now we're making great time. Like I said, I'm just kind of running out Yuri's SP. Until he goes berserk, which will be another 2 turns, because that'll unlock his fusion's final move. Because if you remember, for level 3 fusions, they have their final move locked behind question marks, and you need to go berserk in order to use it.
Right.
So I'm just trying to show it off for completion. Fucking status abnormalities, man.
Well, to Hallie. Hallie's been getting that handling massively.
It's just annoying.
Well, we mentioned the idea that the voice performer is Joey Wheeler in Yu-Gi-Oh! They had, like, he has to get the money for his sister's operations. You said, like, no, he needs to get money so he can, pay
Get a
medical
fucking crucifix.
Well, to get a fucking crucifix, but also to pay for the medical expenses. I don't know.
All right, here we go.
Okay, he's gone violence. Let's see, what has he got for it?
Berserk.
Ooh, the Dragon Cry.
Dragon Cry. It's an ice-based attack. Ice water.
It looks nice. Ooh, that was ice. Look, yeah, just stabbing them. Damn, look at that. That's nice. Yeah, talk about the colors there.
Alright.
And then everything dies in one hit, so awesome.
And now I'll never use it again.
Okay. What is your favorite of the final moves? Or is it the one we're gonna get for the fire, perhaps, or anything we've seen so far?
One you haven't seen yet.
Is it for the fire?
Mm-mm.
Okay.
Nope, it's the ultimate fusion.
Alright, we will see that as we go along.
Okay. So, and those little creatures that were on the ground causing all the status abnormalities, Those are actually the things that give the fire energy. So I could farm them, but there is another area we're going to go into that has fire enemies, so I really don't need to.
Well, I mean, as you said, we're going so many different places, we'll be running into things.
Yeah,
anyway.
I'm not concerned. I do want a tent.
Is there anything oh, wait, no, I was going to say, is there anything upstairs? It looks like the...
Yep, but we're not going up there yet.
Okay.
We don't need to just yet.
At first I thought, hey, the stairs collapsed or something, but...
Nope, they're intact.
Okay.
We do need to go outside. Over here.
Alright, go into the storeroom.
And then... too dark to go any further.
Okay, so we need to light the way.
Yeah. How do we do that?
Yeah, for this game, I'm not sure.
Well, did we pick up anything earlier that maybe would help?
Probably.
Yeah, you're right, we did. I'm just fucking with you.
I'm just trying to remember if we did, like,
I'm
what...
just fucking with you.
We picked so much up, so...
The first item that we picked up from the clock.
The generator.
It's crank.
Oh, the crank. Flashing light warning, by the way.
Big time.
No, not big time. I mean, as far as, like, how the flashing
Sure,
lights
we've
in the
had
game
worse
is-
in this game, to be honest.
Then again, we also had Wizard of War and Defender.
Alright, so on... Silver Hand.
And there's something probably down there we'll go to later.
Right now, actually, we can go.
Alright.
I'm just trying to think... Yes, we have to go down the ladder. So there's, like, it's a small space, but there is some backtracking involved.
But I think the idea is this, is that it's small enough that it doesn't seem like it's going to be wasting time. I mean, we sometimes mention this. I mean, I don't know, you want to talk about your thoughts on backtracking in games? When is it a problem? What's, like, a worst case of it? When's one you like this?
Ooh,
where
when
you
is
say
it a
no?
problem?
Yeah, I know that's a deep one.
Oh, boy. I'm trying to think. Because, like... I'm trying to think of something that I recently played that maybe had something like that. I don't know if you can consider it backtracking, but when I was playing Crisis Core, having to replay certain missions to, like, farm certain things.
Okay.
I don't know if it's necessarily considered backtracking, if you're replaying a finite area.
Alright.
But it kind of wore on me towards the end.
Well, I was going to say, the example that kind of stuck out in my mind is, I don't know the chapter number it is in Paper Mario, the 1,000-Year Door. The one with the,
Oh dear lord, the fucking tree?
What?
Was it the tree or the forest?
Neither. I mean, that was a case of it, but the one I'm thinking, the train robbery.
Yes!
Which should be the best part of the game,
Oh,
and some
dear
people say it
Lord.
is the best part of the game as far as, I guess, story, but the idea that you have cases where...
It had potential except for that part of it.
Well, because usually what happens is, and we'll get to that when we get to that game, because we will play all those Mario RPGs, and he's on tap for the next one we're going to do, which is actually... you call it Paper Mario 1, did you want to call it 1,000 Year Door when we get to that?
Sure.
Okay.
I like the second one. I think it's fun.
Oh, I mean, I like the second one, especially when we get to the end of it, because of how it reveals itself. We'll get to that eventually.
Did I?
Do you need to go through this specifically?
Heavy iron door, water trickles down, drops. It seems that the weight of a huge amount of water is
Yeah, this place is gonna flood if we open this, I guess.
That's right, I did not drain it. I didn't realize you could even go in the store.
This is like a Resident Evil puzzle almost, in a way, which is interesting. Well, okay, fine, that goes to what you're saying, like, Resident
Told
Evil
you.
being a case of a backtrack, case 2, and we talked Metroid before, like Metroid Prime.
I didn't want to
Remastered
say
came out.
Metroid because that's literally what the game is meant to be.
Well, no, there's cases of it differently, because people said Metroid Prime 2 Echoes, they think it's too much.
I haven't played Echoes.
The thing with the light and dark perspectives, that it kind of maybe is too much.
That drives me nuts.
Well, to be fair, I'll say this. As much as I love Metroid Prime, the part of that game that is a problem for me, I don't know how far you played into Metroid Prime, or if you beat it.
Fair amount. I never beat it.
The last part of the game, you do have to do a significant amount of backtracking to get a bunch of things.
You have to get the artifacts.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
the part that it's like the triables in Jeff vs. Gemini.
Yeah.
Which we have to do when we play that, because the end of the game is locked behind it. But that's the part, like, yeah, that's where I have an issue with it. Alright, fine. Ewan, we saw earlier, took a picture of Laura and Lilith to celebrate the anniversary of their first meeting. Wait, who's Lilith?
You'll see.
I was gonna say, this seems like he's a two-timer.
Lilith calmly spoke to me. No, it's a little girl.
Oh.
Perhaps this will ease my loneliness somewhat. Nice meeting you, Lilith. Now, you saw what it said at the beginning, right? That it looked like it was written by a child.
Right. But I was just thinking about what's going on with Laura, who they saw in the bar. Was that the name of the woman who was there with Ewan?
There was no woman there with him.
The one that was next to him, he was talking to? Who is that then? He's not talking to anybody?
No, he wasn't talking to anybody. You're thinking of the bar owner talking to flirtatious Yuria.
Okay. Okay, maybe I'm
Talking about the people behind him?
Oh, okay. When we went back to Prague, we talked to Ewan there. There's somebody next to him. Was that?
There was not.
I could have sworn there was.
There was nobody next to him because he was standing at the table in front of the actual bar.
Okay, man.
So there were 2 people at the bar, and then Ewan was standing at the table that was set closer.
Okay, no, okay, all right. So that's what I was thinking of.
Yeah.
Ewan was in front, but there were 2 people. Ewan was
behind
not the other
him.
one.
Yes.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yes, but he wasn't talking to anybody.
Okay, fair enough. But yeah, we're one
So
more
close.
battle to the fire.
2.
Or 2?
2. Well, it depends. It depends how many fire enemies we get. So if we do get 2, then it will be 1.
Okay.
Um,
Yeah, what are we looking for outside of
okay.
that?
So in
room?
here we need the projector. We picked up a slide downstairs.
We're gonna probably watch this. It's probably gonna be voices. Am I right about that?
It's a picture.
All right. So turn on picture for all of you Mr. Roger neighborhood people. That is a different take of looking at what picture's going to show us. But anyway, the projector's showing a girl holding a doll.
Merry Christmas, Laura and Lilith, December 24th.
Okay, this is fitting to Parasite Eve, which we're not getting to, unfortunately, next week to finish. But that being said, Christmas Cake's that one too.
So,
anyway.
if you remember the puzzles from the orphanage...
Yeah, it kind of does a feel of the orphanage now. that I think about it.
Well, do you remember how we read those diaries and it would give you the month and then the day?
You have to remember that.
And it would say, oh, well, what's the month? Oh, whoops, I went to the wrong spot.
Right.
Like, what numbers are the month?
So keep in mind that so you can do that to get to the next area.
Yeah, which I went to the wrong spot completely.
As I said, so like a lot of other survival horror games like Resident Evil, or like when we played Fatal Frame in this program.
We have to drain the water. So
Okay.
if you remember, this wasn't lit up before.
Now it is. Password is 1224.
That's exactly what it is.
Alright, so there you go.
We drained the water.
I was gonna say, that sounded like a toilet flushing.
It did.
Which I think was intended, I guess, right?
I don't know if that's what it was supposed to be, but it did. So if we are lucky enough to run into... Which we are. Cool. Okay, so we'll get the fire energy.
Alright. I think in a lot of cases we're just gonna run into... We've been running into stuff anyway, so we just kind of just come with the territory.
Honestly, this save file has been good because we're ahead in the level where we need to be. Like, we're doing pretty good with all of our stuff.
Perfect.
Ooh, nice. Like, I'm ahead in levels, so I don't need to worry about necessarily, like, having to level for the final boss, because we'll just naturally get them.
Also, you know what you're doing, so that's part of it as well.
Yeah, there's I've been saying this the whole game. There's no real need for grinding. There might have been a couple spots where I needed to do it, but nothing crazy. And Hallie's 1 level away from learning his ultimate move, too.
Awesome.
So,
There we go. So there is our max soul energy.
boom, baby. All
It
right.
looks so satisfying to see, especially now that I understand what it is.
Yeah, well, now soul energy means nothing for the rest of the game. So what we're going to do, I might as well just get it out of the way.
Here's a question. Now that we're playing as Alice here, when we go to the graveyard, do we take Yuri there?
Yeah.
Okay. Because at first I was thinking, like, wait, is it going to take who's in the front of your party for that?
No.
But
I think it's just a cosmetic thing when they do that. I don't
Okay.
necessarily think it has any sort of impact on anything story-wise.
I mean, technically it makes sense why she wouldn't go there for story reasons.
She's done. She's done with that place.
Yeah.
Over it.
Well, now she's over it based on how we're operating with that.
Well, now we know she's gonna,
Yeah,
the curse has been broken.
we'll see the results of that. Alright, so fight the monster. Alright, so who is our fire monster?
This is Foron.
Foron, okay. This is probably gonna be our last jaunt to the graveyard.
Nope.
Okay.
One more. And I actually, I need to get this done quickly because I fucked up Yuri's, build.
Oh, right, because his SP is low.
Yeah, I have the small jug on. Well, you get to see the move that will unlock.
Alright.
This is honestly, we don't really need to unlock it if we're seeing it here. It's fine.
Oh, so we're opening. So it's Kingdom Hearts. No, the literal interpretation of what, but it's shooting fire out. Okay, that's interesting. I like that.
Yeah, they took the fucking move name from Ifrit. And it missed! Ah! Oh, that was fantastic!
That is always something interesting when you have that build up. And
I've never seen that miss before, so.
Really?
Yeah, that's funny. Alright, dude, go down.
Is he gonna try again?
No, he's raising his attack. Doesn't matter. I don't care. Thinks he's all big and bad and shit.
Yeah, I know that. But is it the fact that Kingdom Hearts with fire coming out of the door didn't work? I'm gonna stick to that. I think that's gonna be the.
That's funny as shit.
What? That it missed?
Yeah.
I love that it missed, and that's the other thing. What I say when it comes to running any game on the show. Sometimes you never know what's gonna happen.
I saw the way that he was moving, and I was like, that looks like a blood stand. I was like, oh. I was like, that shit missed.
Uh huh.
I was like, that's pretty fucking great.
It is.
One more should take it.
It's fabulous. So Dolly Finn was saying,
Yeah.
it was. That's the other thing. Is that how many times we said this sometimes on the show, which is that even if you're playing a game, you know sometimes just something will happen that you don't expect. And that's why. If you ever wonder why we run these live, that's why.
Sometimes I just get some dumb luck. It's fine. I can roll with that.
But it's unique luck that you've never seen as well for this, and that makes
Yeah,
it really interesting
that was
too.
the first time I ever saw like a spell like that miss.
Okay.
I know spells can miss, which is so strange to me that is a thing.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a feeling of regret that envelops you for 4 on. All right, and even though I mean, if I unlock it, I unlock it. If I don't, whatever. We've seen the move at least. So it's not really a big deal. I am going to put my flare approach back on.
I was just saying, but that's the other thing. You did it with the. Actually, I don't think the small jug might have had an effect as far as like
It takes 2 SP every turn.
Okay.
Yeah, so that could have been like potentially bad.
Okay, yeah, I forgot if that was something that increased your evasion or something.
Mm-hmm. Alright, so we're gonna save again. So now we have all the 3rd level summons.
Awesome.
Now we're just missing the ultimate summon.
Alright, actually, you don't need to unlock the final move to get that.
We're gonna find out. I don't think so. Everything I ever read just said you had to unlock all the summons. It never said anything about their moves.
Okay.
So I can only assume that I'm fine where I am.
Alright, let's see. As we go down again into the basements.
This actually does look like scenery from Resident Evil.
Yeah, but I mean, as I said, it's not. It doesn't. It's one of these things you look at. You don't think necessarily that. Oh wait, they're necessarily aping off of Resident Evil. It seems like it's uninspired. This feels totally of a piece with what we've seen in this game so far.
I don't feel like fighting them because we're about to do a boss battle.
Okay.
Not a hard one, but a boss battle.
All right, so let's get ready to fight.
I could have used 10, but I was being lazy.
No, hey, you have other items that I guess we haven't used that much, right?
So the water has been drawn out from the fountain, so the door is slightly ajar.
I like this saying ajar. That just sounds kind of like a nice. Hey, speaking of religious mansion, except if it was running a mature rating.
That's why I just stopped and looked at the screen because I wanted to see your reaction. I hate this so much. This is fucking terrible.
The creepy baby.
This is terrible. Alright. Crucifix!
Okay, so that's good for Hallie. He can at least have that going.
It's super fucking important to have that, to get that before the battle.
So you can go into the battle before getting this.
Well,
apparently, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Which sucks because this thing can fucking do tons of status effects.
Okay, so alright, Hallie is ready to go.
Alright, so before I do what I need to do, I'm gonna look at some of the set dressings.
Alrighty.
It's a luxurious bed for a child, but the sheets are torn and the pillow as a whole.
Okay.
It's a child's dresser. I think I saw the doll looking at me in the mirror.
Yeah, I was gonna say, that seems like, alright.
It's a stuffed bear. His stomach has been cut and the cotton stuffing is issuing out.
Okay, yeah, it's reminding me of like, I don't know if you ever saw like the magazine ads for fur fighters on Dreamcast.
No.
It's just Fuzzy Wuzzy was a bear and now he's dead.
Here's the last one.
Uh-oh, help. Yeah, as it wasn't
Words
obvious.
help me are written all over the wall.
In blood, that they didn't mention. At least I think it's blood up.
Okay, so now
I love the detail in this room, I will say this, as creepy as it is.
there's a doll on a rocking horse. It felt like the doll turned around and smiled. I must be thinking too much.
I don't know. I mean, I think out of Alice, she'd say like, no, she wouldn't necessarily go to that element. It was like, yeah, all right.
I'm gonna try to do this. I don't know if it's gonna pan out, but I would like to try this.
What is it?
Hey, where are you going?
Who's there? Over here. Don't see me? A doll? Don't be so scared. You're my new friend, right? In place of Lilith? Come on, let's play. Is Lilith the girl on the slide? So that means you're Laura. Yes, Lilith died. Ewan only comes home once in a while. Come on, play with me. Till death!
Yeah, and yeah, good job. It was a great.
I wanted to do it so bad. I did this part when I was practicing, and I was like, I want to voice that.
Oh yeah, why not? I love how Alice is praying to see what's going on, but oh boy, look at that.
Okay, so this is Orb Chaos.
All right, what do we do?
It's light class. It can do a shit ton of status effects. It has pretty much every stat boost in the fucking game.
Really?
Yeah, it's ridiculous. So pretty much fuse into Ammon.
All right.
Definitely have Arc handy for healing because you need it. And then,
Well.
My strategy for everything.
I was saying I'm learning.
Yeah, it's my strategy for everything.
But it seems like it's a good strategy.
Yeah. So I made the mistake when I was doing this practice, and I actually put Holy Edge on your own. I fucked up.
Why? What's up?
The mind's eye isn't on him.
Okay.
Oh well.
Well, what did you do on test play?
So test play, I actually put Holy Edge on Hallie and Yuri, which makes no sense. It's a light class enemy, and I put light class attributes on their attack.
Alright.
So like, it doesn't do as much damage.
You talk about the colors again. Wow, look at that. All the colors of the rainbow.
Yeah, so now it does the physical evade. Alright, so Yuri's gonna be my main damage dealer, but I'm just gonna kind of chill and just attack, because that's all you do.
Alright.
So, whatever you want to talk about, if you want to address the creepiness of that scene.
I like the atmosphere created. I know you've said specifically... Actually, no, I think I mentioned this when we did this second part of Fatal Frame.
Yeah.
The idea of the creepy doll thing. I think I might have invoked you as far as that part I did.
I hate dolls so much. Like,
Yeah, go into
you know
that.
that's one of my least favorite. So, like, probably two things that I don't fuck with. Spiders and dolls.
Right.
I fully believe that dolls serve as vessels for spirits.
Alrighty.
So I don't fuck with that. Same thing with like mirrors. Like anything that has some sort of like ability to contain something
Okay.
like that, nope. I don't fuck with that.
Okay.
So I know I've mentioned on the show before that I don't fuck with mirrors.
Right, but I mean, why that is, but it also makes sense, I think, as to why. And then also looking at...
Well, the mirrors,
game
it serves
runs
as a portal.
Right.
So with dolls, it's a vessel for whatever.
Well, especially for this, as it's running expression. Is this something we should be nervous about?
This is the thing that can fuck you up. But I have crucifixes on everyone, so I'm good.
So basically, you can stat effect everybody.
Yeah, but you see, it's a huge damage dealer too. So that's
Is
also.
it random status that it hits you with, or is it something specific?
I think it's paralysis.
Okay.
Yeah, it's paralysis.
Gotcha.
But it's also just a heavy attack.
Okay.
I do have this attack for Hallie that I unlocked called Reviver. Yeah, it's literally just a resurrection spell, which is great.
It's probably if Alice drops dead, right?
Yeah, that's honestly Hallie's always the reason why I run Hallie in my final party is because he's a good versatile user. Fuck it, I'll show it. Why not?
Advent.
Yeah, why not? This is our ultimate move.
Nice, perfect. Oh, whoa!
Yeah,
That's cool. The flourish when you get it perfect.
that happens with everyone's final ultimate moves.
Oh wow, look at this.
The Almighty Eye of God.
Wow. Why say? Talk about the growth of Alice just as far as this alone.
Yeah, right.
That's beautiful.
That's pretty fucking cool.
And great job, perfect.
Thank you. Wasn't planned. Oh, I should have healed with her that turn, but whatever. It's fine. Flying by the seat of my pants on this one. It's a fucking free-for-all.
It's funny, it seems like you're not making it look like you're totally, you know... As I said, what's the one line of the show? We plan the show, I swear to God.
Yeah, right.
That's what it is.
Every fucking time.
Yes, it is.
Oh, well. No, it's fine. I'm not in danger or anything like that. Because, like, my turn's already rolled around.
Yeah, also, you know what you're doing. That's the other thing. With me, it would be danger.
I'm in danger! Yeah.
That is great. And besides, we haven't had a voiced perspective from you from character in this game yet, I don't think. Well, no. Did we?
What? Did I voice anyone else?
I don't think so.
I did Daehwai.
Oh, Daehwai.
Yeah, I did Daehwai.
Oh, yeah, Daehwai. Fine, Daehwai.
I fucked around a little bit in the beginning with it, but like,
Well, no, I was saying like no, because we had the moon from Majora's Mask. It was like we need something for this.
Oh,
place.
just a random voice I gave something?
Just
Yeah,
pick
no.
something. Why not?
Yeah, no, I didn't do anything like that.
Well, it's like me with some of the stuff I've done for things.
Well, you know, it's also not to say that Majora's Mask isn't serious, but like
No,
I take this one a little bit more seriously just because I like it more.
Uh-huh.
I mean, if we're ranking.
Well, I mean,
definitely
remember,
like
you
this
said
more.
specifically if there's any one game you wanted to get to for the show, it was this one. Maybe part of it also because people play Majora's Mask at least, so they know it's a good game if they played it, which is a lot of people, I think.
Right.
Whereas this one, maybe not. So maybe that excitement of saying that here's this great game you missed, and it's like I did miss this, and I feel bad I missed it.
This is that hidden gem.
No question.
Yeah. So, I mean, I'm just glad that we, you know, finally get a chance to jump into it, and the fact that, you know, you're enjoying it so much that you want to do the other ones.
Yeah, I want to do the other ones. I want to buy this one and buy the other ones too.
Yeah. Well, at least, you know, the aside from Kudelka, this one is the most expensive.
Yeah, the other ones are like 60 something about.
Yeah, they're reasonable, more reasonable.
Yeah.
Not to say that 150 isn't reasonable.
Well,
but
for PlayStation 2 standards,
it's pricey.
I mean,
it's not $300, but
it's not $300. It's not the $1,000 the Kuon goes for. Talking about horror, actually.
Oh yeah.
Weird enough, a lot of the horror stuff on the PlayStation 2 tends to be.
I didn't know that Kuon was that expensive.
It's insanely expensive, and I was kind of shocked as well because I know. Fine, this makes sense why it's expensive. Rule of Rose.
Oof. Why? I don't actually know the reason why that's expensive. I just know it's expensive.
The reason Rule of Rose is expensive was a late one on PlayStation 2, 2006.
Okay.
Well, fine. Shadow Hearts from the New World was 2006 as well, but as you are going to take care of this thing, or fine, it's raising its power. The reason is that it was Atlas who published it, so there's usually a thought that when there's stuff by them, it's not going to have a big print run, or people are going to pick it up, and it's going to not go anywhere. It's a game that I believe was banned in the United Kingdom,
That makes sense.
given what Elements Gut story goes into.
Yeah, I don't really know too much detail of it. I
I
want to watch a
believe-
Let's Play at some point.
I believe there's some incest elements in that game, I think, from what I understand. I think, although I don't remember, I've not played it, and it's a game that unfortunately costs a lot of money. I've heard it's good, but it's one that it costs a lot of money, and the thought of, are they going to necessarily re-release this? And of the company that made that, the only really expensive thing of theirs that got re-released, that I download off the PS3, because it's easily the cheapest way to get this, is, I don't know if you know this, Chillup.
I've never heard of it.
It is, it was supposed to be Natsume. It's the people who made Rule of Rose who made it. It's a game that goes for like $400. It's a game where you're this guy who goes around and you basically are trying to be able to kiss the girl in town.
That sounds creepy.
It's fine. It's Natsume, and when I said Natsume, I didn't know if Harvest Moon was going to trigger to that. It's not the same people. It's the Rule of Rose people who made it. But the idea is like, yeah, you got to get better, and you have to do these tasks for people, and then do a kiss on them specific, and then eventually build up, I guess, to the idea of like what she's going to be. I have it. I should show it as we're getting Shock Max.
Yeah, Shockmax is Hallei's ultimate move. Unfortunately, which I didn't realize until yesterday, Shockmax only hits one enemy.
Really?
Yeah, it just seems like a waste.
We'll see it. Seems to turn just being a normal doll.
This doll's been alive all this time. She must have been so lonely. So she used Ewan as her plaything.
Okay.
Now, we got an item from that battle.
All right. What about yourself? In the real world, the way people
like toys with little kids.
Oh, you have no idea.
It's all that wanted a toy human.
Yeah, that is a switch at least.
Let's go. Now everyone can forget about this house. Maybe.
Yeah, I think Alice doesn't want to talk about this anymore. She seems like she's scarred. Am I right about that?
It's pretty fucked up.
Well, it's up for her, what the effect is having on her.
Yeah. So we did get Alice's ultimate weapon from that, which
Holy
is
book of
flesh. So this
Oh, it's the
from Pocus Pocus.
Well, I was gonna say that, or I was gonna say this is the Necronomicon from Evil Dead.
True. After the death of Raffaello, I don't know who Raffaello is. No idea.
There's no indication
Nope.
in any of these games.
Nope. I could probably look it up and find it. I don't know if it's a historical reference.
Nothing in Kodelka about this.
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay.
Sometimes the lore of the weapons and stuff is just kind of random.
Gotcha.
His flesh was used to make this book. To a good person, it can bring blessings, but to others, it may open the very doors of hell.
Which is interesting to have that then in the hands of Alice, but she knows how to use it most likely.
Yeah, and I know I didn't really go too far into the Book of Martyrs that she had.
Ooh, that's
That's the holy book
great.
stained with... Oh, shit, sorry.
Oh, it's okay.
Stained with the blood of martyrs who labor for countless years in service against the forces of evil, strong
That's
spiritual
okay.
power. And then this was her ever Bible.
Okay. That actually, all those seem to be kind of fitting for her as far as the idea. Because remember, what we said also about her, the idea is that she's a woman of faith who understands some of these things, but also the idea that she's at least curious, if nothing else, of learning about what the other things are. But also, I think, when you think about this, I'll tell you, on a story level, I don't know, maybe what we're seeing here is maybe the least significant of some of the ones we've seen so far, but in some ways with Alice, I think it's significant because it shows the idea of where are her limits when it comes to her being disturbed by something. Because I don't know if I've necessarily seen her be disturbed like this at any point since the beginning of the game.
She's pretty unbothered by most things.
But that one really shook her.
This fucked with her. But that's why I also said this is considered to be like her side quest.
Yeah, which makes sense why we have her running around here.
So we're done here, but we're not done with this side quest necessarily.
have to
There's a
go back.
little bit going on.
We have to talk to Ewan again, most likely.
We do have to talk to Yuan again.
Alright, so back to the bar we go.
Back to the bar we go, but where is he?
Oh shit, he's dead, isn't he?
I don't know.
Oh no, he's
So this is probably what you were thinking about.
that's
These
what I
two
thought.
people.
But he was over on the side.
He was
the
over
left.
on this table.
Oh, he's right there.
He's where?
Yeah, the question mark may tell us. This looks like Chris's blood. It spells "thank you" coming out. That's a weird blood element, but okay. I didn't expect that either.
That's the end of the side quest.
Oh, that is the end.
That's it. The thing you get for that side quest was the book.
Okay, but you said we have to go back here and then... Wait, fine. We have to come back here and then we have to go somewhere else?
Yeah, next side quest.
Oh, okay.
That was it. That was the end of that side quest.
Okay.
But that's the dollhouse.
All right.
That's okay. So now we're actually going to the ancient ruins
All right, so back there.
here, and we are going to get little bats. Okay. So if you remember when we looked at it, this was the Book of Rituals. Cross the rainbow, then follow the drops of blood to the royal garden. So I said that was a hint, right?
Well, we got the drops of blood from him, but that's not this.
So when we go in here, you'll see.
Okay, do you want to save in here first?
Yeah.
Okay.
Not yet.
Drops of blood and rainbow to the garden, right?
Cross the rainbow, and then the drops of blood to the garden. So cross the rainbow, what do you think that means, based on the colors of the flame?
Well, they're parts of the rainbow, but...
So, okay. What...
Ordering of the colors of the rainbow?
Right, so the rainbow starts with red.
Oh, so you're basically going in that order. Okay, gotcha.
And we already got the fire, soul energy, so I don't have to worry about soul energy at all.
So it's red, orange...
Yep, which I have to be careful, because I know that there are... chests just kind of hanging out.
They're in the other directions?
No, because if you go through the other direction, you get spit back at the beginning.
Okay, so it's red, orange, yellow.
Yep. Which there's a very small distinction between orange and yellow in these colors, and it bugs me.
Well, I was gonna. Well, fine. At the very least, what they did there was they didn't give you orange and yellow in the same selection pool.
No, but I think at one point they do.
Oh, really? Well, even after this,
Well, we have to come back here 2 more times.
do we?
Yeah. That's alright. It's freaking reset.
No, it makes sense.
Come on, take him down. Take him down. Take down the bastard. Alright, now I finally have the mind's eye on him.
Alright, so yeah, he should be able to take him down with a slingshot.
He just does so much more damage.
Yeah, there you go. In fact, that did it. Good job.
Yeah, Hallie does so much more damage with that mind's eye. Boom, baby!
Level 50. And what's the level cap for this game? You said
99.
99. Okay.
I've never gotten that high, though.
You basically just have to pretty much just grind the game entirely, yes.
Yeah, I think the highest I've ever gotten Yuri is like level 76,
Okay.
which is fucking crazy.
Is-
You want to talk about being overpowered for the final boss?
I would say here's another thing. Are there cases where you're going to be in... Okay, so then we'll be green.
Let's just check in the chest. I think it's in the next room.
I guess when it comes to this game, there's going to be cases where you're not going to be able to grind up levels enough.
You can. The last dungeon actually gives you a shit ton of XP.
Okay, so that's probably where you want to go. If you want to do it, Indigo, probably, yes. Next.
Blue.
But that doesn't go.
Mm-mm.
Oh, no, it's not.
They count indigo as a separate. Indigo is actually a deeper blue. So that's blue.
Fine, that's
That's indigo.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I had it right, going one behind overhead.
Alright, this is an asp.
Okay.
For whatever reason, they consider him water class. I don't know.
I say, like, when I think asp, I would think of snake.
Yeah. Is it a water snake? I don't know much about asps.
I don't know. Anybody in chat who has familiarity with what asps are, we will appreciate that.
Oh.
Asps get petrified.
I forgot to tell you, yeah. Hallie's weapon can petrify enemies.
Uh-huh.
So it's a nice little added status effect.
And with that, yeah, the battle is over already.
It's nice because his petrify always seems to work on that enemy.
Okay.
It's beautiful because it ends the battle real fucking quick.
So just leave him as like, yeah, bye, guy. We don't have to necessarily do anything else.
Hey, I get my XP. That's all I care about.
And then purple, I think, is last.
Yeah, violet. So it kills me. I just want to point this out. So look at the red and the indigo flame.
Uh-huh.
See how there's like a white inner part?
Yes.
I hate that they don't put that on the violet one.
Why is that?
It makes it look flat.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know, it's a weird thing.
Well,
that
no,
I
it's
have.
an inconsistency with the graphics. You're kind of wondering why doesn't it go the whole way.
I hate it.
Idea for a potential remake, remaster. Oh, here we wait, is this where we were supposed to go? Oh, it is. This drains the water.
There we go. Takes a little bit for the door to open. So that's why I was like, I can't press
Oh, he
anything.
came out that way, alright.
And then we go down the stairs, and up the stairs, and down the stairs.
And then probably go get that chest in the middle.
Yes. Okay.
The gold thread coat.
Whoops.
That's not what we're looking for?
No, that's what we're looking for, but I forgot that that's what's in there. So that's Alice's best armor.
Okay.
A long robe filled with the memories of martyrs past. The wearer feels as if he is wrapped in warm light, embroidered with ancient symbols that cuts light, darkness, damage in half.
Awesome. Well, in this case, it's a she case, because, yeah, I guess it's something that Alice can run. Actually, it does look fitting for Alice, again, just like the weapons of hers do.
Okay, so. That being said, the water fills back up. We leave.
And you said we have to come back here again later, yes?
No, we have to come back here right now. But in order to do that, you have to go back into the Book of Rituals.
Well, you found it.
Whoa, you found it. Impressive.
Okay, that's cool.
Okay, old book engraved with an image from Mount Olympus. It says, Controller of the Rainbow. Go backwards like a devil. Follow the royal garden to the drops of blood.
So basically do the rainbow colors in reverse.
Absolutely correct.
Okay.
So we have to go back in.
So that's sort of your hint, but you also have to pay attention to it.
Okay.
Is this going to be more annoying? But you just did it.
No, it's not annoying. It's just going backwards.
Okay.
Alright, so starting with Violet.
Yeah, you're right. Now I'm looking at that. It does look a little weird that it doesn't have that in there.
Because even Yellow had it.
It's like what you say. Sometimes you mention something and you know, like, okay, fine, whatever, and then you look at it again, like, no, you're right. I agree with you. Then
Oh,
you need to
Orange
go.
doesn't have it either. My bad.
Okay, so fine.
I knew there were two that didn't have it, and it annoys me.
Fine, then Orange and Violet. Anybody who loves Orange and Violet, which actually technically, fine. I'm looking at my Switch Joy-Cons over there. Like, yeah, apparently somebody on this dev team didn't like Orange and Violet. But then again, it's like, fine. I use Orange for the edit text all the fucking time. I was like, I've never. Oh, fine. The only times I've not used Orange text for the edits when we're doing multiplayer games. I put a name over somebody.
I just ran through blue, right?
Yes.
Okay, so that means that green's next. That's the trouble, especially when you get battles in the middle, because I know for me, I tend to forget what color I just ran through.
I also like that Yuri's HP is maxed at 666 now, but...
Oh! That's the other thing. I'm glad you saw that. So that happens when he hits level 50.
Oh,
Every
cool.
time. Which I think is funny, because it's like a benchmark level, and it sets his HP at that.
Okay. Probably they intended that, I would think.
They did.
Yes.
I love it, and I'm glad you noticed it. Yeah, now he caps at 666 on level 50.
But it also goes to what we were saying that, yeah, it's sort of fitting with him, but it's also sort of not in some ways, because at this point we know about him, there's a lot more depth to him, just like, hey, he's this evil guy, you know? He's not an evil guy. First, you might think, like, hey, he's just our root hero.
Yellow.
Yes, I think. Yeah, yellow. And then I think it's orange.
Yellow, orange, red. Okay. I know my colors. It's fine.
Well, it's like, I'm sort of remembering that way. I like what they're doing with the puzzles. It's kind of unique that way.
And again, you wouldn't know how to do this unless you go into your inventory and look.
Or I guess you brute force it, but you also have to know to come here.
Oh, please. If somebody brute forced this, they would get so fucking pissed.
Well, I don't know. I mean, remember, even though we're not going to be able to do Parasite Eve next week, remember the Chrysler building is randomly generated. And I think the medics were saying that, hey, he sort of brute forced that a little.
I mean, this spits you back out at the beginning every time you fuck up.
That's
so
fine, you're right. That's a good point.
This would annoy the fuck out of somebody.
Probably, I would imagine that.
Come on, petrification.
Let's see if we can take care of the asp that way.
They're weaker. That's actually a basilisk.
Oh, basilisk. Okay.
Yeah.
That looks more like a basilisk. Well,
Basilisk.
that's a very snake too, though, isn't it?
Depends on what version you look at. I've seen some where they're portrayed as like what I have heard a cockatrice looking like.
Yeah, I mean, you were talking Hogwarts Legacy before. Like, I was thinking the Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, where it's the
that's a more traditional basilisk.
That's what I was sort of thinking that way.
Yeah.
Maybe that's why I thought like the snake to start.
Yep. But I've seen them look like where people call them a basilisk. It's actually a cockatrice, and I'm just like, ugh.
Actually, I got a question for you. One other thing, which is that when you came in here the first time, if you did in reverse, would it toss you back at the beginning?
Huh? Say that again?
We read in the book the first time we came in here, you have to follow the colors of the rainbow in the right order.
Right.
But if you did it in the reverse order starting, would it...
it would spit you right back out.
It was still... Okay, so you have,
yeah.
you have to do that. I didn't know if it's something you could do either
It's strictly triggered by reading that book in the menu.
Okay.
But for... I guess just so it has time to, like, set it up, you have to do it while you're out in the world map.
Oh, and that's our boss.
That's our boss. He's not that bad.
Look at the colors, though, again. Damn.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they get real vibrant towards the end.
They sure do. Not that they weren't before.
No, who disrupts my sleep?
They just look at the chicken look. It's not a wrong perspective.
This is a seraphim.
Okay.
Again, with the religious...
Oh, wow.
Oh, yeah. Looking like a skin Jesus.
Yeah, I was gonna say, and I'm his friend Jesus. I'm trying to remember. I used wait. I used the context when I showed off South Park Rally for Dreamcast. Same idea. But yeah, quoting Futurama for a South Park game.
So he's not that bad either. He just has
He has the hand specifically. I shorten him. All right. Is this also let's wail on not Jesus here?
pretty much. I hate that that's the answer for everything. That's the answer
Well, I mean,
for everything.
here's the other thing. I'll say this. Looking at my perspective, is there perhaps a thought that there's like an Aztec influence to this boss?
Could be. I mean, they're ancient ruins, so maybe.
I see. I mean, the way the colors are looking, you're saying like, hey, the feathered warrior case. That sounds like an Aztec thing a little bit to me. So I can kind of get what I'm seeing there. Well, yeah, Alice is saying that fine. We're gonna manage it this way.
She almost fell.
All right. Yeah, just sort of waiting it. Okay, Seraphim is the name of it. Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, I noticed we're hearing the boss music for the battle from Shanghai, aren't we here?
Yes.
I don't think we've heard it at all since we've been in Europe. Am I right about that?
No. So the side quests,
I like that we're hearing it again. It's been a while.
yeah, for the side quests, they tend to use like older battle music,
Okay.
which I think is interesting as like a boss theme because this was the standard battle theme in China.
Sure. So in that case, that's kind of neat too.
Nice little nod. Oh wow, when did Hallie get so far down? So this is what happens. I'm not fully paying attention.
Well, I mean,
That's my bad.
It's also the thought that hey, you just have one thing you really need to do, focusing.
Just attack.
Yeah, it's like just do that. It's like you're focusing that way, and then you realize, okay, wait a minute, let me make sure the stats are in line.
Yeah, I don't want him to die. That's not cool, man. Not cool at all.
Yeah, he'll be okay.
All right, so you. If he doesn't die,
Oh, you want to try and?
I'm gonna show. Oh fuck! Right off.
Oh Jesus.
He'll be all right.
Okay, good thing.
Oh Jesus! How fitting.
I know. Oh, you're gonna show off shockbacks.
Yeah, I'll show off shockbacks. Why not?
All right, fine. Yeah, that's
So
fine.
close.
Thank you for indicating that to me. I didn't actually notice that.
That's funny.
Give me power!
All right, so yeah, let's see what's going on.
So this is non-elemental damage,
All right.
and he's hurting now. All right, I'm just gonna use arc. Why the fuck not?
Yeah, save everybody.
Nobody else needs healing. That's fine.
But I guess it makes everybody feel better. It's like, yeah, Alice is gonna take care of everybody, including yourself.
So I said once I got Arc, I said get used to seeing it, because that's pretty much all I use.
It's the smart way to run, you know, and I think it's also one of those things that you know, well, since you ran the whole game without having it, when you have it, you're so happy to have it, like, yeah, I'm never letting this thing go. What shot max what you were going to show as far as this boss?
I hadn't planned on it, but it was just a nice little opportunity that I found, that I figured, why not? This is his AoE attack.
Divine Punishment.
Yeah.
Okay, that status effect if you didn't have crucifixes on.
I think it just causes a bunch. Oh, wait. Hits the party, causes a number of status and ring elements. Yeah. So that would fuck me over if I didn't have crucifixes.
So smart. So, okay, fine. The other strategy is this. Fine, you say wail on them, but you say the other strategy is make sure you have the right accessories running so you can negate stuff. Well, okay, that's
I love
not
the dying animation.
I was gonna say that's not how Jesus actually went.
No.
Specific it was like, yeah, you hit him in the throat, or maybe you threw it right in his mouth and like you choked on it or something. Either
But you
way,
get 60,000 XP.
and $36,000 in cash
All
and
gonna
Volt
get a level.
Snipe.
All right, Volt Snipe. That's what I wanted.
What is that?
Volt Snipe is Hallie's ultimate weapon.
Awesome.
This is what I mean. We're just getting ultimate weapons and armor left and right.
Here's my question: is it a case like the last one had a petrification element? This is like what, a paralysis case?
Well, what's funny is this doesn't say
It's improved slingshot.
until you go into here that it can cause petrification.
Yeah.
Also, I don't know if we ever read this. A slingshot was used to create this twisted weapon. It causes great damage and even petrification. It contains the tortured soul of a small child.
Yeah, I think we did mention that sort of last time a little bit, but yeah, it is good to see it.
Well, if you remember, that's the slingshot that Joshua gave us.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Another biblical reference too, maybe.
I don't know. That's the name of the kid. So.
All right, so Volt Snipe.
Volt Snipe. It's an interesting one.
New weapon invented by a phony alchemist.
Very high performing. It's a fucking gun.
It's a gun that has like, I don't know, like
A slingshot aspect.
I was like, first of all, like it looks like it's 4 barrels or something.
I don't know. It's a fucking gun.
Developed by an alchemist called Skin of Teeth.
Its shape and power are very unique. It strikes fear into enemies. So
Okay.
it's a fucking gun.
I say, yeah, you're right. Look at that.
So we have that. We can leave here, and we're done with this area for now.
We had to come back again.
One more time.
All right. What's next in the line?
Next in line, I am going to go to London.
All right, back to London we go.
To London we go.
To good old Castle Street.
Hear that good old Vitamin Metropolis.
Yeah, I love this track. The more I've been listening as far as this soundtrack. Well, fine. I love the music I'm hearing in this soundtrack, but actually this has kind of become one of my favorites.
Okay. So I now have 730,000 K.
Yeah, so what are we gonna do with, oh, I know what you're doing with Mei Yuan. You're to do the strengthening of their ultimate weapons. You said you were waiting for this.
I was waiting for this. Alice, I can do it, but there's really no need. If I have some extra cash later after doing Yuri's, then I'll do it.
Do you want to focus on Yuri and Hallie for this one?
Yeah, but like Yuri, I don't have his ultimate weapon just yet.
So basically,
Look how expensive this is for ultimate weapons.
So you're increasing attack power and hit area of what, the Judgment Ring?
Yeah. So if you look, if I just do attack power, look how tiny those ring areas are. Especially that last one.
Right.
So doing this is super helpful.
Awesome.
So this boosts my physical up to 192 and my special up to 198, which is great because what I want to do... Also, you get this fun little scene.
Yeah, I'm not ready.
You get to see it with a character other than Yuri. Says the same thing.
He's a kid, after all.
Yeah, which makes it a little creepy because, like, Hallie's not older than 16.
Like, he doesn't know what is really what's going on, you know? Well, I don't know, dude. I hate to say this, but do you think that might be a reason why they might not be able to re-release this? Because, I mean, we sometimes talk this, the idea that games that are never getting re-releases ever again for reasons like that.
Not for nothing. There's shit like that all throughout this series. So if that's
yeah.
the reason they're not releasing it, that's a pretty piss poor reason.
Well, I don't know. I mean, because, I mentioned Clay Fighter Sculptor's Cut. We're never getting re-released that game ever again, given the stuff in it. But I don't know if people would look at this and say the same thing. We said that when we played Mischief Makers as well, because I said there's something that happens sort of with the way the game ends based on how you have your age set up. And I said, I don't know if that's the reason, but yeah, that I don't know. So, but I hope not, as far as this, because I think it is in the context that way. I don't think it's a case that he's been, you know, corrupted exactly. Fine, he's been corrupted other ways because of the idea of what Albert Simon's done to him and his family.
Keep the crucifix on, keep the mind's eye on. And then I think what I'm gonna do... Ooh.
Run the,
We'll put the
pre-searings
pre-searings on. Yeah, it reduces my M key consumption, which is really good because I'm going to be using a lot of MP in the next section. And if you notice, Hallie already has pretty high MP.
He does it.
That's why I said he's pretty much like the most balanced character. I know Keith is pretty balanced too, but I think Hallie's even more balanced than Keith is even. So what I want to do, I know I just saved, but I want to save up here too.
You want to do the pit battles. And is Yuri's ultimate weapon as part of that? Okay.
Hallie's ultimate armor.
Oh, okay.
Which, since we're running him for our final party, I think is super important. And I'm doing it a little bit earlier, but I have the levels. When I did this I did this last night, honestly, in my other file.
Sure.
Hallie was only level 45, and I struggled.
But who are you running for this battle?
Hallie.
Oh, you have to run him to get it?
I have to run Hallie.
What happens if you run the other characters?
You get something completely different if you win.
Okay, is it other things that are worth doing? You just want to do this for Hallie?
No, Hallie's the only one worth doing. Also, I want to point out something here.
Sure.
You talked to knowledgeable Carl, right? Sharon can bring strange creature, and for some reason I went strange. I could see it. The monsters thou hast defeated account for 79% of the total.
That's
the line. Thou hast not won even once? Carl is the one who's supposed to be fucking saying it.
So wait, if you come in here without defeating... What it says? The monsters thou hast defeated, is that counting your bestiary?
Yes. So...
But you're never going to run into a case of seeing him without it,
no,
are you?
But what I'm saying, remember where I told you that line is weird for everyone who said it?
Right.
And it seems like it's part of somebody else's script? It's part of old Carl's script.
Have they dug into the code on this and said, you know...
I don't know, but that's the speculation behind it.
Yeah, okay.
That
you have
has
to...
accumulated
Okay, that's why I also wanted you to, at some point, watch Part 5, because I came up with an answer for that source code thing we were asking about last time. But that, I don't know if I'm going to be able to... I don't think I'd actually be able to have an answer to that, because...
forever a mystery.
Well, the other thing was, it was a... What I dug into, not to give that away specific to you, it was a general thing as far as how coding works.
Okay.
Which is something that no other indication on the internet of anything connected to this game goes into. I will make that boast.
Okay.
But for this, I mean, I don't know if they've dug into the code and said that's where that line comes. It's like, thou hast not defeated even once.
That's what I was reading on like Reddit and stuff like that.
Well,
but
maybe
again, I don't know.
Maybe they did cut into that.
Yeah, but like even Sharon, you haven't won once.
Yeah, maybe so. Wait, hold on, because couldn't you run into a character like that when we were in Shanghai and said something like that on the line?
You would think. It's just weird. I really think it's just that somebody else's script got mixed up with those characters.
Maybe.
I just think it's so weird because it's so out of place everywhere else.
Fair enough. All right, so fine. We got to kill a bunch of people.
Yeah.
How many we got to kill?
10. So if you remember, this is Rousen from the Kalios Mental Hospital.
Right, all right.
All right, so we have Mind's Eye on Hallie. We have his ultimate weapon boosted up to its max. I have MP consumption down. Hallie can heal himself. He has his ultimate move. I think I'm pretty set.
What do we want to do to start this?
Fuck it, I'll just use my ultimate move. I'll start off strong. So the enemies are a bit weaker than they were when we first faced them, so it just shouldn't be too bad.
All right.
Just like in the pit fights in China, though, there are 2 variants of wind shears in this one that are stronger than your average fare.
Are there the cases where they randomly appear?
Yep.
And is this a case where we cannot see them for this, potentially?
Yep.
Okay.
But if we don't see them, I have them in another file.
Okay.
So we're good. Alright, so he automatically put up his special defense, which I knew he was going to fucking pull. So now we go into this. Look how much damage he does!
It's glorious.
That's amazing. And he's going to try to silence me, but I have the crucifix on.
I was saying, yeah, it's not doing anything.
No.
You're not silencing this child, my friend.
That's right. 20 hoops. God, that's fucking...
It's glorious, and again goes to the build or the growth of character for the story, but also for the battle skills.
And Hallie's been with us the least amount of time.
Right.
So that's what I said. Like, they built him up really quick, really well.
But it doesn't necessarily feel like it's a rush to it.
No,
Which
not
is
at
a
all.
hard thing. You think it would be you think would be rushed, but it's not.
Well, shit, Hallie's tied into one of the biggest fucking plot points in the story, with Kudelka being his mother.
Right, absolutely.
So-
The last time.
You wouldn't even, like, think that when you first meet him. You'd think, oh, he's just some street kid.
That's what I thought.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I thought. Actually, I didn't even notice that Rusan there had like 2 heads at each end of himself.
Oh, yeah. There we go. And he's dead.
Like, I like the idea that it flips over. It's like, yeah, the head that's coming out of the bottom.
And I do get levels from this, which is cool.
Yeah, so that'll
So
help.
I can potentially get stronger as I'm going. Which is good that Hallie's doing this by himself, because he can kind of catch up to Alice and Yuri's levels.
Alright.
So, I mean, as I'm going through this, just talk about whatever. We got time. I just, these are all enemies that we've seen before, except for those 2 that I might potentially run into.
Alright, so, let me think about this. Chat, feel free also to go in deep as far as stuff. Let's see. As far as this series, there's not much necessarily that's come out new about it. We've said, like, hey, we're wanting to see if we're going to be a remaster of this, remake.
Yeah.
I like the idea that we don't want to necessarily screw it up like some other ones that have happened around.
Well, everyone keeps asking me, they're like, well, what if Square picks it up? I'm afraid if they do that.
Why is that?
So Square has a very distinct look and feel to their games, and I don't think that a game like this would necessarily benefit from what I call the Square treatment.
Even though it's ex-members of Square who made this?
Yeah, it's just different.
Okay.
Because the creator wouldn't necessarily have a hand in it.
Well, I mean, yeah, well, I don't know. Yeah, good point.
Listen, all I'm saying is if they take the source code, which I'm sure still exists within Aruse's walls.
Hopefully, or they can, like, go what they could do with what sometimes happens, and I think this happens on PS3, they'll basically pretty much do an emulation of what it is, and I guess work from that.
I just want it to be cleaned up, maybe some updated graphics, you know? I'm not looking for, like, a Final Fantasy VII remake.
That would be interesting if they did that.
It would be. But just make it look updated and fresh and, like, keep the same mechanics. Don't touch the fucking mechanics, because they're perfect.
I mean, I think also part of the other reason is that, I think more than anything, the reason I'd want is that, hey, to make it people able to be able to play this.
Yeah.
Considering how it's never been re-released.
Exactly.
So, that's
It's great. It's great as it is here. Like, I love it in this form and everything. But it could stand a fresh coat of paint.
I mean, I said, our upscaling on this game only goes so far.
Exactly.
It's terrific what it's doing, but still, it's not the idea that, hey, this is going to be running on, like, modern consoles, necessarily.
I would love... So, I would say, oh, well, if they did what they did to Legend of Dragoon, but no, don't do that.
Well, no. Want to clarify that, people?
The fact that they released it on the PlayStation Store and it's absolute fucking trash in terms of what they did to it.
On what systems? Let's clarify that.
It's on PS5. Is it available on PS4? I would assume so.
It is, actually, when you say PlayStation Store, because I have it on PS3. I downloaded it from that. They didn't screw it up, but the new one, what happened was that... Actually, that's a good thing to go into, because they actually made it now that when the PlayStation Plus Premium service came out, people were saying, hey, they have games from PS1, 2, 3, and Vita. Oh, I don't think, actually, maybe not Vita.
No, not Vita.
PSP. That are in line with that. They said, hey, you have to be part of that service, you can't buy them.
Yeah.
Well, they are giving you the option to buy them. In fact, it was Wild Arms and it's The Legend of Dragoon.
Right.
They did that. But what happened was that when it came out on those things, what is it? I think it's the timing of...
Yeah.
Which is a big part of that game. If you never played The Legend of Dragoon for PlayStation, it's a game that, like this, like Super Mario RPG, its battle system is dependent upon your time button presses to make it run. Apparently they broke that, is what happens.
And I also heard that if you transform into a Dragoon using your magic there, that also breaks, soft locks the game.
Which is, yeah.
That's fucking serious, because that's such a big part of the game.
But it also gives a question, like, how did that happen, especially if it's on PS3 and it's fine? I mean, see, I mentioned when it comes to PlayStation 3 that when you run older games on that, like PS1 games, or if you have and are lucky to have a unit that still works this way, that plays PS2 games natively, that you'll get button
2 hits.
combination, or you'll not button combinations. You'll have button lag running. Yeah, try playing any of the Parappa the Rapper games on that. You're not.
Ooh.
But which is why when we play them, we're playing on the PS2 or maybe the remake of PS4 if you want to do that.
I tried playing it.
Is those responses bad on that version?
Yeah, I don't care for it one bit.
Really? Because that was my thought, that I was thinking it would be improved.
You could try it, but I didn't care for it one bit.
Okay, and you played the PlayStation game? Yes?
Not the original, no.
Okay, that's what I'm wondering. I'm saying that... Do you feel like it's picky with its inputs? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay, because...
And it's on a normal mode, so I was like, oh, this is fine. No, it's fucking picky.
Alright, my thought... Well, fine, the original game is that way, but also it's on PSP, and it's that PS4 version. I thought, I don't know, maybe it'd be more responsive.
I had hoped that too, but...
Okay, so because I'm glad to get an answer to that, because as I said, we were going to do that last year, but my brother Inherent Knock was here, so I said, we're doing World of Illusion. I wanted to do that. I wanted him for that game. I intended that. So I said, we're doing that then. So I guess in that case, I'll do the PlayStation game, which still has that element, but even run through this, it doesn't have the lag, but it is very picky with its inputs, which is why Chamberlain, game-wise is better, because it doesn't necessarily have as much of a problem that way. But the button lag thing, you'd think that Legend of Dragoon wouldn't stand a chance playing that, but it's fine of what I played of it. Admittedly, I didn't play the whole game yet, because it's really long, but of what I played of it, it plays fine. The timing seems like it's in line. It feels like it's okay. So then, you think that, on PlayStation 4 and 5, it's fine. It's that version, but they enhanced it because it has trophy support, I believe, yes?
Yeah, which honestly I thought it was going to be a simple platinum, but it's not.
You think maybe that's what broke it? Before they made the part of what's broken it?
I don't know. I'm upset about the whole thing because it shouldn't be as bad as it is.
I would say you're a big one on Legend of Dragoon as well.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought we were still talking about Parappa the Rapper.
Well, that one too. Well, either one.
Legend Dragoon, I haven't beaten it. I played very, very little of it. I have the physical disc on PS1. Like, I'm good. If I ever want to play it, I have the original.
That's Proterova's case, and he called dibs on that one.
Yeah.
For that game, he loves it, although it's a case we just have to figure. But I also said, what RPG do you want to do first? He said, either that one, which I think was the initial thought, and he said, I want to do Lunar to start.
I mean, I tell you all the time that really the main reason why I like these games on modern systems is strictly for convenience purposes.
Right, but I mean, sometimes the idea that it's easier to get that way, I mean, we're talking Square with some cases, then give them credit for this much, which is that they'll bring these things back. And in all honesty, I also think, if nothing else, because we sometimes talk the idea that a lot of the people in chat, like Electors has come in the chat and said, I don't like Modern Square because they get the sense they make these stupid decisions or they've ruined stuff. You mentioned, I think, the Final Fantasy 7 and 9 remasters to some degree. I know he mentioned something else. He mentioned... Oh, right, he mentioned the Kingdom Hearts Cloud releases on Switch.
That was a given.
Yeah, that was obviously a given, I think. There was some other stuff as well. The thought that he said almost they become like Electronic Arts in the sense that it seems like it's just more of a business perspective. And I don't know, maybe the thought that given the lineage of them on Super Nintendo and even PlayStation, felt like maybe it had gotten lost. Yeah. But it's also the kind of thing that I've noticed Square seems like they've been responding to that criticism a lot recently with some of the stuff they've been doing, because when Nier Automata came out of the Switch, they did a port. They didn't cloud service it the way that they did with Kingdom Hearts or Hitman 3 or some other stuff, or Guardians of the Galaxy was that way as well for them.
There was no fucking reason for them to do a cloud release of Kingdom Hearts.
I agree. I mean,
absolutely not.
At this point now, I agree. At first I wasn't sure, but I looked at it and was like, yeah, no, absolutely not. But it seems like they've been doing remakes of stuff that seems like they've been really well received. I've heard the Tactics Ogre remake was really good. There's Final Fantasy 7 remake, which is something different, but still that's really good. From Mission remakes, which by Firm for Entertainment, who developed them, those are done well apparently. It seems like they've been kind of on a bit of a, I guess, of a good return of certain things. Even the Chrono Cross thing, which Chrono Cross had problems with this port as well. And they patched it a year after to fix frame rate to kind of put it in line with the PlayStation game, which shouldn't have had to happen to begin with. But that being said, I almost wonder if Square is kind of, as an example, they're kind of looking at that and saying that we want to try and, I guess, handle some of this stuff we have that we're putting out, and the Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster as it is. I think like that, they really took some lessons from how that was on the PC initially to kind of enhance it massively for the patches, and then also when they're putting it out on PS4 and Switch in, I believe, May 31st.
It's funny you should mention that.
The idea that you can find it finally on
I
PlayAsia.
I found an article, and they're actually not PlayAsia's not releasing it on PS4.
I thought it wasn't. Oh wait, it's download on PS4 then. Is that what's happening?
I don't know. PlayAsia is not releasing it on PS4 physically.
They're doing it on Switch only? Okay.
Yeah, I found out. Apparently, there was a letter released where they canceled all the PS4 pre-orders.
Wow.
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume you want.
Agreement.
I'm gonna assume you wanted it on PS4 if you're gonna pick.
Physically, yes. Digitally, I'll get it on Switch. But if I only have the option to do physically on one system, I'll do it on Switch.
I was gonna say, yeah.
I mean, if I have literally only one option, I will do the one option.
But wait a second, I want to go back to that because I think we talked off screen of this. I don't think we
did.
talked this last time at all.
No.
And we haven't seen any of the enemies we're looking for yet, have we?
Nope. You'll know them when you see them.
Will you run this again if you don't see them?
Nope.
Okay.
I have them in another file.
Okay. Then we'll show them later. Then to that, because the reason we're mentioning PlayAsia is like, wait a second, what's going on with that? Well, first of all, Square is only releasing it through them, but also PlayAsia's doing it too for another print run. But didn't Square have... Weren't they taking pre-orders for a physical version of that on PS4?
Yeah, I thought so. I think it's just that PlayAsia can't do it. I think it has
Okay.
something to do with the agreement that they had.
Okay.
I don't know the details
I
of
didn't know
it.
if they. I don't know if they canceled the physical version of PS4.
I thought that's what it was at first too, but the letter that I read on Twitter, it seemed like it was just if you got it through PlayAsia.
Gotcha.
I put myself on a waiting list either way because that seems to be the only feasible way
I'm
to get it
gonna.
now.
I'm gonna do that as well, just because.
I'm just so tired of the whole back and forth and this whole fucking planned. It causes like craziness amongst fans
Well, I mean, we mentioned that before.
and scalpers.
Yeah, well, fine. People were realizing with Metroid Prime Remastered, which is weird that I didn't even know it was supposed to be a limited release, and they said it's not. Well, you get nothing. It's not.
Oh,
Don't worry.
okay.
It's not. It's not. Like,
The look of fear on my face.
yeah, I'll put. Some,
I was like, wait a second.
I'll put some kind of equivalency fear picture, like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man 3 thing for Majora's Mask, for to replicate that.
I was so nervous because I didn't hear anything about a limited release. That's why I was like, oh,
Well,
I'll just wait. It's fine.
Well, no, here's the thing. Because they released it digitally to start, then they said, "Oh, we're releasing it physically." It came out physically, and then people said, like, "We can't find a copy of this." And then said, "Scalpers going like, wait a second."
It's just because everyone bought it.
No, it was. But at first I thought, wait, it's something else but that. But then, okay, fine. I guess what it really happened is probably what Nintendo did. What they did with Ring Fit Adventure, which is the thought that they initially thought that. Fine, Ring Fit Adventure, they had a reason to think nobody was going to initially take that up because, like, hey, Wii Fit was years ago. Does anybody really care about that? But then the demand of it was so high, they're like, we can't keep these things in stock. And with Metroid Prime Remastered, I don't know if it's a case like that, but there were scalpers like putting it up there when it came out, and then Nintendo said, okay, by the way, we're going to be making more of these. Don't worry, because I don't know if it was like because first when I mentioned that, maybe the thought of because remember Metroid Prime Trilogy on the Wii was a limited case initially for that collector's edition. It was limited. Initially, the game itself was limited, and then they remade it, or they did a print run again of it for GameStops, I believe.
Here's one of the new ones.
Oh, that's the one of them? Perfect.
And what are the chances that the last one that we need is the last guy?
I hope so.
If not, whatever. Perfect wind shear.
Alright, so... we'll
He's
handle
light
that.
based. I'm not worried. So my philosophy with these guys, because they can fuck me up, is don't worry about perfects, just worry about damage.
Just hit him.
That's
pretty
it.
much.
Hitting them is better than not at all.
And I'll put a flashing light warning on every one of the shock maxes.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I keep using it just because it's a heavy hand.
No. Here's the thing. Here's the thing. We're never gonna apologize for doing that. What we're gonna do is we'll have the edits for it. But as I said, look, it also goes to one thing. Thank you for bringing that up. Why do I always put those damn things in? Because of the games I mentioned, like Wizard of War and Defenders, that were massive with that. I was like, I can't ignore this.
This game had a lot.
This game has some, but even then, I don't think it's necessarily awful. But then the question also is, the reason I'll do that is because, look, you're going to take a risk watching the show anyway, but for something like this, if it's strong enough, I think, fine, I'll do it for a reason for it. But, I mean, that might be the other thing as far as, like, the remaster of this, perhaps, because what would they
You
do?
said they did it with Skies of Arcadia, where they cut down on the GameCube version?
They did cut down the GameCube version, but I watched the graphics out the way they did it pretty significantly. I mean, they add extra content, so technically the GameCube version is better, but also the GameCube version also compressed the music, so it sounds minified in places that didn't on the Dreamcast. It was on 2 discs on Dreamcast. But, so, with the question then, I guess, with something like this, which is that if they're going to do that, how's that going to look? And I guess also, because remember when we do, because of one game I know you wanted to be calling dibs on, you were nervous about that?
Yeah.
Not the game.
I got a little too close to the end.
Not to the game we're doing. He's not nervous about
sorry.
that. No, it's fine. It was perfect timing. The Kirby Superstar.
Yes.
We're gonna run the Switch Online version, but they did tone down some of the flashing lights that is on Super Nintendo.
Okay.
But that's a 2D game, so I don't know if maybe the method of changing something for that is different. But also, I guess with Skies of Arcadia, they were working off the GameCube version, or no, the Dreamcast version when they made that GameCube release.
Okay, we don't got the other one.
Okay, not quite. But,
That's all right.
We got close. We got one of them.
Yeah, that's all right.
So, I mean, in that case, I guess they were working from direct source code basically on that one for this. With that one. With this one, I don't know how that would be and what they do to necessarily reduce that. Or for that matter, since you played a lot of the remasters that come out of maybe like RPGs of this era, like the Final Fantasy stuff, were there any of those that you noticed that they had like a flashing light element to them originally that maybe were cut down in some of the re-releases or remasters they did?
None that I necessarily noticed, no.
Okay.
I also don't pay too close attention to that stuff.
But when do you notice it, I guess, yourself, then? I guess that's the question. When do you notice a lighting case, regardless of when you're on the show?
Well, with this game, I noticed it a lot just because I've always seen it. So, alright, so I did all 10. So, I got my 10 wins, and I got the Metal Jacket, which is Hallie's best armor.
Awesome.
We did not see that other wind shear enemy, but I do have a file where I can show him. Alright, so we're going to change into... So here's the punk jacket that he had.
That was nice.
Leather jacket typically worn by street punks. The sharp metal spikes express their young rage. Reinforced with steel plates, perfect for fighting. Cuts wind damage in half.
What could be better than that? The chainmail vest? Or the metal jacket?
Metal jacket.
Okay, that could
Jacket
be better.
made of thin sheet of heavy metal causes multiple fracture wounds to enemies when hit with bare hand. It's heavy, but shout and bear it. Cuts earth damage in half.
Wait, it says hit with bare hand when an enemy hits you, it takes damage?
No.
Okay.
No, it's just part of its flavor text.
I would say, yeah, you have the sequined buttons there or something.
Yeah. Alright, so that's done. I'm actually glad we got that done sooner rather than later, because that's one of the more annoying things to just take care of. Not that it's hard, just annoying.
Well, it also is good to kind of go into some of the things we were going, because as I said, of what game stuff to really talk about, there's nothing really super massive right now. I mean, I guess the only real thing, as I mentioned, was the Switch Online's expansion pack of Metroid Fusion next week.
Yeah.
And some other stuff, which we'll give a brief lip service to that, because when we do Dynamite Heading next week, which we're doing in place of Parasite Eve's finale, I'll figure when we can do that. I'll have to talk to Medics on that. I'll show off the Switch Online services that have been updated since we last looked at it, because actually, we've not looked at the Genesis side of that actually since it first launched. That was when I did Rise Star.
Something carved into the wall. So if you look, that's like a map.
Yeah, so where we go? Oh, that's the path through here.
Yep.
You have to memorize that?
Nope.
Okay.
I have it written right here.
Okay, perfect.
And also my favorite track is playing.
Oh, Alice. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that is a great track. It is fitting for this area, as we're in this kind of dark catacomb.
Oh, and also, in terms of equipment on Hallie, I want to put... I'll put those monkey rings back on him so he gets some extra levels.
Okay.
He's not too far behind, which is good.
But you want to make sure.
Yeah, I want to get him up there a little bit.
I guess in this case, here's the other thing. You could probably brute force this one without a map feasibly, just because, I don't know, because that one had an item in it, that one you went into, right?
And this one will also kick you back out to the beginning.
Oh.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Here's the question, though. Since are there other items on the path as well?
Yep.
Okay.
South. There are also enemies, but they're not showing up. West. And north.
That says another lottery ticket.
Once we can continue west. Can I get some enemies, please?
Oh, you were wanting to fight?
I just want to put the bestiary.
Okay.
North.
You don't have one of those items that cuts down things that. And actually, that's. Is that
You know.
Was that the beginning? That wasn't the beginning, was it?
Nope.
All right.
Okay.
I got
Mantle of Shivering. That's Keith's best armor. Kicks me back to the beginning. Excuse me. All right. So the same thing with the Ancient Ruins. You go here. Go into valuables. We're gonna go and observe the Immigrant Manuscript. Written on a skull on it, scribbled, Stone Temple, take the path of the right dragon. The smell of violets has been replaced by tiger lilies.
Okay.
So, we go back into here.
Okay, so basically we gotta go down on the path for this.
Yeah, we have to go, it's reversed.
Oh, so it's the same thing as when we were at the... Where we at that did that?
Yeah, except the rainbow, this time it's directions.
Right.
So, go through the door, north, fifth key. And again, I would still like some enemies to get them, you know, logged.
And okay, are the items in the same place, or they reverse it?
I think they're generally in the same place.
There are only two, though, right?
Yeah, instead of west, I'm going north.
Okay.
Sorry, west. Instead of west, I'm going east. That's what I meant to say. Whoops. North. East. South. South. Real quick. Thank you. It's just because it's fucking driving me crazy.
Oh, you just want to fight now? I don't know. Do you want to fight with these things?
Yeah.
Yeah. I was gonna say yeah. Sometimes talk about counting your blessings.
Yeah. I forgot these things were even here.
Okay. Fine. I didn't know they were here because fine. I have went to our bargain of saying like, well, okay. I don't necessarily look ahead necessarily if I haven't played something, unless it's a case of. Fine, I did with Parasite Eve only because I said, is there going to be a nudity? How's the nudity in that game looking? Which is fine. It doesn't show anything. But I knew it had a mature sexual themes tag on it. I said, is that going to affect the play?
Yeah.
If something like that, I will look ahead. And I guess in that case, but not in a case where I let the plot be ruined for me on that one either. But, yeah, that's the one case I will, but usually I'll know. Or I'll find it, or at least get a sense of what that is. Because honestly, I've realized we've not run into a case where we had a game where we can't show it live on this program. Yeah.
Oh shit! I went the wrong way. That's what I mean. That's what happens when you're not paying attention. That's part of why battles aren't a great thing in these areas because you fuck it up once and it's like
Yeah, go back.
All right, so east. Let's try that again.
All right, east.
Maybe I'll actually run into a fucking enemy this time.
Maybe you don't want to run into an enemy, so you remember where to go. I don't know.
Maybe I don't fucking know.
Yeah, south twice.
East, north, east, south, south. Yep. East, north. East.
North. And then east again.
Key to success.
Like key to success. Oh, fitting right there. Or wait, we actually need this stuff, don't we?
It's not a key item. It's just a battle item.
Okay.
East.
It's east we're going next?
No.
No, okay.
Hey.
Is that what we're looking for?
That's one of them. He's cute.
It was like a Oingo?
It's an Oingo. Look, he's got these big eyes. He's cute.
At first I thought it was like a Gorgon or something.
He's just adorable.
Or Oingo. I'm thinking the band is familiar with the band Oingo Boingo.
Yeah, that's what I thought of, honestly.
Oh, you too? Okay.
Yeah, he's just
I wasn't
cute.
sure if people knew what that band was. I mean, I don't know. Maybe because Danny Elfman was part of it.
And he's dead. Hey, level
level 50.
What?
Alright, so there is Hallie getting closer.
Alright, so we have north,
Yeah, north is next.
and then east.
Oh, you want to fight this still?
Why not? Well, there's one more enemy in this area,
Oh, right.
and it's...
Do you want to get the item first?
There's no more item.
Oh, there's not another
It's a
one?
boss.
Oh, the boss is next. Okay, gotcha.
Oh, good.
That's
This
it.
is the enemy. Perfect. See? Worked out for the best.
Alright, what do we got? Penalty 3? Or
Well,
Penalty.
Yeah, penalty.
what are they?
Just reskins of, goons.
I was gonna say, they look like...
Sins. There's a couple enemies they've been reskinned from.
At first it looks like he's holding a bag, like he's a drifter or something.
No, it's a brain.
Okay. So it's an external brain.
Brain on a stick.
I kind of like the design, though. I like how you struck the head, or got a
He
strike
gets
on the head.
so much damage now. It's fucking crazy.
It's great. I love seeing it. I guess clear you do as well. But even the book is fine. The not Necronomicon or the not whatever that thing is from. I don't know the name of Hocus Pocus. I've seen the movie.
It's just it's her magic book.
The magic book. Okay. I thought there was an actual name for that, but maybe not. Fine. You're the more of the expert of that movie than I am.
Okay. So they're all in the bestiary now. So
okay. So boss.
that didn't take too long. All right. The boss is a pushover.
That being said, we're still gonna save.
Yes. I need to restock on those eventually.
Okay. Probably before we go to the float, I would think.
Definitely. Well before that.
All right. So here we go.
So we're in the cave.
What do we got
below.
past the door?
Okay. So. Who distressed my sleep?
Wait, it looks like the not Jesus thing from last time.
Kinda.
Wait, is it the same? It's not the same thing, is it?
No, instead of the seraphim, this is a cherubim.
Oh, okay.
Now, kicker with this guy, not that it matters to me, only physical attacks can hurt him.
Really?
Big whoop. That's what I do this whole fucking play.
I was gonna say, yeah, because you have Yuri running with what he has, and you have
I got Hallie
Hallie.
fully powered up. Alice just needs to sit back and heal.
or I guess if she really wants to get her hits on, like yes, look out.
He doesn't have any class, so I don't need to worry about elements or anything like that.
Okay.
I want to see how much Hallie hits for on this guy, though. He's got another attack that's pretty hard.
Pretty good as far as like hits. I know it's
He's
nuts.
doing more damage than Yuri.
Maybe it's just heal
Why
her.
not?
Yeah, just heal her to start.
It's always slow going with magic users, like white magic users, at the beginning of the battle. Because what are they there for? Unless they're casting buffs. Well,
Yeah. Although honestly, now I mean, I
are they
guess
really necessary.
I don't know. I mean, this game, have you ever really done any kind of that when you played it?
She's got one buff, and I use it from time to time now, but it's really even then. It's pretty unnecessary.
Gotcha.
He's got a fair amount of health. I think he's at like, yeah, 10,000.
Okay, so it's going to be a little bit of time.
I think he's got the most health of any enemy that we face.
Face stuff or will face?
Face.
Okay, I was gonna say I don't think I was say he doesn't have more health than Final Boss.
No, but honestly, the final boss doesn't have all that much health either.
Okay,
12,500.
12,500.
That's it.
Okay,
It's super fucking simple.
okay.
And the way that I build everyone, does it really make a difference at this point? They're already on level 50.
Okay.
I'm good.
Well, actually, now I'm thinking as far as RPGs and stuff with I guess that we played for the show.
Final Fantasy.
Yeah, you mentioned the million HP mountain from 15.
Oh yeah, I saw that. You put the number. I didn't even know it was over 5 million.
I didn't know it was that massive. I was like, I don't think I've ever played any RPG that had it that huge.
I mean, even playing Crisis Core, I was finding enemies that were like over 1 million HP. I was like, how in the fuck?
And what's that as well? The exclamation points.
It gets one of your party members down to 1 HP.
Oh, it's God, what's that attack that Sephiroth has in Final Fantasy 7 that does that?
Full swipe.
That's okay. I was asking for that one.
You walked into it.
The other one as well. Yeah, the other thing he is, which I always fucking forget, even though we played Kingdom Hearts, and he does that in that one. The one that takes your health down to 1, and then your magic is gone.
I'm sticking with full swipe.
Okay, fine. That's an image. Well, fine. In Sephiroth's case, it is not false swipe the way he operates it in that game, but I like that. But then you have to say finish it off with false swipe. That's how it's going to be running. But hey, he'd find a way. He'd be able to make it work. I will say that right there.
Funny enough,
Yeah.
I don't really think this is spoiler
For
but
what?
when I played Crisis Core, he was the last boss that I faced in a refuge for story reasons.
Really?
Yeah. So I find that very funny.
I still have to pick that game up.
Oh, yes you do. It's so good.
I also have to still pick up Stranger Paradise.
Yes, it's also so good.
I gotta basically just pretty much mention games I need to buy. Theater Rhythm. I know. Fine. Theater Rhythm, I know I gotta buy that one as well. I think it's only a matter of time for some of those things, and also for the Xbox Series X, which, by the way, that'll also be a case where anything that's backwards compatible on that, when I get that, we're gonna run through that. With a couple exceptions. 'Cause, yeah, we're not touching Sonic Unleashed until I have that. Not touching Beautiful Katamari until I have that. Trying to think of something with a frame rate problems that they'll fix. Well, fine, Jump Force. Not touching Jump Force until then. I mean, it'll make Jump Force good, feasibly. Because that's the main problem, the frame rates. So as long as it fixes that, I mean, it is Tales of Symphonia Remastered levels on the Xbox One X. Hey, it's another Namco game, so yeah, something else they fucked up that way. Yeah, it seems like Namco has been kind of in a bad case, not to mention the fact I was able to confirm what I've always asked on this program, which is, when we did Katamari Damacy reroll, it had that end-user license agreement that I totally went nuts over. I said the Switch version had that. It did. So, yeah, I have an edit planned for when we go to Wheel of Katamari's reroll version when that comes out. We're not currently involved because she couldn't be in room for the actual play. There's a specific thing I'll have if it has it, which I fear it's going to. Because I think Namco apparently have a fetish for that. Except for a new Pokemon Snap, where I guess Nintendo told them, don't you fucking dare. Although then again, yeah, I don't know. But we'll see. If there's any note to Namco or Bandai Namco, yeah. Make games that are working better. Make it so that your game from GameCube era can run on the fucking Switch. And also, don't end-user license agreement games that are remakes from like 20 years ago.
This should be a given. If it's coming from GameCube Switch, it should work. If it's coming from PS1 to PS5, it should work.
Right.
It's a given. Why is it such a fucking issue nowadays?
Okay, actually, no. Kazan22 had the answer what that attack was. The thing of Sephiroth's Harvest Angel. Thank you. I keep forgetting what it is.
Oh, yeah. He did use that on me a couple times.
Yeah.
It's also on Crisis Core.
Well, tied to Final Fantasy VII, so
Yeah.
why not? Actually, in your case, what's the better way to play it, that way or the PSP game?
What, the remake or the PSP?
Which the better version?
Reunion.
Which
They
is the
fixed a
remake?
lot of stuff.
I think it's running on Final Fantasy VII Remix engine to a certain extent. Am I right about that?
Yes and no.
Okay.
So here's my thing. When I played it, I had played the PSP version, I just never beat it.
Right.
You can tell it's a PSP game port.
Really?
Like, uprised.
Okay.
In certain aspects. It looks fantastic.
It looked great, and when I saw it, I said I didn't see this as a PSP game. Although, even on PSP, I heard it looked amazing.
It did. Now, biggest gripe I had, because I played enough of it to have experienced it, and Chasm22 can back me up on this. Zach's voice actor.
They changed it. Right, you mentioned they changed it for...
Changed it, I'm not a fan.
Right.
He just sounds too bubbly for what the character should be.
Okay.
And I get it. Zach's meant to be like a lovable goofball.
Right, but maybe not in the way...
It's a military setting. Like, he needs to reel it in.
Okay. Yeah, as far as what we're going to do with Crisis Core, forever showing that on this program, I don't know if we want to show that one or show the PSP game, because we're going to have to start showing stuff for PSP soon enough. And also, I'll posit this to Electverse as well, because he requested Castlevania Round of Blood. I said I was going to do it on the TurboGrafx 16 Mini, but if he wants to see the PSP port of that within Castlevania Dracula X Chronicles, I do have that now. I just have to beat that remake to get it. And we'll play the remake of that anyway, eventually. If you want to see that version, I will show that version, because as I'm showing you off screen, I do have a way to stream PSP, and I'm going to figure what we're going to do with displaying that system out. Okay. Especially because we're going to make an edit or a off-screen part for the Lunar Play, showing the first hour or so of that.
Alright, so we've gotten the Holy Peak Staff, which is Yushen's ultimate weapon.
Alright.
It'll get to him eventually.
Okay.
So I'm not concerned with it right this moment.
Yeah, soon enough we'll be able to do it.
Alright, name it to Monastery. Going back here.
Alright, where next?
It's bacon! I love
Roger Bacon!
Yeah, it feels weird that this is who Roger Bacon is, but
Get used to it.
yeah, I am used to it now.
I just need an excuse to say Bacon!
I guess, I don't know, should I put the edit for the Bacon Strips commercial in?
Whatever you would like, my friend.
I don't know,
I heard it the first time and I quite enjoyed it.
Okay,
All right.
I guess we could do it again.
So,
Once for old time's sake.
what's this? Now, do you remember, going back a few parts, you
Okay.
remember part 3, when we went into Kui High Tower,
Yes.
and we found a certain something on the ground?
The erotic book.
The erotic book.
It's going to him, isn't it?
Finally fucking comes into play.
Okay, awesome.
He goes, what's this? Huh? What's this?
It also goes to what we had with Mystical Ninja starring Goemon last week. Fine, the Japanese version, but anyway.
Nice, huh? How wonderful. This must be the mysterious treasure storehouse I've been searching for. Exchange this with that? What do you think? Oh, quit it. This is far more valuable.
It must be a limited edition.
Please don't say that. This is great too. I bet you'll make use of it.
Will we?
Right?
I don't know, will we?
You don't know where we're gonna get. Well, what the hey? I'm tired of it anyway.
Yeah, he already read all the articles.
Exchange the erotic book with the pulse tract.
Okay.
The next part is the best. This page can't be open!
He glued it shut? Oh shit, he did glue it shut.
It's not glue.
I was gonna say, I know it's not glue.
Yeah, not glue.
Well, no, fine, it's not that kind of glue.
Yeah, wasn't me. It was like that when I got it.
Where'd he get it?
Day Y.
Oh shit. Yikes. Yeah, indeed. Okay, yeah, I didn't have that on my bingo card either. Shit.
Yeah, I love it. You just cross it off weird shit now.
I love it, but I love it though. I really like
Yep.
this element of the game. Feels like it's in keeping.
Okay, so we got the pulse tract. Now,
So what's the pulse track do?
well, we're not quite done here yet, but I want to take care of something. Pulse tract is another book.
Okay.
So many books.
And it probably doesn't have nice articles like the erotic book did. Well, fine, we didn't read any of them, as we mentioned, because it came that way.
I mean, it was Shanghai Angels. It was pretty good.
Uh-huh.
So I've been told. Okay, so we want to go onto our valuable screen. Pulse tract. Bacon's treasured old manuscript.
All right.
Bacon's manuscript. The rainbow's treasure is a golden moon, burning sun, old forest, royal garden, ocean's color, drops of blood, and from the sky to rebirth.
So places we gotta go.
No.
Okay.
Rainbow's treasure.
Oh, we have to go back to the dungeon again.
And based on the colors, or what, based on the descriptions there,
Yellow, orange, green. Wait. Fine. It's the puzzle as far as the color.
it is the colors. It's orange, yellow, green, purple, indigo, red, and the sky blue.
Wait, what was the old forest color again?
Green,
What was the royal garden?
purple,
Why purple?
royal.
Oh, right. Okay, that was where I stopped and was like, wait, why was that the case? First, like green is like, green again? That's not right.
Yeah, no, royal garden because it's because of purple's association with royalty.
Okay, fair enough.
So, but I wanted to do that because it opens up this real quick, and I'll just go do it. Why not?
All right.
It's not like I'm gonna.
Well, hey, we're doing all of this, so that's makes
Yeah.
sense.
We're making great time, so I'm not concerned. So. Oh, maybe it was. I'm following this.
Well, fine. Because what was the first one?
Golden something.
Oh, fine. There's only one yellow in the rainbow. Yes, so yeah, fair enough. It's close enough. But as you said, there's colors there where there could be more than one thing.
Yeah, which is strange. That's funny. They actually have you do red twice.
Do they?
Yeah.
It's not orange for one of them?
No.
Oh, okay. So, all right, fine.
Which I didn't realize, so I was wrong too.
So, okay, so what I said was right, that you have, like, cases where it's two colors again. Well, hey, since we're going this the third time, it makes sense that they're going to throw you a bit of a curveball.
Well, for the most part, I mean, they're all pretty clear-cut.
Sure. Yeah, we're not feeling these things.
Meh.
Let's leave them be.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
Yeah, I know. We have a dungeon to finish here. And a nice item, I guess, to get in here.
Yeah, it's a key item. This is going to actually lead to our ultimate fusion.
Awesome. Okay, so you have to do this to get that.
Yep. So, the ultimate fusion is not terribly difficult to get to. It's just a matter of following the path.
Alright.
And then getting this item.
And we have another boss we have to fight here.
Not here.
Okay. Yeah, usually they give you the boss at the second one instead of the last one, but that's fair enough.
They fake you out.
Yeah, well, that's what this whole game has been really doing, and I like that. It kind of plays with your expectation of what it is, and then it pulls the rug out at just the right places.
Made you look.
Yeah, indeed. Which you had when we played Aladdin. I did not know that actually was in that game.
Alright, so we have a Stone of Rebirth.
Alright, so yes, you said this goes to that final summon.
Yeah, so we are going to wait on that for just a moment. Now, the next part that I'm going to take care of is where I kind of told you that my luck was going to come into play. So
Okay.
here's hoping that it's high.
What is it?
The spin 10 ring.
Oh, that.
I'm not looking forward to this.
You want to save first, probably.
I
I'm saying yes.
want to save. I hate this so much. I do need to concentrate for it. So talk about whatever you want.
No, I probably shouldn't do that.
I just need to focus on this because it's a bitch.
You know what? In fact, I'm going to let you focus on it.
You do what you need to do.
No, I'll hold
You'll see why I need focus and concentration on this. It's
And
a bitch.
Fine, fine. In that case, yeah, we can handle, dead air. So don't worry. Do what you got to do. No. We can have some. It's fine.
I want you to see why it's such a pain in the ass.
All right.
All right. So, well, okay.
Oh, okay.
So, actually, we can do this first. This is how you trigger the lottery.
Oh, he's the lottery member.
He's the
Cool.
chairman.
Is he the one? He's not the one you have to do the 10 ring on, is it?
No, well, the 10 ring's a separate thing.
Okay.
This is just for the final lottery, so we still have I can still do this first.
So he's the chairman of the lottery.
He
on
is
top
the chairman.
Of that. Okay.
I love how he goes, I'm a weird... No, I mean, I'm the chairman.
Right.
So, I did save before this anyway, so we're good.
Great.
And I still have 5 lottery tickets.
The cotton underpants.
Cotton underpants. Oh, you bitch.
Right in the middle.
You bitch.
I was gonna say he was either gonna be right on the line or was gonna be right on the middle.
That's alright. I have nothing but tickets left for him, so I will just keep on going.
Okay.
I don't care how many fucking tissues I have at the end, as long as I get those underpants.
Okay.
You see, I said his ring isn't that terribly hard, it's just...
I was gonna say, it looked like it might have been on the line, but
Yeah, it was
quite.
real close. Oh, this is what happens all the time. You either go too far or too soon.
All right.
I will get them. There we go.
That should do it.
That's on.
Okay, good.
Okay, we're cool.
So why do we want these things so badly?
Bragging rights mostly, but I want to show you because it's fucking funny.
All right.
Have fun. Start out as a hobby. You know what should I do now?
I don't know.
All right. So this is equipment. It's considered equipment, but like. If it's equipment, it should be here, right?
It's not here. Whoa, what's going on? Oh, it's for her? No, wait a second. There's no specific equipment for characters, is there?
Yes, there is.
Oh, there is.
Yep, it's only for Alice.
Pure and white, they cut normal attack by 50%. Okay,
They're
there
just
you go.
white panties.
What more can be said? The most important thing is change watch them frequently. They'll cut damage from normal attacks in half.
I don't ever use them on her because, I mean, I could if I really wanted to put them on her for the in place of the Anne's Cross. I could.
I don't know what's better to run. Isn't that good to the idea of cutting normal? Or that
Yeah, I
not
mean, it's
hurt?
all right. It's cool. It'll beef up her defense a little bit. So whatever, I'll run that then.
Well, no, it's your choice. If you don't want to run it, don't run it.
I've never run them. I just find it as a novelty item. I think it's funny.
All right, then this is gonna be interesting then to see. All right, so
All
you
right.
have to do the ring thing, right?
Yeah. Before I have to do that. So
We are gonna go.
we have to say, let's go. This is to the final dungeon.
Is this point of return?
No, you have to go to the final dungeon in order to get access to the 10 spin ring.
Gotcha.
This is the 5 spin ring. You have to do this in order to even get to the final dungeon.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, no problem there.
That's the 5 spin.
I'm watching my warning probably.
The 10 spin ring gets much faster.
Okay. Is everything else we have on Earth taken care of?
No.
Alright, so we have a cutscene here? Oh,
No.
Oh, we have a, so it's almost like something that Parasite, like the bulbous,
We're inside the float.
in float, damn. He's a living, breathing, thing. This is it. The entire temple's a living entity, yeah? Alice seems to be saying what I'm saying, it seems like a lot of cases. Not built by human hands, but creatures that travel with stars. He loves it. And she's like, yeah, this looks like something out of a movie. What movie was she watching in 1913?
Was an alien.
Yeah, it was. It also was not something to scope.
Nothing coming from Geiger, that's for sure.
Yeah, true enough.
Okay, so they do their little comments, blah, 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 whatever. Now, the only thing that matters is that you set foot in here.
Okay. Can you leave?
Yep.
What?
Nemeto escape point.
Okay. Oh, I see.
Yep.
Now what they call this thing?
Yeah, so they call it Neem for short. It's the full name is Nemeto.
That's the name of the floater where
The
we're...
float.
Okay, so I've been calling it the float the entire time.
No, that's what Neem means.
Oh, gotcha.
They
Wait, they said that. A flashlight warning every time we do that travel.
Yeah.
No, it's not bad. It's fine.
Yeah,
Don't worry
Albert
about
Simon said it in the last part.
it. Right.
So, okay. So I do want to save.
Because now we're doing that 10 spin.
Actually, yeah, let me save because I did the lottery.
Okay.
Just because that's done, so I don't have to do that shit again. And then we can come in here, we'll do the 10 spin. What? I thought I was in there. Alright. I can do this. I can do this.
No,
I've done this so many times before. I know I can do this.
I know you can do it too.
This...
Here's a question. Is it a case where you're locked out if you don't do it right?
You can retry as many times as you
Good.
want.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
no.
didn't know.
No. Believe me, I will be retrying every fucking time. I want that final weapon for Yuri.
That's what you get for this?
Yes.
Did you get his final armor yet?
No. That ties into the final fusion.
Okay.
Yeah, funny. Yuri's your main character, and yet his equipment is the last shit you get.
That makes sense. Actually, that makes sense. Honestly.
Yeah, it does.
You
but
wish
I hate
you
it.
wish you would get it sooner.
I mean, he's already OP, which is fine.
Yeah, sort of, but you're seeing that Hallie's been more powerful than he's been.
Yeah, it's pretty great.
That's also because you built him up and he has that stuff already. All right.
Just wait till I get to Yuri. Alright, so he's talking about the teleporter again. He wants to do an experiment.
Other one?
Yeah. It's all well and good to help, but don't you think it will get you into trouble just like before?
Did it get him into trouble?
I don't know.
Or it'll work well?
I don't really know what he's referring to, but he's just trying to fuck with the teleporter again.
Alright.
Alright.
Oh, this is what you have to do it for. Alright. So, yeah, run on the treadmill.
I am a fucking hamster on a wheel.
Alright. All your rage is just a rat in a cage.
Here we go.
Alright.
Alright, here we go. Shut the fuck up!
First try! Great
Holy
job!
shit!
Have you ever done that first try?
No!
And that is on tape, my friend, so good job.
The sigh of relief.
Oh my god, that was brilliant. Thank you.
I am
Great
so
job.
glad that that's recorded.
I know, that's amazing.
Oh my god. Thank you.
No problem.
Oh,
Wow, that was Dolly Finn. She's impressed too.
my heart is racing right now.
Mine too.
That's
honestly.
amazing.
And I didn't even do that. Great job.
Well,
Is it-
you do say every playthrough that I go through, there's at least one thing.
well, there's been.
That's my one thing here.
Well, there's been. I think there's something else with this game, isn't there, Ben?
That's my big one thing.
Okay, I'm trying to remember what else there was. Fantastic, so Dolly Finn says.
Thank you.
It was fantastic.
Holy shit. Oh man, I'm
I also
so
I also
stoked.
specifically didn't say, "Oh, you might get this on your first try." So
No, I know, and I was like, if he says anything, I'm gonna fucking... I don't know what's gonna happen if I hit that ring or not. Oh, man.
Yeah, I flew to the moon. He did?
Yeah, he went to the moon.
Well, given how you pulled that off.
I thought I might die from the lack of air.
That's also you, I guess, from what happened there, but great job. The Earth
I
was
may have
green.
stopped breathing at some point. I don't know.
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Yeah, great job, so Chasm22 says.
Thank you.
I don't know, Chasm22, when you played this, you ever get that on your first try?
don't even know. Yeah, did you ever even go for the final weapons and stuff, or did you not concern yourself with it?
Yeah, but you say we're lying?
Yeah, right.
I brought back a
Here's
souvenir.
proof.
Stone for the moon. The
Nightbird Claw.
That's his final weapon.
That's his final weapon. Oh, I am ecstatic right now.
Me too.
Alright, so, Nightbird Claw. This is what it looks like. This weapon was said to have been used in ancient days by the god of war, and that its wielder can summon the power of Ashura. Its true origin is a mystery.
Okay.
Apparently it's a moonstone.
Alright.
Okay, so, next thing.
Yeah, what is next? How do we top that? We don't top that.
Now we go power it up.
I was gonna say, we don't top that. Well, actually, since we're waiting on the armor, we want to power up and still we're waiting.
Yeah, because the armor doesn't get powered up ever.
I did get them, but probably not on my first try. So Chasm 22.
Every other time I've done that, it's taken me at least 15 to 20 times.
Let me ask you, on the test play, how many times did it take you?
That's where it took me about 20 times.
Well, okay, great. Because, I remember I ran into that a couple times, so I thought, hey, it's going to be... It took me a lot of times to do certain things, and then, like, when I run it, I get it pretty quickly.
Maybe the recording curse in reverse.
Yep. Exactly.
I'll take it. I will fucking take it.
I think our chat will take it, too.
I did not think in a million years that would be one shot.
I'm glad it was one shot.
So am I, because otherwise we would have been sitting here forever. Okay. And I have more than enough money.
Alrighty, so
it's 300K.
But 300K worth spending.
Yeah, look, 215.
Alright, let's do it. Alright, Yuri, lay back. Well, Yuri's been through this before, hasn't he?
Yes.
I was like, yeah, so why is he surprised?
He still doesn't like him touching him.
Yeah, alrighty, everything's done. Alright, well, hey, May1 knows what he's doing. And if nothing else, I think Yuri will come out of it and say, like, yeah, that was worth it.
He's fine.
Yeah, definitely.
He'll be alright. And I still have 233 to spare.
Perfect.
Okay, now on to... Where am I going? Not that much money.
Anything we need to use that for, aside from building that last one up?
No, we need to go back to Prague.
Alright. So,
Excuse me.
What do we got here?
We need to go to the Silent Peddler. I know we haven't spoken to him in a while.
Which one? Oh, over on the side here.
Yeah, you know how he kind of appears everywhere? Like in random spots and bars and stuff?
Yeah. Wait.
He's up here talking to May1, which I really could have gone here.
He's the guy with the, who gave us, we'd have the pedometer thing.
Correct.
Oh, I see. What do we want to run?
So, I have 740 steps left. I'm going to actually use 700 of those and buy Thera extracts.
Okay.
Unfortunately, you do have to talk to him each time to get one.
Alright, you want these because why?
They are full heals.
Okay, so why you can't buy these at stores?
I can actually buy them from him, but I'm using up my pedometer steps because I have them left over.
You're starting off to do that, gotcha.
I might as well get some for free.
Sure.
Or,
well, free that's not money.
Exactly. And then I have plenty of money because I have tons of shit to sell.
What's shopping? The reason you just sell from him or buy from him too? Anything for money?
Yeah, so he actually sells all the extracts.
Oh, so what's pedometer sales?
You actually buy a pedometer.
Oh, right.
So remember how I was like doing really well switching between characters? I never explained this at the beginning because I didn't think it was ever going to be a thing, and it wasn't.
Sure.
But if you, for some reason, are missing the party member who has the pedometer and the item did not snap back into your inventory,
you can just buy it from him.
You can buy it from him. However, your steps do not carry between pedometers. You're starting from scratch with each one.
Oh.
So that's why I never wanted to do it.
Makes sense.
Okay. So I have a bunch of shit to sell.
Alright.
So we're gonna do that first. Because the more money I have, the better.
Yeah, but I think I'll let you do that.
You're good. I'm still coming off of a high right now.
Yeah, I think we all are.
Yeah, that was fucking insanity.
That's, well, I said that's, because I don't know if it's never really gone to an indication, like, why do I do these shows live usually for it? Because
recording stuff for posterity.
Recording stuff for posterity, but also the idea that sometimes you never know what's going to happen. Even if you're the one playing a game, even if it's a game you played for your entire life, you never know. Sometimes it's a fascination of what's going to come out.
That is the hardest ring in the game, mind you.
Okay.
Like, the hardest ring.
And you did a great job handling that.
Fucking shot.
I would say, yeah, you made it look like nothing.
Holy shit.
I'll say this. I know you said you look around for as much content of this game as far as, like, Let's Plays and things. I don't know, did any of them ever do this one shot? You saw?
trying to think. None that I can ever... I mean, you gotta think, any other video I've ever seen, it's probably edited. So if it didn't take him one shot, I probably never saw the failed attempts.
Sure. As I said, the only time we'll edit stuff for this program is if adding stuff in between, like editing fodder and things, or if we have technical problems and I have to cut something. There's a very brief element of that I found, weirdly enough, on the last part of this that I did not expect to see. Nothing massive. In that case, yes. But as far as actual content stuff, I did with one thing, which was the Castlevania Bloodlines play, because of how I ran that. But usually speaking, I will not for certain things. Good job. It's like, wait, yeah, like...
I know I'm, like, jumping on the couch. I'm like...
And you're jumping less than it was on that 10 ring. Well, fine, it was later.
Okay, so I need to keep the Holy Peak stat. That's his ultimate weapon. I don't want to sell that by accident.
Oh, do you want to maybe, since
Maywan's there? I could. I probably should.
The Oracle Staff is what we want to get rid of, I
Yeah,
guess.
I'm good with the Oracle Staff going, because that's... When did I get that? I don't even know how old that is, and I think I might have gotten that from Day Y.
Yeah, I'll have to get a sense of when that was.
It was a while ago, that's for damn sure.
All the parts of the game from before below, so it's probably one of those somewhere. Oh no, it is from there.
Ooh, got the full 25%. Oh yeah.
There you go.
Alright, so that we
I would say, do you want to go and put it on so he doesn't get rid of?
Nah, I think I'll be alright, because I did this last night too, on the other file.
Perfect.
And I was able to not sell it by accident. Yeah, Mark, I don't know why I kept so many weapons, like, I wasn't trying to hoard. Just
honestly, you don't care. It's like, you got something better, just put that on. Who cares?
And I wasn't I was running a very specific kind of, like, way to do things in this one. So I just wasn't really thinking much.
That's fine.
Unlike the other stuff.
No, it makes sense. I get it.
20%, I'm fine. So, threes. So, after we go through and get our Thera extracts, so the reason why I'm doing it is I'm trying to beef up, well, it's really more of a security policy, insurance policy, trying to make sure that I can do full heals when needed, because the next battle is going to be essentially figuring out when is the right time to heal versus when is the right time to attack.
Okay.
Which is pretty much every one-on-one battle in this game.
Oh, it's a one-on-one.
It is a one-on-one. So in order to get the final fusion, Yuri has to go up against his innermost demons.
All right. He's got a lot of those.
Yeah. Well. Oh well. We will go further into that when we get there, but the Thera extracts do cost a pretty penny, so that's kind of why I'm trying to build this up as much as I possibly can, and hopefully I can get a decent discount with that as well. If I can get like 20-something in my inventory, I'll be good to go.
Okay.
Because when I played this last night, I actually had some left over. I did this first, and then I did Hallie's Pit Fights. So I had some left over for that, but obviously I did it reversed in this one.
Probably, I guess, a good idea, because I don't know. What other things do we have to do before the flow, just to get an idea?
This
is it?
This is it.
Okay.
So that's what I mean. I'm making excellent time with, what we got to do. And I thought that ring was going to take more time, which is kind of why I was like, okay, we're still all right. But the fact that I was able to get it done in one, I was like, oh, perfect.
I guess here's the other question, going back to that once more. You said it was 15 to 20 attempts when it was off screen.
Roughly.
How much time did that translate into? Would you say like 10 minutes, about more, higher?
About a half hour.
For 20 attempts?
Yeah, so it might have been more than 20.
Okay.
I don't know. Honestly, when I see red like that, I just lose count.
Okay.
And when I did it last night, I was telling you I had the volume off.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I had it muted completely.
No, you mentioned that off screen.
I think that helped because it didn't take me as long because I didn't hear the clicks of the ring. So without that audio cue, it wasn't throwing me off in any way. It was strictly based on my vision.
Mm-hmm.
So, if I missed it, it was my own fault. It wasn't like being betrayed by, because, sound takes a little bit to reach where it needs to go.
Right.
But,
No, I get that. I mean, if nothing else, it also shows one thing. We've sometimes said, we were talking earlier as far as the thing with the parappa the Rapper, the new one as well, as the others. sometimes the question of where's button lag introduced. The question is, does the RetroTink 5X introduce that? No, because otherwise that wouldn't have been a case of it,
Hell, if there was button lag on this thing, I would be missing rings left and right. Every time I miss a ring in this game, it is strictly my own fault, and I will own up to that 1,000%.
Yeah, and I'm getting that too. Even when I missed it when it was off screen or doing off screen stuff with this, I still was like, yeah, I did that. It's not the game screwing me out of something.
No. I know that, like, the ring is a little bit finicky in this game. Like I said, I don't know if I mentioned it in any of the parts or if I just said it to you off recording. But they definitely cleaned it up in the in Covenant and From the New World. Ooh, nice. So I'm playing at 20%. That's going too fast for me.
And it's also pointing out that it doesn't exist in Kodelka, because the Kodelka plays totally differently.
Yeah, it's a what did you call it? Strategy turn-based?
It's a turn-based, or I guess it's a strategy RPG. It kind of plays like Fire Emblem or Shining Force of what you showed me.
Yeah, you have like a finite number of squares on a field, and you move your character accordingly to be within range of attacking, and then you pick your moves from a list. So yeah, I would say it's strategy RPG.
Yeah.
Damn it.
Wait, is that Snow White robe? Is that what you're getting rid of?
Yeah, that's just regular armor for Marguerite and Alice,
Okay.
which both of them have their ultimate armor, so I'm good. The nice thing is, in the later games, in Covenant and From the New World, the discount cards work a little bit differently, and I actually like them a little bit better. They function more, so they give you a list based on, like, what your ranking is. So you have a rank, I think it's like E through S or something like that. It might be E through A even. And you can actually choose from a list what percentage you want to go for.
Oh, okay.
Instead of having to go through this.
Every single one?
Yeah, which this is honestly, if I were to pick out any flaw, this is one of the flaws I would say. Okay. For a first game, it's not bad.
Right.
But I'm glad that they improved upon it in the later games. Because it definitely makes it more tolerable.
Well, also makes it a little more direct. So you can say, okay, fine, you don't have... You choose to risk something. It's basically kind of going to be an all or nothing case. At that case, saying like, "Hey, I want to run the highest one."
Well,
like
if you fuck up the ring on the higher percentages in the other games, you lose points and your rank can potentially go down.
Okay.
Which I think is interesting. All right, we don't want to get rid of that because that's Keith's ultimate armor.
The punk jacket, I'm trying to remember.
Punk jacket is the step below Hallie's ultimate armor.
Okay.
So, God, I still have bandanas and leather caps. I've been fucking hoarding this whole game.
No, it's fine.
That's
We've kind of had so much
insane.
going on, it's made sense that you've kind of... I didn't remember that either. I didn't even think that, oh, is there a reason to,
I had no idea I even had that in there. Ah! Oh, well. Alright, so we're good there. Now, their extract's only 5,000.
Well, that's good.
So I think we're okay.
I think so, yeah. How many want to run? Just get as much. 91?
I can get all of them,
Okay.
but I'm not gonna get all of them.
Oh, you're not?
No.
How much you
Let's do 32.
need? Okay.
I'll give myself an even 40.
You're gonna try it for discount, too.
Of course.
Yeah, why not?
It starts off well enough, and then spirals out of control. That was awful.
Well,
It's
hey,
fucking awful.
you still have... That's why you probably didn't go for, all of them. Oh, you want more now?
Well, these
Oh,
are
you get
pure extracts. These are a little more expensive. I am only gonna get 4 of these because I don't really need too many. Ah, balls.
Almost.
All right, so that's fine. And then mana extracts.
This is also, I guess, preparing for final, for the flow, too, yes?
Yeah, definitely. Just trying to kind of see what I can get away with in terms of getting money off. So remember, I told you money after a certain point is a non-issue.
Mostly, yeah.
I mean, I've been able to upgrade my 2 heaviest hitters weapons fully. I now have plenty of final, dungeon stuff. You.
One other question, I just noticed when it came to the missed cases of the discounts, it said penalty points. What's that?
That was if I didn't have enough money to pay for it.
Oh, okay.
We would have issued penalty points.
How's that work? That's right, I remember we talked about that.
We did slightly, but it never was an issue, so that's why it never really came up. So that, exactly as I said, if I don't have enough money, like if I tried to buy something and I didn't have the full amount and I missed the discount, it would actually have a penalty against me on the point cards.
Mm-hmm.
And I believe if you get so many penalty points or whatever, one of your cards is like rendered ineffective.
Can you use it for good?
I don't know. I've literally never had it happen, so I have no clue.
I'll see if I can find something to indicate that.
Yeah, that's unfortunately with some elements like that, it's beyond me.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Where are we going?
We are going.
Oh, the graveyard.
Well, in a second.
Yeah, you probably want to run when we got here.
We are taking off. Okay, so I am gonna try to find something that will boost his attack or his decreases MP consumption, which I know that the priest earrings do. Puts his physical attack down a little bit, but that's alright. And then I could put that on, but that's kind of whatever. Isn't there a ring? Don't I have a ring somewhere that'll boost his attack? No? Nothing? Nothing. That's insane. Weird bottle. That will, but that'll also reduce my SP. I think we're gonna put those thief earrings on because that boosts a bunch of his stuff. So that'll come in handy. And then we'll save here. And then it's off to the graveyard.
Yeah, alright, so you said we had to fight his demons, yes?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, really just one in particular.
Alright. So yeah, who's left? We took care of the masks, we took care of Foxface, we took care of the thing that was going to take down Alice. We're back at our tree from childhood. Going back to the Chulip thing, that's kind of how Chulip opens, weirdly enough. Oh, an old familiar voice.
Yep.
His mother?
No, not quite.
Oh, Foxface again. Or his
Dear
mother.
old dad.
Oh, Ben. It's like, so wait. Okay. Alright, this is going to be interesting. There's Ben Huga, as we mentioned from a couple parts ago. It has been a while.
I've already made a mistake, but that's okay.
What's that?
I meant to put Yuri in the back row, but that's okay.
Actually, have we done anything with formations in this game, really?
I've done it. I haven't mentioned it, but I've done it on my own.
It's the same case where enemies or not enemies, party members then frontal attack more but take more damage.
Yes.
Okay, gotcha.
Yep. So you always put your magic uses in the back.
Gotcha. All right.
That's why Shishan and Alice always stay there.
Fair enough. Your continued travels must have grown so much. Fighting him. Why would we fight him?
There's the kick. Yeah.
If you win the soul, the powerful god would be yours. The seraphic radiance. Oh, okay.
Remember him?
Yeah.
So he is contained within Ben Huga's body.
Oh, okay. That's a surprise.
Yep.
Well, how was he inside? Oh, he went and took it in to... Wait, we saw that happen? Or we didn't see that happen? Okay.
No, so remember, if you remember back in that part when Yuri went to go fuse with it, and it kind of swallowed him up?
Yes.
So, like, his dad's ghost, soul, spirit, whatever the fuck you want to call it, is, like, within him.
Okay.
So, his dad, like, protected him and was like, oh, okay, I'll take him on.
That's lovely, honestly, thinking about that.
Yeah.
But alright, so we're at this case. I already told you I've been watching over you. That's true. The ancient god who lost one to Shanghai. If you can't conquer him, it will mean your life.
Mm-hmm. It's not a game over, though.
If you... What's not a game over?
If you lose.
What happens if you lose?
It just kicked you out.
Do you not get to get this if you lose?
It doesn't lock you out. It just kicked you out of the graveyard.
Okay. Primary gods of the universe tremble if you can handle it.
We want this.
Me? Fuse it to rock. Hey, did you see that?
I was gonna ask you, do you see the typo?
Well, not typo. It's just they capitalized the A.
I still call that a typo.
I guess. The radiance. Yeah, you want to say it. Believe in yourself and come with everything you got. All right.
Every battle offers an opportunity of victory. It's up to you to summon the courage to grasp that moment.
That's what Yuri's did in the heart.
They also capitalize on faltering for no reason.
It's alright. Yeah, but it's interesting to kind of notice that. Alright, this is the spirit of bronze.
I don't know what he's talking about.
So I guess I can offer you.
Alright, let's fight.
Huh?
Come on.
Let's do it.
So much talking.
It's also a different context now that we know, like, Fox's face was not actually Ben, and also the idea that he's fighting not because he wants to hurt Yuri, or for that matter, Yuri's not fighting him to hurt his father. Ooh! He struck. Or struck.
He hits hard, and that's why I was gonna put him in the back.
You did put him in the back, you didn't?
Nope, I forgot.
Okay, so, is this also a whale in your father case? Okay.
Yeah, you want to conserve your magic. But you see how hard I'm hitting.
Yeah. And I'm gonna assume he doesn't have a whole lot of health.
About 2,000? 4,000.
Okay. But you also probably want to take care of yourself with health recoveries. Like, probably now.
That's why I have their extra.
That's why you bought it for this battle. Okay.
Because Lord knows I'm gonna need them. Not just that though. Next turn I'm gonna have to do something else.
Alright.
Always with 3-hit combo.
Yeah, but it needs 500, so what do you gotta do now?
Alright, so now I need to.
Oh, right, you have to get the SP running.
So it'll still only deplete by 1, but at least if I fully heal it, I have 72 to work with.
Fantastic.
Yeah, so I'm good.
Does he have a soul type? Or a,
What, like a
K
class?
type? Or class of that?
I
I think he'd be
think
white, yes.
He's dark.
Oh, fine, I guess he's dark because it's the same way that Yuri is.
Yeah, I think he's dark, but I'm not. Yeah, he's dark. The next thing doesn't have any sort of elemental class.
Gotcha.
I just need to get my hits in, that's all. Like, as long as I can... Essentially, this whole thing is a battle of survival.
Sure.
And if I can manage to do it correctly, then we're good to go. He's doing really well, considering he's in the front line. Can't believe I love that.
Well, I mean, honestly...
Hopefully it won't make a difference in the next round. That's the thing, you want to do it because it makes a difference in the next round.
Oh, we have to fight him again?
Not him.
Oh.
Just wait. It's coming. It's coming!
Alright.
Oh boy, is it coming! Ugh. If anything, this is just tedious. Like, this part of it.
Okay. Because you know something else bigger is coming.
Yeah, well, I really don't want to be wasting my time on him. I rather go for the bigger.
That probably should take him. Well, fine.
Now.
Okay, nice. You become this strong. Power of this terrific radiance. Oh wait, he attacks me with it?
He refuses.
Oh, okay.
It's big.
Alright.
It's real big.
And we won't get a nudity tag, so don't worry.
Okay. It's real big. Alright, so this attack hurts me and then heals the terrific radiance. Well, if they were missing any health. So I definitely want to heal after that. Their physical attack, I can withstand maybe 2 of them.
Okay.
Until I have to heal. We'll see if it's
Okay.
So essentially, if I want, this is why it says conserve your magic.
Yeah, use this.
Use demon rays. If I can get perfect, great. But again, go for damage, not perfect.
Alright, demon rays.
And this hits for 5.
539.
Yeah. So, this has 5,000 HP, roughly.
Oh, I see. This is what you meant by the next phase. Although, like, oh, you beat him and then you go on to something else in between. But okay.
Get a shit ton of XP for this thing.
Yes, so far, though, you're doing really good.
Like I said, I just gotta keep this up and then I'll be good. Oh, you bitch. Generally, it doesn't do the third thing.
Okay.
Generally, I do a 1-2 punch. But... It's not a hard battle. It's just, like I said, it's just a matter of kind of figuring out when to attack, when to heal.
Uh-huh. And technically, I guess, as you said, you're making it harder yourself with,
Yeah, because I forgot to switch the position.
But that's fine, though, in that case.
I'm doing alright.
I like that it's
And it doesn't seem like Terrific Radiance is actually hitting any harder than it would normally. This attack is something I do need to heal after.
Malkto?
Yeah, it's just because it hits hard, like right off the bat.
310. Oh, it recovers health too, I guess.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. It didn't before because there was no health missing.
Oh.
And then technically, I do have a magic attack that can actually heal me. But I have to for that attack, so I'm fine. Oh, you only did one that time.
Alright, that was good.
Nice. Take this bitch down.
Alright.
Yeah!
Yeah, show this prehistoric bitch how to do things downtown. Yeah, it's not the first time I mentioned that on this show, and we've actually never played any of the Ghostbusters games either.
Eventually, you'll start to see it waver. Oh, see, that's why I want the perfect. That's 600.
Damn.
So you see, like, as we got further and stronger and everything, those fucking totals just kept climbing.
Yes.
Like, I mean, 999 is the max you can do. Which, after we get this, we'll unlock that ability to be able to do that, because there's one attack in the game that I'm aware of. I mean, unless you power level, that can cause 999.
Oh, I see, because at that point you'll be maxed out on stats. Good job.
Yeah, I don't know if like raising your level that high will actually let Yuri do it, but I can only assume. I mean, I can hit 600 or whatever.
Or Chad, if you know.
Come on. Start slouching. Not with this.
I was gonna say, yeah. I was thinking of that saying that you can either take risk or not.
No. So actually, what I'm gonna do is do one better.
Yeah, use the full fruit of
Yggdrasil.
Yggdrasil, thank you.
Yeah, so I'll just hit my magic because I need it.
Perfect. Of course, she's gonna recover with this.
Sorry. She only heals like 100 something, so it's not like
you're taking off more.
Yeah, it's not a huge heal. It's the damage she causes that I'm more concerned about to me. Because that's a pretty big chunk of damage. I'm doing good on my Therax Rex. I've only used 9 of them.
Usually we'll want to run that many for this battle.
I mean, you have to heal pretty frequently, so yeah. It's a really good idea to get as many you could. The last time when I did this last night, I had 25 of them, I think.
Okay.
So. Come on. Come on.
Yeah, we almost got her.
You can get her.
Because basically it's luck in turn. Well, it's like, I guess they're running their own invisible judgment ring when you think about it.
I don't really know. I just assume it's AI, so I don't really think too deeply about it. I do like her design, though.
I do too, yeah.
The snake running around that's like fused into her skin.
Yeah, right there you got 3 of them. But yeah, oh yeah, absolutely. But it goes exactly what you're saying, the way this game is art directed. and the way that the character's designed, it's really quite something.
Yeah. Slouch. Slouch. You bitch. What is up? I might be better off just doing a physical attack, to be honest. Oh!
Ooh, that's close.
Oh! Way too close for comfort there.
Alright.
Holy hell. No, no. We're not doing that. Imagine if I missed that.
I know.
Oh my god.
I wasn't gonna say.
How fucking devastating that would be. Alright. Let me try physical attack, see if it does any better.
Okay. It's 5 something.
Oh, much
Jesus
better.
Christ.
Why
wow.
wasn't I doing that from the start? Fuck.
No, it's fine. There you go. At least you're showing what that's looking like.
Oh, they're trying to do the physical attack from wide.
I guess because you did a physical attack yourself, she does
I
that.
don't know. She's starting to waver though.
Oh, right, because of the side. It's kind of subtle, I'm noticing.
Hers it is.
Which is, well, I've seen other characters, like, oh, I've said this. I said, hey, are they slouching? Like, no. And like, then you realize, okay, they are sort of. Actually, when we fought out Albert Simon, I noticed that a little bit. So I like that you have to actually kind of do a read on the enemy to kind of get a sense of, okay, how far along are you?
How far are you from the read?
How is she from her grave? Nice.
She's. I do like the camera angles on this battle.
Oh yeah. It really gives a great flair to what you're seeing here.
Move strike, baby.
Still, it is
Still
doing
does way more. It does
more.
800. Oh, well, hindsight's 2020, right? And at least I figured it out halfway through the battle.
Yeah, hindsight's 2020, but looking back, it still looks fuzzy.
So she'll be down soon. My turn.
Oh, let's see.
Yeah,
There you go.
there we go.
That's all you need to do. Just punch her in the legs.
Right in the show.
Okay. Good job.
Yeah. Ultimate summon.
All right, so yeah, you got 60,000 experience and a diamond ring, and level up. So yeah, you're in good shape.
Yes.
All right, what's the diamond ring's just what, an accessory?
Yeah.
Okay.
So obviously, Soul Honor, you're the matter.
Soul's Terrific Radiance. Is this something you have to do an unlock of, or you already have it now? You have it.
No,
okay.
that's it. I got it.
Does it have a final move that you also have to do a Berserk on? And you probably want to do that.
Indeed, it does.
I'm gonna say you probably want to do that. Am I right?
Yeah, but we'll do it
Right,
in
good
the
job,
final
son.
dungeon. Did I
Yeah.
do the right thing?
With what? Taking it from him?
I don't know. There is going to be a voice cutscene in a couple minutes, so.
All right, we will do that in just a second. Now?
Yeah.
I will be right back.
Why do I worry so? I'm blessed with true friends. I have enemies to battle, and my body remains strong enough to face any challenge. Can there be any greater happiness than this? Do not waver. Forge ahead. The blood of the Harmonixer. The power of fusion. You've come this far since awakening, have you not? You're a man, aren't you? You must not halt your steps. When you choose of your own free will to halt your steps, that will signify true defeat. Go. Continue to place one foot before the other. For every man there is a resting place. Grit your teeth, and no matter what setbacks you may suffer along the way, continue on to that place. That is victory. Don't look at me like that. You've grown, son. That little boy that used to hide behind his mother's back when I came home has grown big and strong. Do you remember the garden you and I made for your mother in the backyard? I only wish I had had more time.
And we're back. By the way, I don't think we mentioned that Ben Hugo had a voice It is someone we heard who also is the voice of Zhuzhen and who was actually the voice of Soji at the train at the beginning of the game. It's Maddie Blaustein, who was mentioned before a couple parts ago. It's literally the same voice element as the president in Shadow the Hedgehog, which he voiced, as well as Meowth in Pokemon, and Cook Kawasaki and Waddle Doo on the Kirby Right Back At You show, and going back to the Yu-Gi-Oh! Thing, Solomon Muto. Unfortunately, as I mentioned, she also died in 2008 of a rare stomach condition. She was only 48, unfortunately. So it's kind of a more bittersweet moment hearing this as well, but alright. There's the sunset going down and the sunset of the side quests. And something behind the tree. The father's coat. Is that your ultimate armor?
That is Yuri's ultimate armor.
Alright.
So, okay. It's his dad's military coat.
It's a good coat.
Coat of legendary import in the Imperial Army, worn by Colonel Ben Hugo, known as the God of Secret Intelligence, cuts darkness, light damage in half.
Alright, so
we have everyone's final armor, everyone's final weapon. Yuri and Hallie are powered up. I have 157,000 cash, which really doesn't matter. Looks like I'm not powering Alice up. There's really no need.
yeah, I think you should be okay. And so I guess then that
To the final dungeon!
Alright, so yeah, we might be finishing this game then.
I mean, I'm down to keep going until we finish.
You want to do that?
I am down.
Alright.
I am fully committed.
Your run. You want to do it? Do it. Alright, so, okay, this is going to be the finale of the game. I did not know that. I did not expect that, but...
Neither did I.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. As I said, that, I guess, makes sense just coming back to it as quick as we did. Although, even as it is, this is still going to be our longest run of game. And I do have something in mind for what would be the finale of this game on the 15th if we don't need it.
And also, I know it's funny because originally you did anticipate 6 parts, and I was like, no, we're gonna go 7.
I said at least 6 or 7.
Yeah, and I thought 7 because of like how we had done all the exposition and other stuff like that. So I was like, oh, okay, like we're gonna need 7. It's fine.
It's probably also because you leveled up or you did the off-screen thing, right?
Yeah, it helps. It definitely helped. I don't need more than 10.
Okay. It was more just an estimation. Sometimes, you've said it before, you don't always know. And I think the other thing also is because we've had a couple parts of this that we ran into 6 hours. Mm-hmm. So I think that kind of went that way too.
Well, I know you said that so far, this is the longest running game you've had on the show.
It is, yes.
So, which I think is only gonna be beat by Covenant.
And Near Automata feasibly when Nocturne gets to that, and also Tales of Symphonia when we get to that.
Ooh, yeah, that's a long one.
Of stuff of mine stuff I'm picking specifically.
I love how so far none of those games were stuff you picked.
The only ones I guess really were, as far as really long parts, or parts that were running that much, was fine. Ocarina of Time, Majora's Mask, Kingdom Hearts. Well, fine. I was asked for Kingdom Hearts, but that's an idea. Okay. I guess Shenmue, but I mean, I don't know how many parts Shenmue's going to be. And fine, there's also Metal Gear Solid 2. We're starting that in November, by the way, just to indicate that now. I'm gonna start that before we start Shenmue because I was asked for that, and also because that's a tough one as far as parts because the main story I think might be 4 parts, but there's other stuff that game has. I might actually run 6 parts for that game just because of showing off some of those things that game. Because I have the Substance version on PlayStation 2, so I can show the skateboarding. I think I'll show the Snake Tales. And I don't think I'll show all of the VR missions, or if I'm going to show some, I'll boot up the Xbox One, or the Xbox 360 version, I should say, of that I own, where I have almost all the VR missions unlocked. Keyword almost, because, yeah, there's tons of them, and the achievement for getting them is nuts. Because you have to complete all of them, they call it virtually impossible. It's worth 80 points as far as 360 is concerned, and there's so many of those. And you said you never played any of the games in the Metal Gear Solid franchise before, the Metal Gear franchise in general. You have a good one coming up with Metal Gear Solid 1, the PlayStation Classic of years, that's for sure. Mm-hmm. But 2...
At least now I have access to it.
Yeah, and it's a great game. It's one that I know... Actually, 2, Chad is can talk about this. We've talked this in chat when Whitefish has been on because he's a big one on Metal Gear Solid, especially that first one, which was a great play we had. That Metal Gear Solid 1 play was something I would not trade for the world, because it was a case where, I think I told you this, I never beat that game until we played that show. And it was an amazing experience to kind of have, like with Shadow Hearts here, understanding where that story was going completely fresh.
I forgot that I never actually equipped terrific ratings.
Alright, so this is for everyone for tomorrow and something else.
Oh, sorry.
For the world. No, that's it? Did I guess it?
No, but you're close.
Okay, I didn't know it. I didn't look
That's
anything
hysterical. You're really close.
up. Okay.
Actually, I think...
Well, we'll find out what it's called soon
I know
enough.
what it's called in this one, but I think maybe down the line he does have one that's called For the World, which is funny as shit.
Really? Okay.
Yeah, I think that's funny as hell.
Okay. I swear to God I didn't look that up.
Oh, wait, no, I don't want to actually show you until I fuse into him.
Okay, fine.
I just realized, I was like, no, wait, don't do that yet. I do want to put his build for the most part back on, so I want that crucifix for sure. And then I want to put that jug on him. Because we're gonna get that attack.
Alrighty.
Just not yet. Not this second.
Alright, but yeah, we are on the flow. Look at this thing.
It's a spaceship.
And it stinks because it is a living creature. So yeah, split up.
Oh, I never thought about that.
Well, I don't know. I'm guessing that's why.
I don't know if that's the reason, but I never thought about it. It's an interesting way of looking at it.
Actually, you know what? I want to ask you one question flat out now. Now that we're here. Every case we have test play or find audio checks for this game going back.
Yes.
When we started, it was here.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that all is finally revealed.
Pretty much, yeah. As I said, it would only be a matter of time.
Oh man, it only took 6 parts.
It was like, damn it, there's nothing here.
So
except for
he kicked the
system.
wall in true Yuri fashion.
And it worked.
It worked.
Damn.
However,
We gotta fight. Flashing light warning, but either way. Fine, don't, also, just to reiterate this, don't feel bad as far as that. Don't think like, hey, there's something wrong. No, there's nothing
yeah,
wrong.
that's just the game at this point.
It's fine. Oh!
Yeah.
What is it?
He trapped himself.
Don't touch it. It's an incredibly powerful kind of seal. Touch it, we burn to a crisp in the blink of an eye. So only Keith and Yuri are in this. This kid was kicking it. Okay, so Marguerite says correctly, yeah, Yuri, you did this to yourself, but hey, the journeys who you travel with, but even Keith is like, yeah.
Really?
We'll find a way out, as Alice slowly says, like, I'm gonna break the seal. So now we're running her, right?
Well, the fun thing is you get to pick.
What character you run as?
Yeah, I pick Hallie.
Oh, so you can basically, so this is a part of the game where you can basically choose to have any character of them as you're running around.
Yeah, you don't have to go very far, which
Cool.
is so, it's hysterical because Yushen and Marguerite are so under-leveled.
But I guess it shouldn't matter, right?
No, I mean, they're just kind of throwaways at this point. I did equip everything on Yushen, correct? Yes.
Well, nothing outside. Fine. Overall
He doesn't
stuff.
need accessories. He's fine.
Okay.
He's fine, damn it.
Alright.
I don't need any stinking accessories on the old man.
Well, it does sound like the idea of something Hallie would say on top of that. Well, fine. Yuri would say that for sure, but I think Hallie's probably taking some lessons.
Who knows?
I can only imagine the idea of that. Alright, fine. Let's see what happens then.
So, we got a back attack. As long as they don't attack Yushen, I'm fine. Because I don't know if Yushen can take these hits.
Let's see what happens.
Oh, that's a magic training. That's like Osmos.
Wait, it took 58 of hers to get one for themselves?
Because he only used one to use the move.
Oh.
So it's replenishing the one, but it's taking whatever it wants from me.
Gotcha, okay.
Alright,
You probably want to shock Mac.
No,
oh,
shock
right,
Mac's
forgot.
only
It doesn't
does
hit
one.
everything, right.
Black Hole is my AoE.
Alright, fine. Suck him up.
Yeah!
Yeah, so one more time, come into the dark, into the void.
I mean, at the very least, it'll give you some levels, but it really doesn't matter.
I guess we'll see how this operates with that. Oh, yeah, O level. Actually,
And this is why I have a separate file where I just ran to their max level so that we get all their attacks so I could show them.
okay.
Because to be fair, Zhuzhen has some really cool attacks.
I was gonna say, you mentioned that.
But just... he's not a great, well-rounded character.
Well, that dialogue there, he says stupidity comes in handy sometimes. That changes depending on who you have in front.
It absolutely does.
Okay.
But I like Allie's because it's funny.
What's, Alice probably saying like, oh, that worked
Don't
nice
remember.
or something.
I think I always pick Allie as my lead.
Okay.
So, these are Hangmen?
Yes.
Sure, why not? Oh, you bitch.
I'm fine, we're gonna admit them.
Perfect advent, hell yeah.
Yeah, good job.
That's all I got at this point. I mean, I can run something that Zhuzhen has. I just don't know if it's going to be of any use.
Or he's gonna be strong enough.
Maybe.
Well, because you're running level 50 plus for everybody else.
And he's in level the late 20s.
Okay.
Ridiculous.
But either way, we'll show off everything, so it's fine that way.
That's why I have so many separate save files.
Thankfully, there's doing that, but
It's such a waste to me. Like, I'm like, okay, I get that that's what the AI is going to do because they want to hit hard. But, like, look, and it didn't even go to Zhuzhen. That's how slow he is. It's ridiculous.
oh wait, he didn't have a turn.
No! That's so funny.
So wait, it totally passed him by entirely. He
Because
didn't
he's
get
not fast enough.
to even do anything.
Uh-huh.
I don't know if I've ever seen an RPG that's been like that, where you're leveled so low that hey, you just can't attack with that character at all.
I mean, it might give it to him after Hallie, but they're dead. So it doesn't even matter.
Okay.
He's just reaping the benefits.
Yeah, pretty
fine.
much. Yeah.
It's fine, I don't care. He's not going to be in our party for much longer
I
anyway.
was gonna say he's not getting much level though, even despite that.
Like, this is the end of it.
All right. So yeah, just hit this and we'll see. Yeah, just a little
okay,
bit.
just for a little bit. Wasting time thinking's not...
Yeah, wasting time thinking is not gonna help.
Thank you. I don't know why that wasn't processing in my brain.
No, it's fine. Don't worry
Holy
about it.
crap.
It also is the case of fine. This is he's taken after Yuri completely because that's something Yuri would do. He's like, fine, I'll touch this thing. It'll make it better.
Touch the button? Yes, I will touch the button.
Yeah, who wouldn't?
I guess the others figured out what to do. Okay, let's go. Let's go.
I guess here's the other thing. You have
Just-
Keith and Yuri.
Just
okay.
them.
I like this. Like,
Which
this
is fine
party.
because I did level up Keith a little bit and I did give him like his ultimate stuff. Which I did want to show.
Sure.
This is his ultimate armor, a hunting mantle worn by the Darkness Clan. The tears and blood of the young virgins that were their prey have made a complex pattern in the lining.
Wow.
Cuts earth and wind damage in half.
Okay.
You know, fun little romp.
No,
Blood and tears of virgins.
Well, yeah. In the Palace of the Virgin, there lies the. I'm trying to remember the. I don't remember the lyric of "Invisible" by Dio. I should.
Got me.
I'll probably have a link to that song just because it's off of Holy Diver from 1983, one of the best metal albums of the 80s.
Why am I not running into these things?
What?
There's things. There's other enemies that I should be running into, but I'm not.
Oh, we're gonna show this terrific radiance then?
Yeah, why not? It's actually a good idea to have it.
Alright.
This is him!
Alright, look at that. That's cool. Actually,
Badass, right?
yeah, it kinda does. As you're talking about the thing with Sephiroth a little bit, it kinda has a look a little bit of him. With the hair of Sorf, Kingdom Hearts a little bit. But
Well, that's your normal hair, yeah.
yeah, but I mean, I don't know, maybe just this body style of his kind of sticks out more. Okay, so for everyone for tomorrow, what do they do?
Okay, so for everyone, raises all allies' physical and special attack and defense.
Okay.
However, something that it doesn't tell you, it also raises their agility. And with their agility being raised, it also increases the speed of the Judgment Ring.
Oh!
So it spins faster.
And what about for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, heavy non-class enemy damage restores allies' HP. So this is that Malcto attack that Terrific Radiance was using on me.
Okay,
They just
neat.
call it different.
Gotcha.
So I'm just gonna defend.
Alright.
It's gonna do what it needs to do. I think I'm gonna do Keith too.
Yeah, I think so.
Well, off.
Oh, okay.
last night. Pretty sure, but again, I'll show off everything.
When we get there, absolutely, no problem.
Look, again, Keith is so slow that it went right to Yuri again.
Okay, now it goes.
Yeah. Yeah, I learned Hecaton Kyrie.
Okay, what does that do?
That is just a AoE attack that causes earth damage.
Okay.
So. Minus all. Nothing.
I love that Yuri just like puts the hand down. I was like, yeah, fine, get that away from me. But even then, he's just sitting back saying like, fine, we're gonna show what that final power is.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I haven't even told you the name yet.
So okay, I said for the world. You said that's not it, but
You
it's
were
pretty
close.
damn close. So we'll actually just see what it is.
And it's only because I think, like I said, I think that that's actually the name of one of the attacks in the later games. But again, I could be wrong.
Well, yeah. I mean,
I don't remember. Come on, Yuri, go berserk. Do it. Kill them all.
Got one more.
Kill them all. Thank you.
All right, here we go. So let's see what he got for the children. Okay.
So you were close.
Yeah. All right.
This attack is sick.
Oh wow.
Negative.
I was to say, wow, look at that. It's oh you said right. It's basically gonna max damage.
Yep. It's
Wow.
wonderful.
Indeed, we are doing it for the children that way.
It is absolutely
That's
phenomenal.
glorious.
I love it.
Okay.
So you get a decent amount of XP.
All right. And yeah, that is why you want to go after the soul energies specifically.
Just to get that fusion for
Yeah,
real.
it's awesome.
Okay, so we're gonna fix his. Put that flare brick back on. Okay. Gotta really cut into his magic.
That means that what? We're just gonna meet our friends upstairs.
Yep, we're almost there. So as I said, it's a pretty short section. It's cool that they break you up like that.
That's what I was gonna say earlier. I think it was pretty neat to see that. I guess then in that case, you're just sitting there, it's like, yeah, this kind of just talking, it's like, hey, how you doing? Yeah, the barrier's been broken. Yeah, thank God, I thought it was stuck. I always feel sorry. Yuri, feeling sorry about this? No. Oh,
Nah.
he does. Oh, okay. At least now we can go forward. It's like, yeah, see, I was gonna say no, be a smart ass, but like, no. You're very, very lucky, you're very, very good, or maybe very, very both.
Could be.
Yeah, you see, you got me to think after all. Okay. That's beautiful.
Take all the credit.
That's beautiful.
Okay, so it's gonna give me a chance to reform my party again.
Alright.
So we'll bring Hallie in. So, you said that we haven't really done much with formation.
So what are we doing?
Switching it so Alice is in the middle because I'm neurotic like that.
Okay. So where to next in this?
This way! Not this way. Sorry, wrong way.
Fine, up ways.
Yeah. I thought I had it down because I just did this last night, so I was like, oh, I got it this time!
It's basically just what? Going to turn on and off all the
barriers, yeah.
Okay. And do we find the enemies you're saying you want to find here yet?
They should show up anytime now, but...
I don't know if we already saw them.
Nope, we have not. They're fire-based, and they have, like, a flaming aura. Yeah, Yuri's physical attack, man, it's just not up to snuff when it comes to up to Hallie's.
Although it was
Oh,
interesting.
well, it's about even. Never mind.
It was interesting though seeing what we saw there. The idea that Yuri was almost handling like a, I don't know, like a boxing bag, going up there just punching.
Alice is strong enough to take him down.
Yeah. Okay.
Hell yeah. I'll take it. Means I only gotta sit through this animation once.
All right. Will they always? Do we always see them use that to start, or is it just? It seems like it's always.
It just might be bad luck this time. They don't always start with it, but 90%.
Okay.
It's just, I don't know. I feel like it's a long animation for no reason.
All right.
Okay. We good. Let's go. Moving on.
All right. So,
Going through the float.
what do you think of the atmosphere and like the music of the float? Would you say yourself?
right now, not really a fan. We're about to get up to my my other favorite track in the game.
Okay.
After this boss battle.
Okay.
This is the Soul Block. And only special attacks hurt him.
Alright.
So, last night when I was playing this, I made a silly error, and I actually got the question mark ability for the Terrific Radiance on this boss battle. I was like, probably wasn't my smartest moment.
Alright, so you're thinking that you didn't necessarily need to use it now?
I needed to use it, but I was like, oh, well, I might as well get it here.
Okay.
But then I realized his SP is down so low at that point that I'm like, I have to fight the battle with, like...
Oh, perfect.
Oh, yeah. And you get the explodey ring.
Okay.
But
I like that touch when you get their ultimate attacks that it shows that.
It's nice, right? I always loved it, too. So he's got 7,200 HP roughly. This does 99.
Here's my question, even if you don't perfect it, does it do that?
I think so, actually. It's just that strong of an attack that it fucks everything up.
What's the point of perfecting it then? Just none, if it's gonna be insane. Just because it looks cool.
Satisfaction?
No, yeah, it is satisfying, for sure. It's basically ultimate attacks for everyone. Also, what's that? Did you notice that thing with the middle of the screen kind of glitchy? I don't know what that is, or if that's something that's...
I think it always happens with his final attack.
Okay.
It's because his attack is just, it's so much light everywhere.
Oh, yeah, no question. But even that, I'm not minding seeing. I'm just noticing that, like, hey, there's that little bar to it. It's like, yeah, the game, in its way, it is pushing the PlayStation 2 pretty strongly for when it first came out. And it's holding 60 FPS as it does it. Yeah, it's not something, you know, to...
I'm still really impressed that they're holding 60 FPS.
Me too.
That's insanity.
I'm really impressed by that. Especially because, yeah, there are a lot of games on the PS2, even stuff like this, that didn't do that. Mm-hmm. Sometimes it was an artistic choice because, like, hey, it feels like it's maybe more cinematic that way, but for something like this...
Hey, Mitch Joey.
Yeah, Yuri's like, yeah, I laugh at the face of that.
He's a literal... Oh, okay, so after this battle, I want to show you. Before I say anything. But there's something in this description that I want to show you.
Okay.
So we'll put your question to the test here. I just got a good. So we'll see how much damage it actually does.
Okay.
I think it does the same regardless, but I could be wrong.
Well, we'll find out.
To be honest, I never paid attention because I was just happy to hit the ring.
Yeah, it is.
Does the same regardless. So there is no point.
So basically just don't miss it, or if you get perfect, just say, like, yeah, I did that, it looks cool. Hey, that's...
I mean, that was my first time using it, like, while having to hit the ring, so to get a perfect on that, pretty damn good.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases we can get perfects on this.
I have been on my A game tonight, I will say that.
Yeah, no question.
What am I doing? That's the wrong thing.
I was like, what are we gonna do?
I was going into the pure items, and I meant to do the mana items.
We'll probably hold those pure items or something for later if they're gonna be hitting more.
In case I need to heal up Yuri, pretty much.
Sure.
That's kind of... And then we're going to do Arc with Alice, heal people up. So pretty much just wail on them, but with magic.
Alright.
It's just a strategy for everything.
Yeah.
There's no... Like I said, the later games is really where the strategy comes into play because you're working in more of a three-dimensional space.
Uh-huh.
And, you know, you saw a little bit of that when I showed you the little bit of Covenant from the New World.
Uh-huh.
But in this, it's literally all just turn-based battle.
Okay. Wait, it's not turn-based in the other ones?
It's turn-based, but it's in a three-dimensional space.
Okay.
And you have to be more aware of the battlefield.
Okay. Basically where your characters are going to be.
And where the enemies are, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Actually, in some ways, I'm thinking this, Gemini 96 and I have been doing practice on Earthbound for Super Nintendo, which we're going to start in October.
Okay.
And that's another one where it's fine. Super Nintendo, so it's not running 3D exactly, but something that I noticed paying attention to where enemy positions are is important based on how certain attacks are. You play Earthbound?
Not ever enough to have experience with it, really.
He knows basically everything about that
Yeah,
game,
I know that.
so.
That's his go-to.
Yeah, and he's absolutely called that one for sure.
That's this for him.
No question.
Yeah.
It absolutely is it. And that's been the fascinating thing going back with the RPGs, really, which has been, what has the RPG been that for everybody we've had on show, or what was going to be on the show, what's the one that really means that much to them? Or even when Chad has asked for RPGs as well, in some ways, fine. The games we love say a lot of ourselves. I think I've mentioned that. But as far as RPGs, the idea that where is that connection that people have? And I think it's fascinating to see really what the cross-section has been of the games we've done so far and the next two in RPG territory that I know we have in line.
Yeah.
Which are Lunar and Earthbound, as far as the two. As that we know when they're coming, because they're coming this year. And I might sneak in one of mine, which is... I'll see when I can do this, for Rhapsody Musical Adventure. If I can try and do that... God, I don't know when I'm going to do that. It's only going to be 2 parts, because it's not long.
As I say, you said it's rather on the short side, right?
It's probably the shortest RPG we're ever going to play for this show.
That's insane.
Maybe.
Real close to missing that.
Yeah, because I think it's like 8 hours.
What?
I think.
That's a really short RPG.
It's really satisfying, though, in its way.
I'll have to give it a play.
It's... Well, fine, you've seen it. I know I've shown you.
I have seen it. It does look intriguing.
It's also another one like this, honestly, that you think that you kind of know exactly what you're going to get out of it, and the idea, like, would it be appealing to certain people? But then the idea when you play, you realize, no, it actually does work on a lot of levels, and even a lot of emotional levels that I was not necessarily expecting.
Okay. I like something that could tug at my heartstrings.
Yeah, there's parts that definitely do. The credits music in particular.
That's satisfying.
Uh-huh.
Look at their levels.
They're all at 54, 53, 52.
That's so satisfying to me. I love it.
Yeah, I'll say the credits music of that game, which weirdly enough, when I first played it in like almost 20 years ago, I didn't notice the thing much of it. I might mute the mic, honestly, when we get to that for that one, because, well, for a couple of reasons on that, but we'll figure we do that.
This is it. This is a song. This is called Starshape.
Starshape. I will also have linked to Starshape from the soundtrack in the YouTube site, because...
It's so good. It's so good.
Love the piano.
I know. And then wait, it's coming. After this. I'm just gonna say, appreciate it.
Oh, the bells.
Oh! I don't know what it is about handbells in these songs, but it gets me every fucking time.
It sounds unique for
It's
this game,
so
too.
Good.
Not that other games don't do stuff like that, but for some reason, up right here, I'm gonna think, yes, adding to the...
It's just epic.
It feels epic, it feels the finality of where we're going, how far we've come, the idea of just this fact that, yeah, we've gone through all this stuff, we're gonna do this, we're gonna take care of everything, and the idea of that build up to everything we've done.
Oh god, I love it so much.
It's great, and I guess fine, since I guess this is gonna be the finale, I will also give last lip service to the person who did the music, or the people who did the music, because, again, whose names I should know off the top of my head, but I don't, but...
Oh, I finally got the enemies I need.
Okay, here are the enemies then.
Emptiness.
Yeah, Yasunori Mitsuda and Yoshitaka Hirota, who, yeah, they got their skills for sure, coming back from stuff in Square and other things as well. And hey, Yasunori Mitsuda, he's got a lot of stuff to his credit. Actually, he has that game Sea Stars from August.
Oh,
that he's
okay.
rated for.
I still need to play the demo of that.
Yeah, they dropped the demo. That's an interesting one also, the fact that they put a demo of that game when it's not out for 6 months.
I'm happy that they did.
I like that too. I don't know if you were
Especially
like...
since your data carries over.
Well, that, but also... Okay, I didn't know that actually for that. But the one thing maybe it's also when I've been growing up for certain things, when I had system head demos for them, when there were demos of games where it was before the game came out, so maybe in some ways I felt special, the fact that, hey, this game isn't out yet, but I get to get a sense of what it's like.
Yeah, yeah.
I told you the demo of the game you let me play for the Dreamcast Racing Showcase, San Francisco Rush 2049. That was one of the best demos of any I've ever played, not least of which because it gives you taste of basically every mode in the game. I think you can do 4-player even in it.
Oh, cool.
At least to one element, but it was also something that came out 2 months before the game came out. And I saw this, and I loved San Francisco Rush before. I played this, and this is awesome. And at some point, I think we should also do this. If you ever want to be involved in any of these, for sure, feel free to let me know. I should have like a demo disc night. Just go through like a bunch of stuff.
That's a showcase all on its own.
That's a showcase, yeah, no question. And I got tons of those on Dreamcast in particular that I could show. A few of those, including some that have things that are only on those demo discs. There's, I think, like a Christmas mission of sorts for, I don't know if you ever played Toy Commander.
No, but I've heard of it.
That's exclusive to one of those. And actually, to go back to the thing with Shenmue, talk about preparing people for really, I guess, letting them live the experience that I did when I first played, I guess like you're doing with this game, and your experiences that way. We're going to play Shenmue 1 on the Dreamcast, and the reason we're doing that is because before we start the game, the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to boot up the demo disc that has the trailer for it. Before the game came out, this was also about like a couple months before the game released, I'd heard the name of this game, said, what was it? What was this? I was actually pronouncing it wrong, because like, it's a Shenmue, S-H-E-N-M-U-E. At first it looked like a Japanese pronunciation correctly, Shenmue. I was like, I didn't know, that's what I thought. I was like, I saw this trailer. You want to talk about jaw hitting the floor? Jaw hit the floor there, me saying it. Oh my god, I have to play this. I remember showing it to Inherit Nog, to my brother, to it. He went into my parents' room and he said specifically, quote, "You better buy this game for him for Christmas." And for that reason, what I'm going to do is I'm going to show that trailer. I'll mute the mic for it because it's not subtitled, but also because I want people just to see that on
Absolutely.
And then we'll start playing the game because I think we'll put that into context. Although, technically we've sort of shown Shenmue off in the show already a little bit anyway, because I did the racing showcase, I used that to play Hang On.
Okay.
And also to show off something that I don't know if I actually would be able to do in the game, which is basically I did off-screen drawing to get the Sega Saturn version that I had to play in my house. Because I said, that's the easiest way to show it in Shenmue 1, and you have to go to the... Because you played very little of it, but did you ever like do the stuff with Tomato Convenience Marts?
I don't think I ever got past like the opening area, to be honest with you.
Okay, so you didn't.
I think I got to maybe the second, like you know how there's like that first like village type area that you're in.
Yes.
And then I got to like the first town, and that was it.
Yeah. So Yamanose is the first area because that's where your dojo is, and then Sakuragaoka, which is the area afterwards.
Okay, that's what I got to.
And then Dobuita is the town downwards there, and within town there's a couple stuff. One is the Tomato Convenience Mart. There is a convenience mart in Sakuragaoka, but it's not. Actually, they do have a drawing there, because when you buy certain things from there, they're like, draw a raffle ticket, and if you pick a random, you have to do, it's a random pick. You pull it out, you can get a prize off of it, and the one in the Tomato Convenience Mart, second prize is a pick of either Space Harrier or Hang On, which you can go to the arcade and play. But if you do what I did, which is off screen, get that, you can go to Rio's house, he has a Sega Saturn in there, you can put the disc in and play it from there.
That's funny.
And it's weird because it's also a period incorrect detail because it's a game that's set in 1986.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
The games themselves were released that idea, but for that is, I don't know, maybe it's also the nod that, we'll get into this when we play Shenmue. Shenmue was initially designed for Sega Saturn. That was the thought of what it was going to be. When we get to Shenmue 2, I think the HD version has this. I will confirm that if it does. If it doesn't, I'll show the original Xbox version. Running in the original Xbox because the 360 kind of mutilates it. There is a trailer that actually shows the tech demo, the proof of concept that they were showing of it running on Saturn.
Okay. Yeah, I have all the up res, like the HD versions and stuff.
Yeah, I have every version of that game on everything. Because I have the one
Doesn't surprise me.
I have the one on the Dreamcast. I have the one on the Xbox, which I said that's why I bought the Xbox. The reason I bought the Xbox more than anything else is that I actually found out from my mom of all people the idea that I said Shenmue 2 is coming out on Dreamcast. She said, she's like, I was gonna get this for you, but I got a note from Amazon saying they canceled it. She's like, wait. So she said, this is the first time I think I've ever given you information about a video game coming out before you had it. But then I said, it's coming out on Xbox. Like, it's coming out on Xbox. I want to get that specifically for it. And then I think when it came out, she said, I want to get this to you for Christmas last year. And you're not waiting. Here it is. She's like, day one, she bought it.
Very nice.
That was very nice. Oh my god, that was I think I've regaled that story on the show, though that's been a long time since I regaled that. I'll regale it again when we get to Shenmue 2 eventually. But as I said, I have both those versions, and when they did that HD version, I bought that day one. Although, I'll tell you, I probably would also have bought it on the PlayStation 4, even though I don't have a PlayStation 4, because of, you know...
That's how I bought it.
And the PC as well, because it's on PC too. So surprised Switch never got that, though. I would have thought maybe Switch would be able to run that, but yeah, you can play it on the Switch. Which is their loss. I mean, that was also my case when Virtua Quest came out on the GameCube and the PS2. You ever play that?
No.
It's kind of a sort of an RPG-ish like game with that crossed like a story of Mega Man Battle Network, but that's an insult to Mega Man Battle Network because it's awful. Well, I think it's awful of what I played. Edwak will kind of actually likes that game, but it's one I might give another shot to, but I kept saying this, that why didn't this port Shenmue to the PlayStation 2 and the Dreamcast? Oh, no, not the Dreamcast, the GameCube. Although I don't know if well, they couldn't. I don't know if they could put 2 on. Because actually on the original Xbox, Microsoft did pay significantly to get co-publisher rights for that. So actually at that point, that's probably why it didn't come on the other systems. At least with 1, it's like, yeah, they could have put that on instead. It's better. But that's neither here nor there. But that being said, I think I don't know if I told that to Ike this specific. I said, hey, if you want to do Virtual Quest, he is on the GameCube, which is the version I didn't play. He wants to do that, he can do it. Okay. And anything he wants to do, he can do, and hey, anything you want to do, we can do as well. Alright, so yeah, what do we got going on in here?
So we're breaking barriers.
Alright.
So that's, there's like little streams of light in certain areas, and then as you pass over them, it breaks the barriers in one of the other areas. That's not what I wanted to do. Oh yeah, so you can change your party formation if you want using the pink ring.
Okay, what? And the yellow ring is what? Leaving?
Yeah, returning to Earth.
I think now we probably don't have a reason to do that.
Nah. No, we've officially accomplished everything that we need to on the surface. So we are in Neem until the end.
All right, and then I guess we'll also figure what we're gonna do with the different ending shows and then the bestiary.
I mean, like I said, if you want to make the bestiary a full part or whatever, you can.
Just out of curiosity, how long do you think this is gonna take?
We are, after I go through breaking the barriers and stuff, we have another boss to go through, and then we have one more like puzzly area to go through, which I can get through quickly now because I did it last night.
Okay.
So if I don't know it by now, there's a problem.
All right.
And then after that puzzly area, there's one more boss, and then there's the penultimate boss, and then the final boss.
Okay. Actually, if that's the case, if you want to do it as another part, we can do it. And at that point, then also have a thing saying that, hey, I also want to preview something. Because remember, on the tech we're running with this, we don't have feed cuts going on ever when it comes with the Metroid 5X, when it comes to like turning console off or stuff. I mean, other stuff we do, I have to figure that with PC because whenever you go into full screen on stuff on PC, I found it does that, and I have to actually test the games that Nick is going to play in a few weeks for the purpose of that, so we'll be ready. And in that case, yeah, if you want to do that, then you want to pick something else like, hey, either you want to preview something, or you want to say, hey, something you want to show that we can run either on the PlayStation systems or something that I can just connect. Because actually, when we did Mega Man X4, I'd switch between Sega Saturn and PlayStation for that without a feed cut concern.
I'm gonna see where we get up to because as of now, we're still at 11:30, so we're doing good.
As I said, it's your choice. As I said, this is your play, how you want to handle it. If you think you want to have another part for that, go ahead. If you want to see with that, go ahead.
What we could do, finish this as it is.
Uh-huh.
If I can get through it all, which I'm confident that I can.
Yeah, I think you can.
And then next part we can just dedicate to showing the other ending, showing the bestiary, showing the final moves, all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
I think that would work. And then we can still do a preview of something.
Your pick, and that would be that's your choice. And as I said, it doesn't have to necessarily be something for PlayStation 1 or PlayStation 2. As long as it's something that's connectors that can connect into Retrolink 5X that's not HDMI based, you have your choice.
I mean, hell, even if we do like previews of some of the other games, like the other Shadow Hearts games.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
Or we could do that because there's like opening movies and stuff. Or
yeah,
whatever.
have it. Is it? If it comes to that, have a think and tell me what you want to do, and we'll do it.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I'm confident of where I can get to in this game with the time that I have, especially since, like I said, I just did this last night.
Sure, so it's fresh in your mind.
It's so fucking fresh in my mind. It's ridiculous.
So it's interesting seeing this now, because, like, okay, now I understand all the stuff we went through, and then here we are.
Well, it's really funny because, like, I'm only kind of glancing down. Oh, you finally get to see a cross attack!
Yeah, we haven't seen one of these yet, have we?
No, so remember I said it's like a pincer attack. So you can hit on either side.
Uh-huh.
You can't run away, though. Even though it gives you the option, you can't run away until one of those sides is clear.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah. It's an interesting way.
So what do you do when you run into this?
Fight.
Which, do you focus on a specific side to fight or just hit everything?
Sometimes if there's a stronger enemy. So here. For example, in this case, Black Hole. which you can use on your party members.
By accident?
Yep. But since this hits more than one enemy, I'll just do it over here, knock these guys out, and then I can just focus on the one last little weak guy over here.
I was gonna say, since you have that hit all targets thing when you're doing a cross attack like that, it's only gonna hit the ones on the side you pick.
Correct. Yep.
Which, if nothing else, as you said, hey, the later games in the series are going to focus on your positional element more. I guess it's like a little bit of a precursor to that, sort of.
Tiny.
But
yeah.
you don't. We've only seen it once. I guess, is it something that's so insanely rare to see that, or it's something only in certain areas you find it, like here?
Cross attacks. So I saw them a little bit in the Nemeton ruins. I saw them a little bit in those trials that we did to get the White Tiger votive picture. You see them a little bit here. They don't happen too frequently, and honestly, I had a warning device put on Hallie for most of the time, so that prevents back attacks and cross attacks. So that's why we didn't really see them all that much.
So I guess it's lucky we saw it then.
Yeah, it just happens to be, hey, here it is.
Hey, is that sometimes is the idea. That's why, as I mentioned, the live element as we're getting, rubber suits?
Yeah, and honestly, I don't need to be picking these up.
May as well pick them up.
Exactly. I mean, it goes towards, like, your treasure percentage, which doesn't really make a whole big difference, but...
Is there any kind of reward for getting 100% treasure percentage?
New Game Plus, yep.
Oh, that's the reward for doing it?
Yep, you get black silk panties.
Okay.
I'm not even joking.
Who's that go to? Alice? I was gonna say Marguerite.
Alice.
I was gonna say Marguerite.
No, Marguerite gets the bondage stuff. Alice gets the dainty little things.
I don't know, when it was saying, like, black, I was like, I don't know if that necessarily is dainty. I thought the other one you got was.
Well, it's funny because so next time I use Advent, I don't know if you noticed, but there is an upskirt shot of Alice.
But it doesn't change it with the armor, does it?
Yes, it does.
It does?
So because I put those cotton underpants on her, her panties are now white. Before they were like a pinkish, like purple.
I did not know. Actually, wait a second. Question to this. Did any of the other armors change the characters' models at all?
Just the weapons.
Just the weapons. Okay.
Just the weapons. The armor's never changed. But you gotta think, those cotton panties that I put on her aren't, it's not armor, they're an accessory.
Okay, what is that, an elephant? Or a bear?
Hate.
That's hate, huh?
That's what it's called, hate.
Okay, it's like
It's hate.
a slug.
I don't know. It's a monster. Guess what my strategy is?
Whale on him?
Correct. Good old-fashioned whaling. Look at the damage, though.
Damn.
Yep.
Is it that? It's that weak to?
That's just the power
Right.
of Seraphic Radiance.
Damn.
Yeah. Mind you, a couple of strikes were in there, but still. Even with Hallie.
Yeah, I was doing good even with you running that way. Okay, so fine. I sort of saw the way that in a little, but I'll take another look to it. And I guess the black ones will show that too.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah, sort of. I can kind of see it.
So it's right here.
Yeah, right there.
Yep.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So before they're like a pinky purple kind of color, like a mauve. Now they're just pure white.
And in that case, they're black. Actually, is that better as far as what it does?
I forget what black. I think it cuts all damage in half, like not just normal damage.
Okay.
Yeah, so they are pretty fucking good.
Yeah, we're gonna see this thing.
But you can only get it in New Game Plus, and it's only if you collected all the treasure.
It's when you start New Game Plus you have it?
Not start. You have to get to London. Because you get them from Old Carl.
Okay.
Yeah, so you gotta wait.
What are the things, I guess, just to give an idea as far as how the New Game Plus goes, what are the other bonuses you get for running New Game Plus of this?
Keep all your fusions.
Okay.
Which you can't fuse into anything that is over what your sanity points are.
Okay.
Keep all your fusions. You keep your rank from the old game, and you actually get to compare your rank to the old game.
Okay.
Which is neat. Like your score. You keep your library, your bestiary.
Okay.
And then anything that you missed, you have an opportunity to fill in, which is cool.
Okay.
I'm trying to think.
Is there some kind of a bonus for completing the game again, running New Game Plus?
Not that I've ever found out, because I have beaten it on New Game Plus. And
Okay.
I mean, honestly, at this point, I'm just happy that a game like this has New Game Plus.
Sure.
Because that was a rarity, too. Back in the day, I feel like. for
Yeah.
games like this.
Yeah, I mean, the only other game I can think of with that era is Parasite Eve, really. And the only reason I asked about that is because, remember, Parasite Eve has its final challenge locked behind that.
Yep. So, I mean, I'm happy that there was a new Game Plus, and I'm happy that you can kind of run through things. It makes it easier because you don't necessarily have to do, like, side quests. Not like, not the Surfing Radiance one and stuff like that.
Sure.
I think you still can, but I'm not sure if it impacts the game in any way.
Alright.
I don't really remember. I don't think I ever did it, because I was like, well, I have them. Why do I need to do it?
Sure.
But if you don't do it, I also remember you don't get Yuri's best armor, so there's no way to get that father's coat unless you do that challenge.
Okay. Which is fair enough. And as I said, it's either way, as far as, like, why would we necessarily need to do this if it's something that you do? But as I said, it's also getting the information out there. As I said, I'm not one to brag, you know that, but as I said, last part, there's nothing else about this game anywhere on the internet I checked that goes into stuff we go into on this. And I gotta tell you, I feel honored that, A, you're showing this game to me and we're, going through it as we've been. But also the fact that I was sort of, I guess, able to give some kind of a contribution. Because you even said last time, you said, quote, if you can find something out about that, I'd be eternally grateful. As I said, I can't necessarily confirm exactly that that's what's going. Well, I think it has to be what's going on with the game, and the explanation is in the edit from last time. But I'm pretty sure that's what it is, and so I like the idea that I was able to pull knowledge of one thing, coding and development and stuff like that.
Yeah, you know that's not my area of expertise, so I'm glad that you can, provide some insight.
Right, but it's also been the other way around, where you've provided insight to certain things that I was not familiar with as well. Chat's done that as well. Other guests I've had on the show have done that as well. So, in a lot of ways, I think that's why I always say you're never going to get a play of any game like the ones we do. Even if there's certain things that other channels or other outlets might be doing sort of similar. Because we're going to go the extra mile. Like, look, we care enough as we're seeing Hate Storm going on. So I get that now. We're pulling them under. But yeah, they'll be fine.
There's no fucking damage.
But that's why I'll say that stuff, because we're gonna do everything we can to make this so uniquely ours, as far as myself, guests, chat, and also you. Like, this is you playing this. You said, like, hey, every time I'm seeing stuff that's online, it feels like something's missing in general. It doesn't feel like how I reflect it. You're getting your opportunity to reflect this that way.
I think it's really cool that I'm like a play that I did is now immortalized on YouTube.
Yes, I know.
It's on the internet forever.
I know, and especially for what they saw tonight, specifically alone, just with
10, right?
I know that's great. That was amazing.
So, does this room look familiar to you?
Yes, I've seen it prior to the
so many times.
Prior to the prior to the show airing for except for this part, every part.
This was always my go-to for like running audio checks. One thing I am forgetting to tell you, after every one of these boss battles, if you are running the bad ending, the curse starts to set in at this point with Alice.
Ruby would show stuff of that when it comes to... Oh, because you...
It's passed.
Okay,
so pretty much there's some dialogue. Just to sum it up, she will start to feel faint. She will start to exhibit signs of it nearing the end for her.
Oh.
She will still hide it from Yuri.
And he doesn't pick up.
No, he does.
Oh,
he does. But at this point, actually, Marguerite comes out and she goes, "What's wrong with you? Like, what's happening?" And Alice and Marguerite have a moment and they talk, and Alice explains to her about the 4 massacres because Marguerite didn't know either.
Okay.
You got to think, that was something that Alice just kind of took upon herself and did for Yuri.
Which is something Alice would do.
Yeah, it was just based off of, like, strictly off of her love for him. So you do get a couple little extra dialogue things. It's not, you're not missing a ton, but I just wanted to let you know that it does happen.
Also, for completionist sake, I will also dig out video of that dialogue just to get a sense. Also to see it, so in that case, you'll have that full record.
I was seeing it last night, and I was like, damn, and I was like, I don't have a way to record this, so unless I recorded it on my phone, but I didn't think that was going to be...
I mean, hey, if we have to do it some way, we can do it some way, but it's like, well, it's either way. It's like, that tool will do, because actually that's when we handled the collection for Guitaru Man, because that has a lot of lore to it as well, including the fact that it's voice dialogue that is spoken by one of the villains, who's basically talking in the perspective of some of our main characters. Like, God, I hate Puma the dog.
Yeah.
It's like he's always a thorn in my side. So it actually is giving a lot of story lore the same way something like this or Space Channel 5 have. Or there's something else I was trying to think. Maybe I don't know what game it was. Oh no, I'm trying to think. There was some game that has this massive story lore with its background or its character bios and things like that. I don't know. Maybe it was that one. But either way, it was something that. Yeah, something that was something that I managed. I guess we're trying to manage. So I said, fine, we'll do an edit in for that, just to show all of what it was. It's like, hey, we have to do that. We have to do that. And I've done that with cases like, hey, I can't show this. Actually, fine. When it comes to Final Fight games, I haven't been able to show all of the endings of those games. So I said, like, fine, I'm compromising. I'll put in a video showing it. Actually, also, going back to the last RPG we finished, which actually was similar to the story. I realized that because we haven't finished Parasite Eve yet.
Oh, wow.
And then there's this one. There's a bad ending to that, which I did not know it had.
Oh. Well.
So in that case, I looked, when I was doing the edit, it was like, okay, let me put in what the bad ending is. I didn't get the bad ending, but I didn't even know there was one. But I said, fine, here's an edit for what that is. But alright, what's going on here?
Alright, so we entered a space warp. Eugen's just explaining what it is. So you know how, like, Albert Simon could always kind of pop in and out? Like, and warp wherever he wanted to?
This is how he did it.
Well, that's essentially what we entered into. So.
And I guess she's saying, like, can we go back? But is saying, this is we're getting to a point where we can't go back eventually.
We're getting there. But it's essentially, it's a maze. So we are running into... This was pissing me off last night because I'm following the guy trying to find all the items and stuff, and I was like, why can't I figure out where to get this one fucking item? I figured it out eventually. But,
okay.
Alright, this is a red cat. He gives 10,000 experience. Just him.
Is he... I guess he's going to be pretty strong to give that much, but I mean,
Not
fine.
really.
The way we're running, he should be no problem.
Hit it with the book.
Yeah, good job. Yeah, for that, yeah, game over, but...
Yeah, those cotton underpants are coming in handy.
I was gonna say, it seems like it is doing a good defense. You said you never ran it before, yes?
No, I think from now on I might.
But see, that's another thing, interesting thing to see, like, hey, because I've mentioned sometimes when it's come to certain games, the idea of, I said, what's the challenge run of playing this game, or what are certain things, but it is also fascinating to see that, okay, wait, there are a lot of ways to kind of run a game like this. I guess the challenge run of this game would be, what, running different party members?
Different party members. Don't put the flare brooch on Yuri. Don't don't power up the weapons. Don't use the mind's eye.
Which
there's a ton of shit.
And I guess in some ways, when you first played the game, did you do any of those things? Maybe because
I didn't know about them, so probably not.
Okay.
Like I didn't. I mean, honestly, it was funny because when I first found what the mind's eye was, I was afraid to use it.
And it's the Heretic's Coat? What's that?
It's just a piece of armor for, I think, Zhuzhen.
Okay.
Maybe Alice? No, I think it's Zhuzhen.
Okay.
Which we can't equip it because he's not in our party.
Alright.
Not that we want to, because he already has his best armor.
Oh, that's not his best armor. Okay.
No, we got everyone's best armor and weapons, which is kind of why it's kind of pointless. But
well, I mean, sometimes we'll run into that in RPGs. Super Mario RPG was like that. The last weapon you get for Mario is not the strongest.
Mm-hmm.
So at that point, it's like, fine. There's no point unless you missed it, or you want to try and play it with it.
These guys are a pain in the ass. They're only susceptible to magic.
Okay, so run terrific radius.
I could do that. I could use Black Hole, which I normally do. I could throw an Advent in there if I really wanted to. The only reason I don't really like using the Terrific Radiance for the children is because it takes up 200 MB.
Yeah, but I mean,
ridiculous.
You're getting your usage out of it nicely, though. And it's worth it. I mean, because this is probably one shot.
It actually does one shopping, which is nice. I just don't always like to use it.
I guess one question in this is that Are all the normal enemies, did they all have 9,000 or 999, or are there other ones that have more than that? I think there were other ones that were more than that, weren't there?
I think so. I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, I thought so, because I know you were wailing on enemies, I think you did more than 1,000 points of damage.
Yeah.
But now you're just basically trying to find all the boxes. Actually, here's a question. You said there's the treasure index. You can look in there and see if you've gotten everything.
So what?
And when you go in the menu, you can look in there now and see that you've got every item.
No, I gotta talk to old Carl.
Okay.
Because he tells me like the percentage.
Okay, so basically what you're gonna do is go back to see him before anything.
No, he only tells you like in the new game, like whether you.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. That I'm aware of, at least. I don't know if I ever got the black underpants, to be honest with you.
Okay.
This would be a lot more complicated if I didn't just do it.
Okay. Because basically what are you doing here? You're looking for where the transport points are?
Yeah, which I know where they are. It's just a matter of they're all connected in a different way, so I have to know how they're connected in order to do it correctly.
It also seems like they're not based on... Because sometimes when I've played games that do stuff like this, you'll have like a marker on the ground. In this case, it seems like you just go over a certain point that seems like it's kind of random.
Yeah, they are pretty random.
Okay.
I'm not gonna even lie.
I love the look of like the towers in here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is the most mazy. One of the most mazy parts of the game. Like I know that those trials we went to were pretty mazy.
Not
But
like this, though.
yeah, there weren't like warping fucking points like this.
Uh-huh.
It's ridiculous.
Oh, enemy. I was first like, wait, you warped.
No, and honestly,
You're gonna run.
I just do not even have the patience.
Fair enough.
If they fell to physical attacks, I would stay probably, but because it's magic only, I'm like, I really don't even want to be bothered.
Yeah, you want to pick your battle specific, I think, in this.
Okay, this part confused the fuck out of me. North up the stairs.
Yeah, it looks like because when you're going up the stairs, this is back where we first were, right?
Yes.
So,
correct.
yeah, when you went past that, it's basically, when you go up the stairs, it's going to be just warping you all the time.
Yep.
It's the red capsule hit.
They take physical damage, so. And they give 10k, so worth it.
Yeah, and actually, yeah, looking at this, yeah, that's going to do more than, yeah, this answers the question I had before, which is...
Already, it's over.
Yeah, so yeah, there are enemies that have more than 999 hit points. Fair enough.
It's a waste to do that on her.
Uh-huh.
She's already in the back row.
Though it did do more damage than the other attacks it did.
Yeah, because it's like a special attack.
Okay.
There we go. Bye.
Oh, you got some level ups.
That's why it was worth it.
Okay.
Yeah, I want Yuri and Hallie to be fucking beefed up.
Okay.
Because I'm gonna need it for the final battle. Final battle, if you are not properly prepared, can wreck you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that would make sense. But
I mean, it's a final battle, so you would think.
how high do you want your levels running generally?
I'm good. If I hit close to 60, I'm fine.
60 is where you want to be?
I mean, I don't need to be exactly 60. Honestly, where I am, I'm good.
Okay.
I'm not concerned. North. Up pool sisters and to the right in the village. This is where I got fucked up. I was reading this last night. I was like, what are you meaning? I was so pissed.
Okay, you're here again.
Okay, so we go west past the chest.
So that's what
Out
that
the
one.
stairs to your right, past Dad, Captain.
Yeah, we can run from this. What are they called again?
Assholes? I don't know.
Well, you said it's something with an A.
They are...
It's something with an A, you said, right?
No, those are cockatrices.
Okay.
Which, I don't know how, but whatever.
Alright, so yeah, where are we going? This way?
Where are we going? Yes. we're going to the final chest.
Alright, there that is.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's probably like right where we need to go.
Right where we need to go. This is another boss.
Alright.
Yet another boss.
Wait, fitting for where we are.
This is Scapegoat.
That's what his name.
That is his name.
Okay.
Just gonna heal up real quick. We are good to
Alright, so let's take
go.
this. Wow, that thing.
He's ugly.
Actually, looks like that three-headed monster thing in House of the Dead too.
Ah,
And Typing of the Dead. Because I told you the epic story of Typing of the Dead.
you did.
And you're going to have to see that game eventually. Have you seen that game?
Yeah.
It wasn't because of me, was it?
No.
Okay. 'Cause that game is glorious. And we're going to do that eventually. Not going to call dibs on that. But one thing about this, I think that's... You're going to laugh about this, but I think I need more than one part to show that. Because there are a couple modes on that. There's boss mode, there's drill mode. There's also the tutorial, which is hilarious. Where you have this... Like, it sounds like almost like a computer program telling you about how touch typing works. And it's incredible. I think we got to show that. Like everything for that game. As in, I also have the element of running 2 keyboards for it. Fine, one officially, and then the one with the adapter I have. So, yeah, that's going to be a case. I don't know if we'll be able to do that in October.
I'm missing something. So again, we just wail on him. He's susceptible to physical attacks. He tends to just focus on a single person, unless he does that wind fang attack like he just did, where it hits everyone.
Yeah.
But he's not really a big concern. And I'm like, you know what? For being the last boss before the penultimate boss, he's really not like a threat.
Okay, so there's 2 more bosses after this?
2 more bosses after this.
Alright. Because, yeah, it is also building the one person we have not seen tonight.
Talking about good buddy.
Yeah, I was going to say, not bacon.
Not bacon.
Which is that I'm used to that now, but it was still such a surprise. And it also makes me realize why you said, like, don't waste your money on the IMDb Pro thing. It's like, no, it was right, but not... Fine, it was right in one way. Fine, it was wrong in one way, but that was because of the way the plot was operating.
Yeah.
As opposed to, like, they screwed it up. But I mentioned to you also, I think off camera, there are cases they did screw up other stuff. Like, I mentioned about last week with the Mystical Ninja starring Goemon play. For the anime based on that franchise, they didn't give credit to Vic Mignogna as the main character of the show. Like,
Fucking
why?
weird.
Why? It's like they gave him credit for everything else, and his name is explicitly on the box, number 1, and in the credits. I actually put the DVDs in again to get credits for some of the voice performance. They also didn't credit for that. So it's like, okay, there are certain things that maybe that IMDb Pro account would be useful for, but fine. I don't need to do it for Shadow Hearts, although, yeah, in some cases they had information that some of the other cases did not.
And apparently James Carter Cathcart is going through a hard time right now. I believe he has cancer.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I did not hear that.
I found that out because I follow Michelle Motz on Facebook.
Oh boy.
And she had posted something.
Oh boy.
So I said, oh, that's interesting that we're playing a game with his voice talents in it.
I said, we're fine. If nothing else, we're giving the, I guess, the honor to him specific as far as that, you know?
Yeah, he did a hell of a fucking job on that.
Yeah, not just this, but everything else
Well,
that I
yeah.
mentioned. I mean, trying to think, it's from my perspective, fine, I look back at the credits again as far as what I indicated, or the notes I took. 'Cause I'm trying to think. Oh wait, he was Todd Broken Snap, that's why. And yeah, the voice of Vector for, actually for like the Sonic X era of Sonic. Vector Crocodile, Shadow the Hedgehog, and,
The current voice of
what's
Meowth and James.
That's true, yeah, that's true. Also, yeah, he was also the voice in Cool Devices for all the people who've seen that, and admittedly, that's not one I've seen. Yeah, that was it. And Gary. On old Pokemon, I
Yeah.
should say.
So, point of no return.
This is it?
It's a point of no return. This is your last ditch effort to do anything you need to do.
Did they tell you that and I missed it? Okay, you know.
I know. It's a point of no return. This is the very last save point in the entire game.
Alright.
So
let's do this.
yeah, I'm ready. Let's go. Let's just finish off everything.
Alright, so yeah, it's been building to this.
You ready?
I'm ready. Let's
Okay.
go through that door together, friends.
Sure.
Alright, so, what do we got going on here? Hi, Albert Simon.
Your friend who you said you haven't seen all part.
Yeah, here he is.
To the glorious throne, Nimito, left to us by the ancient gods.
Alright. Right, the bells really add to the finality
It
here.
is so perfect. Albert, you old fart! It's been fun, but we're finally going to be able to put an end to this. The Jew of all men were the last to remain standing in my way. Perhaps this was our destiny, even at that moment we met on the train.
Oh, yeah.
You could say that. Just tell me one thing. What would you do if you win this fight?
I think Yuri's trying a little bit of reverse psychology here, maybe, because, like, he usually like, no, I'm not gonna... You wouldn't even entertain that thought. I wonder what this is gonna be.
I don't know. I've made a mistake, but that's okay.
What mistake?
There's something I should have equipped on people and I didn't.
Create a new world, guys to God's world. But would it be any fun?
Of course it'll be fun. It'll be a wondrous place. I really wanted to show it to all of you.
Maybe you still can. Wait, well, fine. We'll be alive to not see it.
Yeah.
Yeah, fine. It's promised then, no matter who wins, no hard feelings. Okay, Yuri is, I guess, got a sportsman quality to
He's
him.
a gentleman.
Yeah, in his way, you know?
Leave the surviving world to the mercy of fate? Fine, I promise you. There need only be one fight that determines the course of the planet.
Except for the two fights we're gonna have, right?
Glad we agree on something.
Alright, we're all ready to go?
Love everyone just get into fighting stance.
I love that. So here we go.
I'll make it work without the item.
Alright, so tell us, what are we doing to Albert Simon?
Mainly.
Okay. I was gonna say, I wanted at least to get a sense of, okay, am I selling that wrong just to say that? Okay, this is not what he looked like before, damn. And that's holy chests, which, is this something you should be nervous about?
Yes, because this is what I was supposed to equip the item for.
Oh, right, he's opening the Ark of the Covenant.
Which drains my SP.
Oh, yeah.
It's going right to Yuri. It's going to everyone, but...
Oh.
Fucker. Yeah, I can't fucking summon anything. So, we're going to start off a little weak.
Alright. Does he always do that when we first come in?
Yep. And had I had the right thing equipped, I would have been fine. Oh well. What are you gonna do?
You're gonna kick his ass, that's what you're gonna do.
Let's leave all the healings. No, you know what? You were my backup healer for a reason, sir. That's why I got pure extract.
Perfect.
Because I don't have to worry about it. Hallie's SP is what I really gotta watch because he is not really got the highest amount.
And that's, I guess, makes sense as far as him canonically for this.
He should have more than Alice, honestly, but I think one of the items I have equipped on him kind of screws him over a bit.
Okay.
So that is also possibly my fault. I was so ready to just walk through that I didn't even check to see if I was fully equipped.
But remember, we had that happen last, one of the earlier fights you had, and we were, no, right, the fight from Radiance. I mean, is that no problem?
Well, that was position-based. That wasn't necessarily item-based. All right.
Yeah.
Now we're in business.
Okay, so yeah, let's show what we got. Yeah, he tried to fuse with this thing a couple parts ago to save everybody. Now he has control of it.
Honestly, I just need it for the strength boost.
Yeah, case in point.
I'm not really concerned otherwise. I'm gonna let you heal yourself, good sir.
Perfect.
Not that I needed it, but always nice to have.
What's the perfect do on items when you use it?
For like the healing items like that, it gives you a little extra.
Okay.
Which is nice, but I don't really need it for that.
Alright, because it's hitting for all of it.
Yeah. Alright, so we're gonna do a little bit of here
Alright.
on Yuri, make sure he's fully boosted. I'm considering using the ability that Yuri has to boost everyone's stats and shit. But I don't know.
How much is going to help with this?
It'll help, but I don't know if it's worth it necessarily.
You said there's 2 phases of this, right?
Not this. No, this is the battle for this is it against Albert.
Okay.
I guess I can show you his other attack.
Alright.
So this boosts everyone's stats, including their agility.
Physical, attack, defense, special power, special defense.
Everything.
That's
Yeah.
a buff.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. Now you're gonna see the downfall to this. In raising that agility. Check.
Oh,
It's supposed to move the ring faster, and I thought it was gonna move faster than it did. So
Okay.
that was my bad.
alright.
I had some poor judgment on that.
Okay, it is a little faster.
Yeah. So you kind of got to be careful with your moves, and like where the arm is falling on the ring.
So it's a risk reward.
Yeah, but it's worth it to cut the damage and everything.
Yeah, clearly it seems like he's not doing much.
So you saw that move a bit faster. But like, look, all my shit's raised. Like, I'm good. Yeah.
Maybe it's still. Alright, yeah, look at that.
Oh my god.
That's more maybe than Yuri, to some degree.
So you know what? Worth it.
Yeah, totally. How have you usually
Shit.
fight this boss? Do you usually fight it running that?
Yeah, no, I normally use it on the final boss because it's worth it.
Okay.
Shit, I should have waited. God damn.
Actually, okay, fine. It's not more than Yuri, but it seems like it was.
Do you see him?
Who?
Messiah?
Oh, he's already slumped.
Ridiculous.
Damn.
Absolutely ridiculous.
That's awesome.
I did not think that was going to benefit me like that, but I'm glad that it worked out. Fucking Alice took him down!
Fitting.
Alice took him down!
Well, Fitting remember, she was kidnapped by him at the beginning of the game. Talk about the
God, full circle moment.
perfect, yeah.
That was insane. Okay, so worked out. I didn't actually need the item that I needed,
But we got one more fight where I think we want to use it, and you get the silver hand, which is
it's a good item. It actually makes the entire Judgment Ring a hit area.
Oh.
Yeah, it's good.
You probably want to use that on this battle, am I right?
It breaks it. You remember how I said you can break the final battle?
See, it's funny you said like the other stuff seemed like it was breaking the game a lot. You were saying it's like
You can
this
break
is
it more.
Oh, and now he falls down the steps. Damn.
He's dead.
Oh, he's dead. We got him already.
Yeah, he's dead.
Okay. That's a surprise to me a little bit. Okay.
I can't help but feel sorry for him at this point.
Okay.
Just, we'll let that sit.
I'll tell you your fate. I want you to be a harsh one. The beginning of the hell humans have chosen. Why? Because you said last time the idea of the complexity of Albert Simon as a villain.
Yeah, he's not.
No, this will come true unless you defeat the god that's arriving soon. Feel as strong as you, humans may be able to overcome their mistakes.
So, to put it in context a little bit, if you think of it in terms of like a biblical sense,
Yeah.
Albert was essentially trying to release like a flood
Right.
and trying to do like a Noah's Ark type deal.
Sure.
And he was just trying to cleanse the earth, you know? He's trying to make sure that all the things that people have done to fuck up and everything's starting fresh.
Wash away the wicked.
Exactly. However, in his mind, he's not considered one of those wicked,
Sure.
which we've seen based on his actions. But, like I said in the last part, I can't necessarily disagree with the man.
It is interesting though, that idea, because you said we went this whole way before last time saying that we had this character pegged completely, and then it kind of changes, and it's kind of a interesting thing.
It's such a gray area.
But it's fascinating and maybe kind of scary when you think about the idea that usually would you think that I'd ever sympathize with a villain, but then you realize, or empathize with a villain, and you realize to a certain extent you get it, but also the idea of like still being in line with Yuri and the gang. Yeah, Albert. He's even realizing that right now.
Yeah. That's why I said I really do love him as a character, regardless of the fact that he's considered a villain.
Sure.
He's such a good character.
Yeah, that's every character really in this game.
Yeah, and again, even as a villain, he had a fucking arc that came to its logical conclusion.
Sure did.
So.
And there is the conclusion. Farewell, Albert Simon.
He's a worthy adversary.
Yeah, indeed. Oh, you have a choice.
It does give you one last opportunity, just in case.
We'll run an Alice and Hallie.
I don't know. Maybe I should run Jujette.
And die?
Or Marguerite. Keith maybe has a fighting chance.
Keith is okay.
No. There's no way in hell. I'm switching out of this party. I'm keeping them.
Alright, let's do it.
Oh, God, that's fucking funny that it gives you that option. Like, just in case.
I guess question, we have like a voice cutscene coming up here. Do you have any more voice cutscenes? Probably at the end. Okay. Oh, we're on the stage of base. Look at that, the moon.
Did you think we were going to finish this tonight?
No, and also I'm surprised though now we have text boxes.
Yeah, well, they didn't want to just put the white text on.
You're right, because like, hey, it makes you be able to read it.
It'll be washed out, yeah. So we're in space.
This is the end of the Earth, huh? What's going on here? See me would. Alright, so yeah, if Simon's not the final battle, God is the final battle, I guess, yes? Wow. Yeah, I was saying, yeah, he's like a spaceship. Alright, God, let's take care of this.
Okay.
Alright, so, talk to us about this.
Just a sec. Just appreciate the final battle music.
The bell, oh my God.
Right out the gate.
They don't waste any time.
Neither does he.
Running time of judgments.
Oh, yeah. This is gonna hurt. Let's just say I'm glad I have crucifixes on.
What could it do if you didn't?
Everything.
Everything once?
Everything. Every single status effect you can think of, he can do.
Oh, okay.
He can fuck you up royally. He hits your magic. He is just a bitch.
Alright, so what do we do? Wail on him?
In a sense, yes. But there is a more refined way of doing it in this.
It's very cool, so Dolly finished saying, as far as what we've seen. It is great. I didn't
Oh, yeah.
expect to see
So,
this
more
way.
specifically, this is Metagod.
Okay.
So, I also meant to pour these in my whatever.
Seal of,
all the seals,
what are
whatever.
these?
I could use them now, but I'm not wasting turns.
Okay.
Alright, so this increases your user hit area to 100%.
Alright.
Okay. This is when you start using all those items that you've accumulated throughout the game.
Smart.
Indicator speed becomes irregular, but your attack power triples.
Okay.
Attack power increases with continued successful actions. Now,
That's the one, right?
no. You would think, right? I've tried to use this in conjunction with the Silver Hand, and it breaks it to where it doesn't actually work.
Okay.
It only lets you hit the hit area once. Because the Silver Hand makes your entire ring a hit area.
So what do you want to do then?
Alright, so we're going to use the Silver Hand on Yuri,
Okay.
since he is my hardest hitter. Now, this takes a turn. Fine.
The entire ring became a hit area, as you said.
And I'm actually going to do that with Hallie as well.
Okay.
Because right now I don't necessarily need him to do anything else.
Then what do you need for Alice?
Heal.
Heal.
Heal. She is strictly on healing duty in this.
Okay. Fitting. That would be what she would be doing her on her own if we were not controlling the idea of this.
Go ahead, baby. Break out that arc.
Alright, let's do it.
I've taken him out in about 5 minutes before.
Okay.
I don't know if that's the case here, but we'll find out.
Well, we'll see. We're all looking forward to it. I think.
He's really not. He's not hard if you break it.
Yeah, you clearly have, and he has some devastating attacks, as you mentioned.
If you don't have the crucifix attached.
These are all things you want crucifix for, including Scarlet Abyss here.
He has different abyss colors. and each abyss color does a different status effect.
Oh.
But he hits hard no matter what. Now, I have a 7th key.
Oh, right, you mentioned this. 7 sweeps the indicator with successful action.
Ready for the shit?
Yeah, hit us.
Just sit and wait.
Alright.
This takes a little bit. So like I said, he's got 12-5.
Okay.
So it takes a little bit to wait now.
You basically gonna run every key you have for this.
Oh yeah.
Smart.
I think the Silver Hand only lasts 1 turn, but I'm not 100% sure. I don't quite remember. We got 5th keys. We're good.
Okay.
Because my whole ring is a good area.
I was
I'm
gonna
good.
say, does it you just keep tapping extra frequently to make that work?
You can in a sense. I try to keep it kind of where their hit areas are.
Because you're so used to what they are.
Not only that, but I don't want to fuck it up accidentally.
Wait, does that ruin it?
I think if you hit it like too close to a certain area, it can. I'm not really sure. I just
Okay.
don't like to run risk.
Alright.
Because I'm not going to waste an item that I, spent the time going to use and doing the
Right.
setup for. I think Silverhand actually does last more than 1 turn now that I think about it. We'll see on
see.
Yuri's next turn. But like I said, those Abyss colors hurt. And they could fuck me up even more if they did status effects, but luckily we're protected.
Fantastic. 9 springs.
That's just a strong physical attack.
Oh, and brought it down to 1.
Yep. Oh, good. Okay, Silverhand does last for more than 1 turn.
How can you tell?
Because it didn't tell me that it wore off.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, see, that last one's not hitting. I think I'm letting it go too far.
Okay. I love the shot there of like Allison's leaning her head in. So like, yeah, I'm here too.
She's like, I'm about to die if you don't help me.
Like, well, we will. Just give us a second. Oh, you got him already?
Told you.
Yeah, I didn't know it was that fast.
That was less than 5 minutes.
Yeah, I was gonna say not even. Damn. All right.
He's dead.
Good job.
I told you.
Great job. And since we got the best ending or the good ending set, we're gonna see it now, right? Cutscene voiced. We'll
All
be
of
back. Yeah, a little lit. so-
Enjoy.
And so, our battle came to an end. The god, awakened by human hands, was returned to sleep once again by human hands. On the morning after, a refreshing breeze blew across Wales, and the horrible events leading up to yesterday seemed like nothing more than a bad dream. Soon, it was time to say farewell to everyone. Keith, our handsome vampire, grew weary of the hustle and bustle of the outside world, and so he returned once again to his peaceful castle in Transylvania. I wonder how many centuries he'll sleep this time. Good night, and sweet dreams, dear friend. Master Zhu Zhen, our brave Taoist adept, has gone back to Shanghai to mend the disruptions in the energy fields of China. You taught us so much, Master Zhu Zhen. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts, and please, try not to overexert yourself. Our beloved spy for hire said she planned to go home to Paris, but she joked about how her next assignment was probably already waiting for her. So, there's no telling where she might be right now. Hallie, that cute little street boy we met in London, set sail from Southampton with his mother, Kodelka, to find his long-lost father in America. Finally, they'll be able to live together as a family. I pray you'll all find happiness. As for me, I'm headed for Zurich, where my mother's waiting. With Yuri, of course.
Alright, we're back for a brief period because we're going to have something at the end of this, right? Alright, that is Shadow Hearts for PlayStation 2. I guess we're going to come back next month for the extra stuff. Is that what we're gonna do?
Yeah, I think that's a good idea.
Alright, so do you want to start final thoughts now on what we're seeing?
Go for it, because I've played this so many times that I want to hear what you think.
I think you need to start this, though, because you played this. This is your game. This is not going to technically be a last hit, because, I mean, we're doing another one next month.
Sure.
But, yeah, you've led us through this. You have the duty of... you have the permission to start.
All right. I mean, I'm glad that I got to, go through it the way that I normally go through it, and glad that I got to share it with you. Your first time ever seeing this game. I'm happy that everyone in the chat seemed to enjoy it as well. It's been a fun ride, It was a little stressful trying to make sure that I had the practice run down and everything, but, I got there, and I'm glad that I was able to pull some stuff off on camera that I was able to pull off that didn't happen in practice. So, overall, I think it was a really positive playthrough.
And also about the game itself, because this game clearly means a lot to you, and
I still love it as much as I did the first day I ever played it.
I was going to say, looking at this, I get it 100%. Even just this one shot. I love what I'm seeing here. Here's a question. Fine, you don't see this in that ending. Well, we'll see that ending next week. You?
It's very slight difference.
Well, we'll find out next month, because we're going to show off the last hurrah of Shadow Hearts original. But yeah, is there other things you want to talk to about before? Because you said you wanted to go.
No, I hope that this is definitely something that you're gonna want to, play again down the line for yourself, because I know you let me run the playthrough on this, so that's why I was like, all right, well, eventually, if you do end up picking it up, just, you can play it for yourself and break the game like I did.
Yeah, and just savor it. I think that's really above anything else what I've realized this game is. This is a game to be savored. This is a very special and unique game just from what I've seen of this. And Chaswell, don't feel like you have to sit back and just listen to us say, like, you wanted to give your perspective on what you saw. As I mentioned, a little more, we're going to see the canonical ending. This isn't, even though I love what I saw, that was great. Thanks, So Dolly finished saying.
Thank
for
you.
Sure. We're going to have a little more to show what the canonical ending leading into the next couple games.
Yeah, the canon ending's next part.
Okay. Which will be on April 1st, 15th. But just for this, I am extremely impressed. This is a game that, it's one of those, I don't know, I think I might have asked you this at one point, those kind of where has this game been all my life games where you kind of come to it late.
Dunno.
I'm looking at a game like this and saying that, yeah, this is something that's, it's not just because you're showing me this game. I'm looking at this legitimately. If it was anybody else showing me, or I just say, like, fine, you say, I don't know, somebody in my chat asked for this, but let me get this, we can pull this out and play it, just have this experience. I'd be feeling the same way right now. This is quite a journey.
Yeah.
We're on with this game, also just that the game is going through in terms of its stories, characterizations, the tech of it, what it's doing unique for RPGs, and that there were people at Midway in particular who saw this and said, we're going to take a chance on this. And other people who clearly understand this game and have been holding on to this, they are absolutely right to. I cannot say enough in terms of what I'm seeing. I am very impressed with this. This definitely is what you consider as a buried treasure for the PlayStation 2. And if you love RPGs at all, I think you probably have to play this. And this with me only having played it for like minutes total so far, but I want to change that because this is quite something.
Yeah. definitely it's worth the 30-hour investment.
Yeah, and the $150 investments.
Yeah.
But it said we're going to be pushing for remake as it is a re-release. But if you are curious about what this is, we do have its spiritual successor, Penny Blood, that's coming out in 2025, we think.
That's the projected time.
That being said, it is something that I'm looking forward to that significantly just on the back of what I saw. And I would love to be in a case where I'll be able to experience this game with you and Chasm22, specifically people I know who put into this.
Voice acting.
There's all voice acting performances, as you mentioned, who did a great job of the performances they gave, but it said they don't credit everybody. They didn't credit Casey Rogers specifically, but fine. We credited the names we had to. That's why I dug deep. I said I knew I had a responsibility to him stuff.
That was it.
But that being said, like that's what we're doing this game and doing it full. Have been doing it full, and we'll be doing it full more as one last shot with the piece of music. Yeah, I mean
Shadow Hearts. That's what it's called.
Yeah, by Hiroko Kazuhara, whose name I actually did not take down for this. So I guess I should.
It's beautiful.
I should indicate the background of that. I will indicate background of that next month when we come back to the last look, which is going to be, what is it going to be? It's going to be the bestiary. It's going to be
The canonical ending.
the canonical bad ending.
And then like the final move showcase.
The
like
final
all
move
their, all their like
showcase.
good, like all the higher level moves.
And then his choice of what we want to show as a little bit of a preview of something, or anything you'll want to show. There's something I want to do. You have your pick. Just make sure it's something that we can hook into the retro changes, otherwise for feed cut concerns. That's it. But outside of that, that's all yours. So yeah, that will be April 15th. So that's going to be a unique twist that way. So yeah, we did need 7 parts, you're right.
Yeah.
But a different way. And I've had a great time so far with this game, and especially leading into its conclusion. And I guess voice cutscene coming up.
There is going to be some voice, yeah.
We will have one more shot of that. We'll be back in a few minutes.
As the warlock said in the end, even if an age of winter comes bringing the harshest hardships, I intend to live on with my new family.
All right, and that is your good ending, although not so good as far as you mentioned with the context of what we just saw.
Yeah, so that actually happens regardless. And you'll see that next month. That part is there regardless. But you will see what happens with Alice next part, because she does have a bit of a different reaction.
Okay.
And I know eventually this does ask me, here it is, it asked me to do, like, save clear data. Yep.
Okay.
So we're going to save that clear data. We'll overwrite that because that's not important.
All right.
And then...
Oh, right, we can actually watch the opening cutscene, or find the opening cutscene on the title screen. You don't have to hide it anymore.
Oh, yeah. We did. That was the other thing that I was thinking of, too.
Okay.
So if we just let that sit, it's actually going to play the trailer that I've been kind of hiding.
Well, and as I said, I'll also know now why, and we'll know now why.
I told you it was very spoilery.
Yeah, if you want to go into that as we see this, and then I can go into what schedule's looking like, we can do that. But yeah, I've had a wonderful time with this. Thank you so much for showing us this game and sharing it with us.
Absolutely. Worth the hype?
Yes,
Good.
more than worth it. My God. Okay, fine, you're right. I guess they're showing, all right, there's something here. I don't know if I'd say that necessarily spoiling exactly.
Callias Mental Hospital.
Well, okay, fine.
You're seeing late game locations.
Okay.
Tindalos.
Okay.
That's part of a fucking side quest. Like, come on. Europe.
Okay. So, I mean,
It's all Europe, that side quest.
Okay,
Side quest.
one thing to say is that I don't know if maybe because I don't know much about the game, if that wouldn't have played in a specific way. But I get exactly. It's like this is your place.
At home, you don't know who that is. Like, you would assume that's something that Yuri can do.
Sure. So I think in that way, like, yeah, you made the right choice as far as showing what that was, but also because
That's actually my fun to do right there.
okay,
But we'll see that next time.
okay,
Yeah, Seraphic Radiance, you're in Blue Castle. It's all Europe. Well, that happens in Asia.
yeah.
But
So that's what that is that way.
yeah.
Okay, but I mean, hey, that just said that makes sense. Like, and also that goes to the other thing. Sometimes I've said this before for certain games. I'll say it this way too. Sometimes I'll get a sense of when I want to show something, whether it's as far as the show or just to people specifically. I want to show them in a specific way, and even something like that you think like, okay, is it really going to necessarily play that way? I wouldn't necessarily make a case to say that to it. I don't know. What do we want to do?
I just want to put it on a single screen so it's not constantly cycling.
Do you want to have a pick of specific music to run? Fine, I guess at the end.
We'll just put it at the point of no return.
All right. But so in that case, presenting the game a specific way, because like just the thought of maybe a little something being, indicated. I understand not wanting to take that risk. I also understanding the idea of because you were looking at my case, I think, in this. That I was coming on this totally blind.
Yeah, I told you I wanted to keep everything very close to my chest on this one because I didn't want you to have any sort of indication except for kind of what I wanted you to see at the time.
Mm-hmm.
So I was trying very hard to kind of keep everything under wraps the best that I could. And I think that ended up being a total success.
Absolutely.
And your reactions were exactly what I had hoped for.
Okay.
Which was wonderful. And I definitely think that added to the overall experience for me, at least.
Okay.
I've never seen anybody experience this game from scratch with no prior knowledge or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
So it was fun to just kind of see, like, especially when you see, like, those jaw-dropping moments, like with Dave Wide dying and the guy and Seraphic Radiance getting summoned, Kudelka's big reveal, the fact that Roger Bacon is not actually Roger Bacon, like, all those little, well, not little, but huge plot twists and, like, huge cinematic moments that you don't really see happening. It was just fun to see you experience it for the first time, and, like, I don't know, just to watch the look of awe on your face. It's pretty fantastic.
Yeah, I mean, it also maybe goes to the idea that I don't know if you think that maybe it's the kind of thing that I've seen so much, or like you do, like, how would I necessarily be not fazed by this? Maybe it's like a nervousness case, perhaps. But I said, look, this game means a lot to you, so right away that has my interest there. Is like, look, I'm gonna believe you on that.
Mm-hmm.
But looking at this and saying you have an absolute right to be holding on to this game for dear life. I know exactly why, from what you've sold, what I know of you personally, but just of everything you've laid out, why this is a game you hold on to, and why this is something that's so special to you and will continue to be.
Yeah.
And I've always mentioned that with all the other games for the people. This is it.
Just wait till we get to the next ones.
Yeah, I mean,
and Kudelka and all that other, like, I will.
All right,
it's
so
gonna be a ride.
It's gonna be a ride, and so far this has been a ride. We are not quite done with Shadow Hearts yet, though, because April 15th is going to be. I mean, that was sort of the finale, but it was also no. There's gonna be extra stuff for
Finale
next time.
part 1.
Yeah, finale part 1. Maybe I should label it that way when I upload. Actually, also, you said you had an idea of what you wanted on thumbnail. Did you say perspective? I think did you say to me earlier that there was something you had on your mind, specific? What is it?
I think the ending scene on the train.
Wait, after the credits?
Yeah.
Okay. Alrighty. I will do that. Do you want both? You want both Yuri and Alice in the shot?
Yeah.
Fantastic. Okay. They're done. Yeah, the edit of that will be up in a couple days, so that will be what that's like. Thank you so much for coming in again, and I'm looking forward to the last part of this. And then the next game we play in this series, we'll go into that again next time. But it's going to be Kudelka for the PlayStation, correct? Is that what you want to do for the next one, or do you want to go to Covenant?
See, now I'm kind of torn.
Why's that?
Because we went into a lot of, like, where Kudelka ties into this, so I think that logically that would kind of make sense to go there.
And Kudelka is a shorter game, as you were mentioning.
Kudelka is a shorter game. It is, like we were talking about, it's more of a strategy RPG. Because Covenant is long. And
How
especially,
long is Covenant?
Well, we're going to do all the side quests and stuff. It's about 80 hours.
Okay.
Which, you want to talk about the longest game you've ever put up? That'll be it.
That'll be one of them.
Yeah.
It's going to be that, Nier Automata, maybe, and also Tales of Vesperia as far as the long stuff. I mean, we can figure that. Here's the other thing. I said this with Protorova. He's like, hey, for scheduling reasons, I need to have these in the afternoon. If you think we should be doing, because we're going to do that, I think, with Lunar. If you're thinking we should start the show earlier so we can kind of do more of it, for that, we can do that however you want to do it, however you think is going to go.
Yeah.
As it's not necessarily a case of we're going to rush through the game exactly.
No.
But
yeah, if we have to do longer parts,
think?
that might work out logically
well,
better.
to be fair, we've done all 6-hour parts on a good amount of this game.
We have.
Honestly, this is going to be the shortest part we've had for this game since part 2.
I was able to get through things very efficiently. That's all I'll say.
I think, part 2 or part 3?
Part 3, I think, was the longest. 3
No.
or 4.
4 was the longest.
4 was the
that was like
longest.
6. Last part was almost 6.
Yeah.
I'm trying to remember part 3 was 6 or not.
3 was I think 5.5.
Okay,
Yeah.
this is about 5.5 as well, so it's about on level 3. It'll be longer because it's gonna take like half an hour to go through the schedule, usually. But yeah. That being said, we're gonna come back to this game for the finale of everything completely in about a month. That's going to be April 15th. He will be here, of course, for that, and then we'll figure, of course, what other stuff we have that's coming down the line. Because of what I know we're discussing that we're gonna do. You and Surrender Antonio called Super Mario Sunshine for the GameCube. We're going to try and figure that. For June, as I said, I have open spot. I got to talk to Emetics to see what we're going to do with Parasite Eve for the finale, because it's going to be then at the earliest, because unfortunately, as I mentioned earlier in the show, he had something come up. We can't do it next week. So next week's show will be at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Saturday night, but it will not be the finale of that. So what I'm going to do instead, I'm going to pull out Dynamite Heady for the Sega Genesis. We're going to use the Sega Genesis app for the Switch Online expansion pack to show that. And before we play that game, I will show what we got on all of those other Switch Online apps. Specifically, Genesis, where's the Nintendo 64 stand, and then the new ones of Game Boy Color, and Game Boy Advance. And Metro Fusion's launching next week, so we can at least give a bit of lip service. That's going to be a little bit of a brief thing. Or maybe end up like Final Fight 3, where it's like, fine, it was the first hour of the show where it was going to everything in the Wii U war chests. And then I realized, oh shit, after I stopped recording, I missed talking about the stuff in the Wii folder I had. So fine, here's an edit for this part. And just said like, oh, this will just be like half an hour. Like, no, it's over an hour. We got to this. But Dynamite Heady is a kind of short game as it is, especially the way I'm running it, because we're running the Japanese version. So we can use the Japanese side of the Switch Online expansion pack for that. And I also have, as I mentioned, since there's story content that is not in the US version, I have pages written down in a Word document for all of the translated lines of dialogue, which isn't as much as you think, even though it's 7 pages. To go through that and give more context to that game that, as I was going through it, kind of gave me more than I was expecting to see. It's a game I've been playing for a decent amount of my life. Around the time it came out. I know you've seen me play this game.
Yes, I have.
But I don't know if you've actually played it yourself.
I have not.
You do have access to it on Switch Online expansion
Yes, I
pack,
do.
and it is it's an interesting one, and it's a good one as far as treasure's concerned, because I don't know if your background is on their stuff.
Not a whole lot. I think that was one of the only ones that I was introduced to by you.
And technically also on the Switch Online expansion pack side, there are 3 other games of theirs. There is Gunstar Heroes, which we played for the show, Alien Soldier, and Light Crusader. Actually, Light Crusader is an RPG, as we point out.
Okay, well, that's enough to draw me in.
Okay. But yes, the Sega side of RPG, but yeah, that's one, and it's kind of a unique one as far as them. And we played a couple games of this on the show, and we have one in May we're playing as well, so this is kind of a little bit of a preview, I guess, to that. As it also, since I had to make that last-minute adjustment, it was also a question of, what can I do, and what can I do that I can do well? Because usually the idea is like, hey, I'll put something off the master list, but sometimes like, hey, I'm not going to bullshit a game that people have asked me for. If they said that, hey, I want to see something, I'm putting in everything for it. Tekken 3, which we're doing in April, I got unlocks for that. I was like, I'm making sure that's going to be, we're going to do that right. Whether it's a case of game the chat asked me for, you asked me for, or whatever, I'm going to do it right that way if I'm going to be the one controlling. Hey, if I was the one that had to control this game, you bet your ass I would be making sure that we're going to be in line with this. I would not be fucking this up. I would not be being in a case of saying that I'm going to deliver this game in any way less than what you'd want to see me. It might not be what you would do, and clearly that's why I said you should play this.
Yeah.
Thank you for that so far. Like I said, I'm going to do everything to do this game the justice that you wanted to have done, whether you were on the couch with me or not. As I said, I owe that to everybody for the purpose of that. And that's what set the show apart, I would think. And you made the show as much as it is because of that, especially for this one game and Majora's Mask and everything else we've done and will do. But yeah, so next week is going to be Diamond Heady for that reason. The week after that is still... the rest of the schedule is basically going to be the same, though. So, week after that is going to be St. Patrick's Day. That's going to be a Friday night program. Nikki's coming back, along with Ed Wack. She's going to be playing for us Freddy Fish, Case of the Missing Kelp Seeds, and Freddy Fish, Case of the Haunted Schoolhouse on the PC. I had to do checks in regards to how feed cuts are handling when you do full screen on the PC, which I did not visualize, or I didn't think that through. That was my failing. So I'm actually going to buy both those games off Steam to test that. But I said to her, like, don't worry, it's not going to impact it. If we do have to get a case where you have to start, like, right as the game loads, and maybe stop the stream for a few minutes to load up the other one, we'll do that. But, it'll be seamless when it comes to the edit, so it won't be a problem. We'll do what we have to do. Well, when it comes to that tech stuff, I'll look into that. I'll make sure it's all in line, so we make that going. Because that's another one, like you with Shadow Hearts. That means a lot to her. That's a game that well, both of those games, there's two of them.
Yeah.
Well, those two she's doing, at least, because there's more than that, but she's doing those two first. They mean a lot to her, and she's the one who's controlling that, and yeah, she's going to be guiding us with that the way you're guiding us with this game. I don't know what your familiarity with those games are.
I never played them. The closest that I ever played to any games like that, I don't know if you remember, back in the day, they had these games. It was like, I think they were like 5th grade adventures or something. There was one where they go to like ruins. There was one where they go to like, I don't really. There was like a temple one. They did a whole bunch, like a whole series of them, and it was like separated by like grade level.
Yeah.
I always forget the name of it.
There will be here. As you're talking right there, there are going to be pictures that are going to be popping up. We'll figure what these are.
There were a bunch of games like that, though, and I remember, like, when I was in, like, 5th grade, they told us, they're like, oh, if you have computer time, like, go on there. Between that and Oregon Trail.
Yep. That's another one. We could show Oregon Trail. They're variations of Oregon Trail.
Aging myself yet again, but,
who are you talking to?
Yeah.
You're talking to somebody who would understand that, who would respect that, whether it's coming out of you or coming out of chat specifically, or other guests. I mean, hey, I was talking to other people as far as we're going to do the Carmen Sandiego games at some point. I have them. Well, a couple of them. I have to get some of the other ones. Actually, I get a USB floppy disk drive, so I can actually run it specifically through the virtual machine I have. And actually, the way that's running, when I have DOSBox running, I can have it in full screen. I can switch between DOS stuff, no issue. So I think what we should do is like have a. Although, actually, I guess with those Carmen Sandiego games, I think we just got to play through one entirely until we catch Carmen. That's gonna have to be how it operates. I think so. I was like, yeah, sure. Well, absolutely. Hey, if you ever want to do some of those, we can do them. So, and same with Freddy Fish's case. I was like, that's gonna be a Friday night show. That's 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time specific as well. Week after that is March 25th. That is going to be a 3 p.m. show on Saturday instead of a 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time program. That's going to be for Game Dev Tycoon for the Switch. Protorova and I did a bit of a preview look of that game already. It is uploaded on the YouTube site. I edited it. Actually, I edited 2 shows this past week for the purpose of that because they were not long. He's going to be joining me for that one, but so is Blood Spice Moon. She is someone who has an interest in gaming as well, and I don't know if she's seen this game specific. But yeah, she said she wants to come in for that, and because of scheduling of both of them, we're doing it early in the afternoon, but based on how the tests of this game have gone, the ones you've been witness to, and then that one I did, or I did with him, I should say, I'm looking forward to that one for sure. And another game that he turned me on, he said, I love this game on the PC. They ported to Switch seemingly out of nowhere, and I played it. I said, it's really good. It's really unique. Yeah. And it'll fill another gaping hole as far as that kind of a game, because I haven't really looked at much with that. But that's going to be that way for it. Then the week after that's going to be the April Fool's Day episode for Pokemon Violet. No patch application going on this baby. So we're going to run a blind play. I'll be blindly playing it, see how is this game running without the patches when it first came out. And we'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting to see what the experiences have. Maybe I don't run into any glitches like crashes and things, but we'll see. If it comes that way, it comes that way, because I have to deal with that, and then I can play it. And by that time, they'll probably have the Pokemon Home integration in, I hope, because they didn't add it in the last patch that came out this past week. But that being said, we'll have to look that way, and then we'll get a little bit of a first look at Pokemon. But that's not gonna be full play. I'm not fully playing that game because, quite frankly, it does not deserve to be having a full play of it as the first one for what it was doing compared to other ones. And that's another one Protorova said, I want to see Pokemon Generation 1, which we'll do. And when we finish that, I will use the team I play, which is going to be with Pokemon Yellow, and we'll use Pokemon Stadium and run that game. Especially because we don't know if the Switch Online version of that is going to have the transfer pack usage or the Pokemon games added. I mean, they kind of don't have an excuse anymore on the Game Boy stuff they added, but I fear that they're going to not do that, so...
I mean, they said that the link cable stuff is all kind of built in, so...
They did, I guess, we'll see, but hopefully they will, but that's fine. If they can't do it, we'll do it, so that's going to be fine to that. Then April 8th, Nocturne's coming back. She's going to be starting Mega Man Legends 2 for PlayStation. I don't know if you're familiar with the Mega Man Legends games are.
Not a bit.
They're also expensive unless they re-release them, so with the Mega Man Battle Network Legacy Collection coming out on April 14th, the day before next part of this, or finale fully of this. If that sells well, look, we're both buying it. I know that. She's buying it. I know a lot of people are buying that.
Yeah, I'm in on that one.
Maybe they can get to that one as well, because they've been doing that with every Mega Man side series so far. I mean, the only two they don't have going really... well, fine, I guess there's two, which are going to be Star Force, which is on DS, and then Legends. And outside of that, I guess the only ones that we haven't really touched with those Game Boy games, which are going off of the 3DS's Virtual Console at the end of this month. So maybe they can put them on the Switch Online if Capcom wants to do that, or they can do its collection, perhaps. But, and maybe some of the side stuff, most of those are actually part of other series, like Mega Man and Base and things like that, and Mega Man Voucher Challenge for it. But she's going to be starting that game. That's going to be a long one, but she's going to be managing that. And I have it on PS3. It is an interesting game of what I played very little. I'm more familiar with the first myself, but she's going to be controlling that. I'll be playing a little bit to get ready. It's like, okay, I want to at least have some element and do research as it is, but April 8th, we start that. April 15th, you're back. 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and that's going to be all for all of May, except for, or not all of July. Oh, no, shit, I'm getting my months mixed. April, thank you. Except for the 22nd. 22nd is going to be the start of the next RPG, so fitting that we'll have full completion of Shadow Hearts the week before. For Lunar, Silver Star Story Complete. You have seen that game and have played that game, as we saw earlier today.
Yeah, about 10 minutes of it.
Hey, it's something, and you're kind of liking what you saw.
It's adorable.
It is, absolutely. And Protorova is going to control that one. I think that's going to be a 3 p.m. show as well. I will be able to confirm that for sure when we do the Game Dev Tycoon play. But he's going to control that because that is the one he has connection with, and looking forward to that as the next RPG. Another one that costs a lot of money, another one that slipped through some people's fingers, myself included.
Same.
But one that he adores and he wants to show, and has, like you were saying with Shadow Hearts, the idea of the romantic element. It does it really naturally and uniquely. Lunar's a game like that, but it's a lot more what I've seen and played of the PSP game I have, and also what he's shown me of that version. It will be the PlayStation version specifically will run, and we'll keep the PlayStation train running at the end of April for Tekken 3. We're doing that on April 29th, the 25th anniversary of the game's release, on the PlayStation at least. So I have character unlocks to do, but when I'm done with those, we'll be set. I'll make sure those are done because I don't have a whole lot of stuff I have to do for game play until next week. But I mean, it's gonna be nothing. It'll be fine. Then we get to May, where it's going to be the next part of Mega Man Legends 2, the first weekend. Second weekend, Kazum22 in chat. He's coming in for another treasure game, Guardian Heroes, the Sega Saturn. I don't know if you've ever played it.
Never even heard of it.
It is downloadable on the Xbox 360 and PlayStation 3, kind of, and you have an Xbox Series X. It is downloadable to play on that. It's not exactly the same as on Saturn, but he has on Saturn. His Saturn's been resurrected specifically because, like, hey, I don't have cables, but I gave him the hookup. He's all set for his practice. I'm going to use the 360 version to practice myself. We're going to play that game. It is going to be 2 players for us, but the game does have support for 6. I did not know that, actually. Wow. He actually has a multi-tap for the purpose of that. I was telling him, like, hey, pull that out for, like, 10-player Saturn Bomberman, because he does have Saturn Bomberman, which is a game that costs a fortune. And then when I were like getting this tech stuff figured out, we're getting our asses kicked by the AI because I guess the Bomberman games have their AI at level 1 being insanely cheap. Everyone's like, we hate this game. Like, no, turn off the... He's like, I hate this game. Like, no, turn off the computer. And then it's more manageable. Yeah, 10 players for that. But we're doing 2 on Guardian Heroes, and then we get to that's going to be the next part of Lunar. And then end of the month is going to be... we did Midway Treasures last year. Namco Museum Virtual Arcade for Xbox 364, our compilation program. We got a lot of stuff for that. There's a lot of Namco games in there I'm pretty sure you've played or seen. Yeah, and also other ones. And of course, since I have to mention this every time this comes up, got to talk about the Tower of Duraga. We're going to have a full look at the Tower of Duraga just for it because the legends of that game are going to be told finally after all of the build-up, I guess, going back actually almost 2 years.
No!
That's like the Nicky no. It was like,
No!
Well, here's the thing, we balance it out with like stuff like Miss Pac-Man and Galaga, and even others underrated stuff like Motos and Mappy and Metroid. I know I've shown you Mappy specifically.
You have shown me Mappy.
Mappy's great. So like we're gonna get some great stuff, big stuff, small stuff, and Tower of Duraga. It is its own category.
Big stuff, small stuff, and the terrible.
Yeah, as far as the other stuff, like I don't know necessarily what other things are really bad in that collection because I don't know if I've actually played everything that's in it. Some stuff I barely heard of, honestly, and it's interesting that way. But as I said, we're gonna have our Namco night because chat wanted that, and then in June we have dates to figure, but next parts of Lunar and Mega Man Legends 2. We'll figure what schedule's gonna look like. We'll get with Surrender Antonio for that when we start Super Mario Sunshine if we do that in June. And then also, I'll talk to Hermetic see if we can do Parasite's finale in June, feasibly. If not, that will come down the road as far as what the details are going to be. And then the only other thing I mentioned Bomberman, or Saturn Bomberman. We are doing our first Bomberman game for the show on July 4th weekend.
Nice.
Going to be Bomberman World for the PlayStation. I don't know what your familiarity with Bomberman as a franchise is, or that.
My first Bomberman game was actually Bomberman 64.
Okay.
And I loved it.
Okay. I do have that one on Wii U Virtual Console, if you want to call that at any point.
How fitting that you're doing Bomberman on 4th of July weekend.
That was the plan.
Oh, okay. I had a feeling. I was like, that
the explosive element.
Yeah, I was like, that seems like it's lined up too well. I was like, yeah, knowing you put thought into it.
I put that thought into it, but I don't always. This is in cases where I haven't necessarily thought, oh, let's do that specific. But for that one, I said, that was a viewer request. I first wanted to see that. Nicky also wanted to see Tekken 3, which we were doing that one.
I mean, we started this Halloween weekend with purpose, so.
And it was perfect. Oh my god. Okay. But that's what they're going to look at, and then other stuff coming later in the year. As I said, the Earthbound Play is coming in October. Contra Hardcore, which I might do a preview show as far as, the Friday night thing at some point. But every time I play that game, I get further. I've actually gotten to the fourth world on the English version. You're laughing about that because you know the stories of Contra Hardcore.
It lives up to his name, I'll say that.
I was playing the Japanese version where we have a health bar. Remember, I'm playing the English one where I don't.
Yes.
So we'll see how that goes, but that's coming down later. But yeah, I think with that, fine, 15 minutes for the schedule, fair enough. But thank you so much for watching Super Bowl Game Saturday. Thank you so much to Christian64 for coming in and getting us to the first end of Shadow Hearts, and we'll be back on April 15th with you for that, and I'm looking forward to it.
More to come.
Yeah. What'd you say?
I said more to come.
Yeah, indeed, more to come, and we're looking forward to that, and the rest of this franchise, you get along with it, and the stuff you've called and what to do.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so again, thank you so much for everything you've done to you, specifically, but also to Chad. Everyone out there, have a wonderful rest of your night, the rest of your weekend, and great week coming forward. I'll see you next Saturday at 7 p.m. Eastern Standard Time for Dynamite Heady for the Sega Genesis with the Nintendo Switch Online overview. Till then, keep being awesome. Thank you so much for everything. Have a wonderful night, and take care.
Good night, everybody!